What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a fragger on your team as well.
The fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold two weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep. What's up, Fortnite fam? Chapter 3 Season 2 is here, and the island is changing. Let's talk about some of the most notable changes, starting with the addition of the blimps. In the start of the season, we saw the island skyline get swarmed with an array of IO blimps across the map. These floating ships bring additional loot on board to each of the areas they exist in. They also allow for the ability to fly and redeploy from the wings. These blimps can be found in Command Cavern, Coney Crossroad, Tilted Towers, and Rocky Reels. There's another blimp on the south coast, however, you'll have a hard time rotating from this one. Also, we can't forget to talk about the addition of the siege cannons in these areas. While they don't solely exist on the blimps, you are guaranteed to find them there. These siege cannons allow you to propel cannonballs towards your enemies, though that's not all you can do. You can also use them to propel across the map or into enemy builds, this providing another great rotational tool for competitive play. However, the blimps weren't the only addition this season. We also saw the addition of an entirely new POI in the fortress, as well as some new IO bases.
The giant drilling machine known as the Fortress is located in the central part of the map. Although the Fortress isn't the biggest POI, it still packs a punch. Both inside and outside the Fortress, you can find several IO guards, along with Dr. Sloan. If you can find and take down Dr. Sloan, you can grab her mythic striker burst rifle. Be careful, Sloan won't go down without a fight. Then, step inside to find 3 IO chests, along with plenty of other loot scattered throughout the POI. When you're ready to rotate out, simply jump into the siege cannon up top, or hit the launch pad that spawns on the outside of the fortress. Multiple other outposts popped up across the map. You can find IO buildings scattered across the island. They vary in size and utility, but all of them include more loot. You can add these locations to your drop, or drop here to start your games.
Over on the south side of the island, another new addition in the form of Synapse Station has emerged on the island. There are several chest spawns throughout the POI and ample ammo boxes giving enough loot for multiple duos to land here. The best part of Synapse Station is not the loot though, it's the mobility that comes with the POI. 3 different rifts have the chance of opening, which gives you easy movement into the zone. Another addition you should be sure to add to your rotations are the mini craters that have formed across the map. Inside these craters is usually a handful of chests and shield barrels, which is just enough to provide one person with a full loadout. Although, not every crater is the same, with some having a slurp truck and reboot van inside. That crater is located just southeast of Broadcast Bunker and is home to both. With craters seemingly on every side of the map, it also offers a saving grace to those who either prefer the scavenger routes or got pushed out early because they had to retreat.
All of these map changes will surely keep you on your toes. Make sure to dive in and explore the map. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's time once again. NA East, I've missed you, and now I get to hang out for just a little bit with SBG and Sundown. Guys, what are we kind of expecting here coming into Season 2?
The tactical sprinting, I think, is going to play a huge part in how endgame is played. We saw sliding slightly change it, but I don't think that's going to be as big of a change.
I think the biggest thing we've talked about across the other regions is the change in movement across the game, whether it is the blimps and the actual movement, how you get around the map, or the movement of your character itself.
We don't have those movement inventory items anymore. So last season we had the peppers, we had the chili chug splashes. I think the harpoon is going to come back into a strong piece.
So how can we expect to see loadout shift in this season?
We saw the change to coolers as well, so they're now dropping floppers, which is going to come back in a meta because players are now going to understand the value of playing in Storm, because with all of the movement we had last season, getting ahead was so important.
NA East in particular is notorious for having these monstrously high storm surge numbers.
We saw the recent changes, right? You have to be able to make it to endgame. It's so much harder to actually survive there. So you're relying on impacts as well. Like, there's just so many layers to this.
I'd predict in NA East, as we normally see, a monstrous roster change, even in the week, if not sometimes in the middle of the FNCS, as players try and get their last chance to make it. I think this season, the duos who end up staying together are going to have a better run than previously at NA East. Looking at the Boog and the Miros, looking at the Fatch and the Pam Stouts, the ones who were able to put together a consistent game plan, played a ton last season, and are able to take the game plan that worked there and then add the new components. I think as you pick up a new duo, particularly this season, trying to put all the pieces together is going to be really hard.
I want to sit here and talk more, but the battle bus is ready. Okay, it's warming up for us. NA East, it is always a pleasure hanging out with all. Before we go, do you guys want to, where can we find you if we want to give you guys a follow?
Pretty consistent branding for me. X Sundown, O is a 0. I'm pretty much everything.
Same, I'm somebody's gun on everything as well.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Super fun to do this. NA East, let's get this started. Beep, beep.
I like full confidence this season.
We've been working hard the last few seasons.
I'm really excited. The new season, the new map changes.
I know me and my duo Dijin could do very well in place at the top.
I practice every day with my duos, and I really think we're gonna make it.
There's no way people can do better than us.
This season, people should be worried about my duo. 14 years old. This kid's crazy at Fortnite.
I have really, really good mechanics. There's no way we don't win this.
My biggest strength in my game is probably my IGLing.
We just both are like super smart and like no one can really like outsmart us.
My mechanics are just so good. I know you think you're winning, but I'm winning.
When you see us on high ground, the game's already over.
This is it. A new dawn has broken over the island where duos will be met with resistance as the greatest in the region battle out for supremacy. Who will be this season's champions? Chapter 3, Season 2, FNCS NAE, here we go! My name is Adam Savage. I am so excited to be your host, bringing you all the action here from the region. It is good to have you guys here. Massive shout out to chat as well. Good to see you guys. We want you guys to be interacting with us as much as possible at the course of the show. Of course, it's not just me, though. I have the ultimate trio with me here on the desk. I am joined as well by SPG and Vivid. Boys, it is great to see you here. I can't, Vivid, we're here again. It feels like yesterday we wrapped up the last season. We're starting again. We're ready to go. We're energized. How are you feeling going into this season?
Energized indeed. We've had a little bit of a break in between season. The players have had a little bit of a break as well. But as Adam mentioned, we are back. And listen, shout out to EU for kicking off this season with a bang. Awesome watching them over there. SPG, how you feeling?
I'm Feeling awesome. Like you said, EU is just a little teaser. We got NA East about to come up, and man, I'm super excited for this season.
Yeah, me too. There's so much to get excited about. We're going to give you guys all the info as well, discuss a bit of intel with you as well. But as we said, get in the chat, share your themes, your thoughts on who you think is going to go all the way and win each of our qualifiers and onwards and upwards in the semi-finals and finals later as well. But first things first, let's talk about the broadcast schedule today in Qualifier 1 and what is coming your way on this show, which is going to be amazing, trust us. Of course, you can see Qualifier 1, May 6th. That is, of course, today, but we're going to have 6 games coming your way. We have 5 qualifying duos going through all the way to finals straight from today. First through 5th position will qualify today and go through to finals. Remember as well, guys, you can watch all of this from Legends Landing. It's a great place to hang out and watch things with the community. You can get the same drops there as you would do on Twitch as well, so make sure to link your Epic account and enjoy. But that's today, May 6th. Of course, we also have our schedule, what's coming your way, how our players actually got here, being part of this competition. It's all coming your way. I think, Vivid, you should give us the rundown on how you see this competition and why it is such an exciting thing for our players and our viewers as well.
Yeah, so today we find ourselves in Qualifier 1. There are going to be 3 total, each of these qualifiers having 4 rounds, and we are going to be spectating over the 4th round. 50 teams have made it here, and we're going to be paying attention to those top 5 at the end of these 6 games because they are going directly to the finals, and the other ones are competing for series points so that way they can get into the semifinals, and eventually we will have our finals in just a couple weeks.
All right, now let's talk about what these guys are playing for today, the point format. We have the Victory Royale. That's what everyone's trying to get. That's 32 points for the Victory Royale. You start getting points for placement at 35th and you accumulate them. Where you really get a lot of the points is in that top 10, and then especially that top 5 is where you want to be in order to secure a ton of placement points. Outside of that, you're getting 3 points per elimination as well. So we've seen some teams put up big games and scoring a lot of those elimination points.
Yeah, it's all about the combination, fellas. That is key in a format like this on FNCS. But let's talk about NAE, of course, as well. There are 3 previous rounds. This is technically round 4 of Qualifier 1, and these 50 duos have qualified. Let's go through some of the players we're looking forward to seeing compete here. Vivid, who sticks out for you?
I mean, we see Booga and Mira making an appearance. We know that they did just come off of that FNCS win just last season, so we're going to see what they can do today. We got the likes of Day and Clicks at the top there, Degen and Iamza with a powerful performance yesterday. SBG, who sticks out for you, though?
Man, I've been seeing Aviv and Gold doing really well. They're a newly formed duo, only been playing together a couple of weeks, but Aviv is one of the more underrated IGLs, and Gold is an up-and-comer. Reminds me a lot about Cam last season playing with Bucky. I think those guys will be playing super well today.
Yeah, what's interesting for me as well, fellas, of course, is every season Qualifier 1, so many teams, because there are so many great duos in the region, haven't qualified to this part as well. So we'll see them later down the line. But the ones that have today, this is a big shot for them, Vivid, as well. As you can see at the second page here, to get into finals off the bat in Qualifier 1 is huge for these duos.
Oh yeah, it would be a big swing in momentum for any of these, right? A lot of confidence, because honestly, looking at the player list here, there are a lot of suspected teams that didn't actually make it into this 4th round. So a lot of opportunities for a lot of these new guns to kind of show up and show out in this first qualifier.
It's going to be really important for them to take advantage of that, because I highly doubt a lot of our veterans don't make it again in this next qualifier. So like you said, they have to take advantage of their opportunity here.
They absolutely do. Now, of course, you've seen some fun content pieces that we've done here this season already, but we have another one for you now. Let's talk about rituals in NAE. Here is some fun stuff from the players competing tonight for your viewing pleasure. Here you go.
It's usually around 6, so I warm up for about 3 hours.
So I'll warm up with an aim trainer, and then it's loading into, Fortnite creative course, piece control maps, mechanics maps, 1v1 maps, and stuff like that. And then more importantly, just playing against top tier players. Because if you're not practicing against them before, you're not going to be ready for them in the game.
Hop in creative and free build, or like PG a friend or two. Stretch my ends a bit to not get injured on my wrist. Just listen to music, get myself in the zone. Warm up my aim and practice in creative for like 30 minutes.
Aim train for the first 30 minutes. And then for the next 30 minutes, I just play with a friend, try to just get my mechanics on.
Before big tournaments, I like getting a big breakfast.
I do like a 200 pump map for about 30 minutes to warm up.
I usually just go on my own maps, just kind of free build and aim train a little bit.
Just 1v1s and PGing another player.
My best recommendation for any creative maps would probably be Raiders aim map, Raiders mechanics maps or piece control maps. I think he probably makes the best creative maps for warming up.
I'll try to like focus more on my sleep and just make sure I'm on like a specific pattern, so it's easier to fall asleep and everything.
So I think sleep's a very important part of anyone's routine, if not the most important thing.
If you don't get enough, you'll just end up really being just tired and really bad.
I throw my phone behind me. I don't like open Twitter really. I don't tweet.
Honestly, just like walk away from my setup, go pet my dogs if I need to.
I always go take a quick walk, sometimes every day, see outside and get some sun.
It's always good to go outside and get some fresh air.
The mental preparation and the pressure, it just calms itself when you've played a lot of tournaments.
I got like super nervous, especially I was like younger. Now I'm just used to like all the pressure. It doesn't really get to me anymore.
I just like don't have pressure or anything, to be honest. I just go into it like trying to do the best I can.
I thrive in the competition side. I think I play better when there's a lot of money on the line or if we're in a finals. I want to get to that top 100 no matter what.
I love hearing from the players there as well about things like, sleep is really important, of course, but it's the pressure element as well. Being in competitions like this and experience goes a long way. Vivid, you've been in the hot seat, you've been in these situations before. How did you deal with pressure personally?
You really do just got to get as much practice in the game as you possibly can. Kind of get used to being in these situations that put your back up against the wall. And the more experience you have, the less pressure you will feel, thus you can be better in those type of moments.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear. You had Bizzle and Edgy were like, I don't really feel pressure. I enjoy that moment. And then there's Yamzo, who's a new player on the scene, is like, I love it. I just want to dive in. I feel no pressure. I'm the best.
It's a great balance, isn't it? Some of the veteran players who have been there, done it. They got the t-shirt. They know how to deal with the pressure. But the new players have they just feel so confident as well. And the combination is amazing. Let's talk about some of those combinations as well. Some of the duos we're going to be seeing compete tonight. There are so many to talk about. We're going to highlight a few of them for you guys at home. The first ones, of course, Degen and Iomzo. We just mentioned Iomzo there. But these guys, I mean, they I think round 3, they topped the leaderboard with 4 victory royales, I think over 10 games. So they are at a good place right now. Why are they so exhilarating to watch, Vivid?
That's got to be the end games. Listen, you said it. 4 victory royales in round 3 is very, very impressive. And we can see that they are actually going to be landing over at Command Cavern. And we know that there's just so much loot to gather over there, but there's also a lot of teams landing over there as well. As you can see here, their performance yesterday was astounding. They did top that leaderboard, like Adam mentioned.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to see them play yesterday. They qualified at almost the first 4 or 5 matches and had other players coming for them. They were doing this challenge. It was so interesting and some of the best content I've seen in a while. So these guys are feeling confident. They're talking to other players that are at the top of their region. So they're understanding the game very, very well. In addition to just, playing at a super high level.
Yeah, they're from one of those teams as well we mentioned who have got a combination, 2 players there, younger, been around DJ's been there for a long time as well, and they're doing amazing things. So we'll have to wait and see what happens this evening. Let's talk about, of course, Clix and Day as well. We have to talk about this duo. There's a lot of fans in the chat, I'm sure. But the Joneses looks like they're going to be landing at the Joneses. I mean, Vivid, again, a duo that we can say so much about here, and they're just brilliant, and the fans love them.
I mean, the one thing about this duo is for sure their mechanical prowess. You give them an inch, they will take a mile in any of these situations, which is why you can see their average eliminations 7.67. The crazy thing is, when this duo gets rolling in these endgame situations, they do not stop. So if you see a refresh come out of them in the endgame, expect a lot more.
And this team keeps getting better. We've seen Clix kind of take over that IGL role with Day continuing to frag like he does. And Clix is only getting smarter, better understanding of the game. He's always kind of been that support or fragger role in the past. Now we get the opportunity to see him lead a duo. And the more he plays, the more he understands. And this team is only beginning to see how good they could actually be.
Yeah, it's purely the origin, what it could be, something very, very special. Of course, Peterbot, another name we know very well, and Byler as well are combining forces. They're a duo now as well. I hear there's been quite a few eliminations coming from Peterbot, Viv, in the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely incredible performance yesterday from this duo. 4th place is where they finished. You can see they are going to be landing just southeast of where Clix and Day are going to be landing. So a little bit of a split job. They will have to be careful because Clix and Day do like to wander around and try to see if they can get a quick pick. But, you know, I mentioned Clix and Day, high average eliminations for them. But no, Peterbot and Violet impressing me even more. 9.11. And that is going to be on the back of a 30 elimination 5th place game yesterday.
Ooh, that's kind of crazy from these two. And we've seen Peterbot put up some incredible games. I mean, he stole the show last FNCS with that solo clutch. That was honestly one of the best clips that I've seen in a really long time. So we know these two have it, and him playing with Bila, I think this duo is going to work out very well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, eliminations last, they count for 3 points apiece as well. They are a massive impact when it comes to overall score. We saw it last year, Booger and Mira, obviously, who won last season, and previous seasons before that as well. I think eliminations were such a big factor, which makes such a difference. So if you're coming into this on fire like Peterbot is, I mean, this could be a big night for that duo. Let's talk about the map in general as well. In a second, we'll go through kind of some contested areas we're excited about. But POIs in general now, obviously this season, the likes of airships been introduced, so more players can kind of like start, in the same kind of POI region, but up above, rather than down below with the actual POI they used to. Vivid, how does that differ the gameplay this time around? How does it change things up for our duos, knowing that they have multiple areas in the same space they're used to dropping, that they can attack from the get-go?
Yeah, it's all about adapting, Adam. And yeah, the blimps, they really do add an interesting dynamic. You have those zip lines that kind of lead down to these POIs. You can kind of use those siege cannons to instantly rotate away. So, if you are contesting a team at a POI and you want some of that loot from that blimp, it's going to be very, very hard if a team does land up there. So the blimps do add this interesting dynamic to these POIs and also rotations.
And the crazy thing about it, it's almost like a whole nother POI sitting on top of the POI. We see teams that specifically land there and take all that loot. So it adds that much more flexibility when you're trying to drop at a specific spot.
Yeah, the island has got layers. A lot of layers to it now, which is really exciting. Let's talk about some of these kind of main areas we think that there's going to be some, contestations, if you will. One of them is indeed Command Cavern. We know that there could be up to, I think, 5 duos in the region that are going to be all competing for supremacy in that particular POI. I mean, DJ and the Omza being one of them we've talked about already and highlighted them, but so many big names. Even Muzz and Avery, a previous winner there, FNCS with Muzz. I mean, Nounty and Sprite, these are big teams. I mean, is it going to affect the way that our teams rotate? Is it going to affect the way that they kind of progress now that there are so many top duos going into the same space there?
Yeah, so Command Cavern is an interesting POI because, you just mentioned how the island itself has layers, but Command Cavern in itself just has so many of its very own layers. You can go inside the cavern itself. You can kind of stay up by all of those vents, or you can go all the way up to the blimp. And we saw over actually in the EU region where a lot of these fights that took place on the outside of the cavern instantly got third party because there are just so many people landing around you. So you really do have to be careful when a POI like this is so contested and there are so many layers to it.
It's going to be tough too because it has so much loot there, and I also want to see who's able to get the vault because that's a huge piece of the POI. But ultimately, I think either people are going to have to leave, or it's just going to be all these teams are struggling to get enough loot and get off spawn because of how much is going on.
I mean, it can be a bit of a blessing and a curse. We've seen this obviously in previous seasons as well, that, if you do have such a congested POI with a lot of teams in the vicinity, you get those tags early on, like some Storm Surge when it comes around. If it does come around, you've got those early tags, so it's not as much of a factor. I mean, are players think, do they want those engagements early on? Or do you think they're going to try to avoid them, they're going to loot up and get out and start their rotation and kind of avoid players until later in the competition today, Vivid?
There are many different strategies you can go with. One for sure is going ahead and taking those early engagements so that way you don't have to worry about Storm Surge later. But even sometimes taking those early engagements, since players aren't usually full effective HP, then you don't actually get a lot of Storm Surge, right? Because if you just take somebody down that's only 100 HP, that's only 100 damage. So, or players can choose to kind of just make rotations and set up on a hill and get tags from a distance.
Yeah, I'm not sure either way. We'll have to see because, like we mentioned, there's so many players there. Those early engagements are almost a no-win scenario unless they're quick like that. And like Vivid said, then you're not really getting too much damage off of it. So I'll be interested to see how much we do see the fights off spawn at Command.
Yeah, me too. I mean, game one's so close, guys. I'm so excited. Let's have a look at another POI as well that's going to be undoubtedly contested. Greasy Grove as well. Vivid, who can we expect to see there? What do we think is going to happen and unfold for the viewers at home?
You know, Greasy Grove is a scary one. We are going to see a big name duo in Kanata and Ager's Land here, and we saw plenty of fights go down last season actually here, and it's all about that main building because they do have those coolers, and in those coolers you can get so many heals. With the introduction of the floppers and stuff that you can get, though, it is less likely to get all those chug splashes, but still, it is possible. And here, we're going to put up some stats here where you can see Kanata with a way higher average elimination than a Ballers duo, which could necessarily mean that they are better at fighting, which could be a scary factor for Ballers to consider when they are going to be fighting them off spawn.
Really interested to see how this plays out because, like you just mentioned, it's one team that plays aggressive, one team that seems to be more passive, and then it's also the veterans versus the newcomers off spawn. Last season, we saw this. It was 50-50 every time. You're all going for like one weapon, one chest, and it's decided very quickly. This season, it could honestly be split. There's a lot of loot here at Greasy, and I'm interested to see how exactly this plays off spawn. If I'm Kanata and Agers, I'm not letting these new guys try and take my loot, but also Ballers and co, they have to make their name and not get bullied off spawn if they want to continue to land here. So we'll see exactly how this plays out between these two teams.
Yeah, so I guess we are going to be going into the game here shortly, but before we do that, SBG, we do actually have a Don't Say It NA East content piece for you guys to check out.
I'm gonna say a word. I'm gonna describe something without saying words. It's gonna be describing a specific item in Fortnite without, you know, using it like that exact word.
All right.
There's 3 banned words that I cannot use.
All right.
I think we're gonna be the best, just like Fortnite. Infinite metal glitch.
Report source.
Yep. The little emote that shows how many things you got.
Crown emote.
Mm-hmm. Greasy building in the middle.
Taco? Or I don't know.
No, where Rise lands. Where you 50-50. What's in there?
Chugs?
Yep. I'm smacking on a wall with what?
Big axe?
I'm dropping out of the what?
Battle bus?
Where OG?
Oh.
Alright. Bad shotgun. Shouldn't be in the game. Oh, I messed it up. Ooh. On height, I'm throwing down something.
Oh, wait, pad? Launch pad?
Not in the game right now. Used to be Season X.
Bouncer?
Mm-mm.
Shockwave?
A Booga. With the specific type of...
World Cup?
No. Recently with Marrow at that POI, what do they have? 4
Tonkers? Chugs?
4. Only 4 of them. That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was.
I thought it would have been a lot worse.
The band words messed me up.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I was high key carrying him right there. Those were some good.
Yeah, that was good. I was not gonna lie.
But you know what can you do?
I might do good if we can get past the first one.
It's about to get off.
All right, it's in pubs, and it marks people when you shoot it. That's the best I can do.
The mythic revolver.
No. Shoot it in the air.
Go next. No shot.
All right. When you break it, you get mad drip.
A llama.
Yep. You get pads when you open it.
Drops.
Mythic MK.
Mythic MK?
Where is it?
Oh, Sanctuary.
Booga 1 FNCS at that spot.
Chonkers.
The gun you hold for surge every time.
Thermal.
You put items in it. It's in pubs.
The little tents.
Yeah. You get fish when you shoot it.
Harp.
We always use it to get.
I was locked in, man. I was locked in.
I didn't do bad.
That was a lot better.
It was good. After the first one, it was good.
I love those games. We should do that ourselves on the desk at some point. They're great. They're really fun. I love these bits. They're great. Right. Of course, we are moments away from the very first game here on the very first game of the very first qualifier. This is massive. I'm so hyped for this. Before we do that, of course, predictions. This is very important to us. You may have seen the EU broadcast earlier on. There's more at stake this season for us here on the broadcast as well, for who we choose as well. Like, down the line, we'll tell you more about it, but it's all to play for amongst the desk here and the broadcast talent. But I've gone for Booga and Miro. I want to know in the chat, let me know if you agree. Okay, last season's FNCS champions. You know, one of us had to. They're an amazing team. They're both incredibly good in any situation. I had to go for Booga and Miro. I think they could do it again. The legacy could continue. Vivid, tell me who you've chosen.
Yeah, I am believing a little bit more in Day and Clicks. If we can see some Clicks fans rise in the chat. Come on. This duo is just too good not to pick them. And also, MDF picking Dubs and Mega. I also, we were talking a little bit backstage. We both kind of agree that this is a solid pick because they're going to be landing uncontested over at Shifty Saf, and they have so much space there. It's a really good, solid pick for MDF.
Great picks, guys, but ultimately it's going to be DGen and Yamzo taking home today. We know that they are playing really well. They're riding the hot hand, and DGen and Yamzo are going to win Command Cavern and just win the entire tournament. We also have Sundown going with Spade and Chimp. They finished really well in second place in last FNCS, so another duo that has been continuing to play well throughout the Cash Cups earlier this season. I would expect Sundown's pick to do well. In addition to mine, probably not as good as DJ Gamzo, though.
Yeah, right. I mean, let's go by last season SPG. I think you got 0 points last season, but that's fine. Hey, it was the first season; these things happen. But I tell you what, with the team here as well, every one of us picking a different duo makes things really exciting for you guys at home, for us as well. So let us know in the chat who you think is going to go the way. Who do you think is going to become first place here in qualifier one? We can't wait to hear all about it. But we are moments away from game one. It all starts right here. This is the beginning of what is going to be an amazing season of FNCS NAE. We of course have the ultimate duo. The ultimate duo waiting in the wings here, bringing you all the action. The almighty Sundown and Monster D-Face. Guys, take it away. Over to you. It all starts here.
Thank you so much, Adam, SPG, and Vivid. And what's up, Fortnite fam? And for the first time in a while, what's good, Twitch chat? How you guys been? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face here to call all the action. We got 6 games going down in Monster. Are you looking forward to it?
Oh man, I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Today's like a new day for Fortnite competitive. We got the chat going, we got the vibes rolling here on the desk, of course, and you saw the picks, man. It was so hard to boil you down to a top 5 picker for today. Everyone's got some great options up on the board, but of course, it's going to come down to the players ultimately, right? Who has the confidence? Who has the draw spot? Who has that little bit of lady luck in their corner, Sundown? Because, we all know you're going to need everything to come together if you want a big spot.
Yeah, who's going to be able to put it all together over the course of the 6 games? We're going to find out. Match number 1 is underway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, NA East, game number 1 for the qualifier is here, and it's about to begin. As the battle bus starts to take the world, put yourself in the player's shoes now. How are you going to step up to this plate and smack this ball home and over that fence? Because getting a top 5 is not going to be easy. You saw the player list. You saw who is being contested here on the drop. Some of our favorites have big battles to overcome right now. One of them, of course, Kanata and Ager Sundown. This is a very interesting drop spot. It does seem like their reputation alone, though, has won them the Greasy Grove.
Yeah, I was about to say, looks like Suscript gave just like a nice little 180, but gave them plenty of space. So we're going to check out the utter clown fiesta that is Command Cavern. I mean, we've seen upwards of 4 or 5 different duos leave here, and none of them even have to fight off at the start. You do have the options if you do want to go down and contest one of these others, but there is so much loot and so much space available so centrally on the map, as well as great dividing lines based on just how much different verticality there are, where comfortably you can see Tragics and Cease, they're finding a little bit of room. Yamzo and DGen, they have room as well, and so far not a single shot has been fired.
Now listen, I mean, I challenge you, I challenge the Twitch chat. When was the last time you've seen in a final setting this many teams contesting a single draw spot? Sundown, you and I have been casting for years. I don't think we've seen upwards of 4 teams housing around one singular draw spot. And this time around, for whatever reason, Command Cavern has drawn in the bulk of the competitors. Now jumping over to, of course, Bugga and Miro, right? They have a completely uncontested draw spot and a little bit of a challenge for themselves, right? That they're facing this season because there's some adjustments that have gone through competitive and now they don't have those big rotations. But hold up, we have our first fight.
C3S2 going to be able to catch on over here. Just trap kill and Flow trying to dive on in, using that drum shotgun to try and get wall to wall. Will swap him immediately over the Stinger, get some good tags, but Flow bites off a little bit more than can true. He's going to get taken down. However, trap kill is going to be able to bail him out a little bit there. Well done picking that one up.
That's going to be Nasin who's going to fall there, a player who's had quite a successful track in recent times. On the other side, though, Easy2K is also going to fall to the hands of Bucky and Cam, the veterans, the kings of the Daily Bugle. I mean, you saw what they did the last time they were here on the FNCS stage. They qualified first week. They came out strong, and they brought it all the way home. It looks like they're trying to repeat that performance here today. Now, of course, it's about, of course, qualifying now and bringing that same energy to finals. That's still going to be a big ask for any player, but hey, they're off to the right start. Cam and Bucky now have a solid 2 elimination lead over the lobby.
Yeah, and don't forget, it was effectively after 4 games in the last first qualifier, they were able to go through us. We're going to take a replay of some of the other early fights that went down, specifically the one we were just taking a look at, and Bucky finding some big shots from range and safely resetting. This is what we've seen a lot of, whereas Bucky's really kind of supporting Cam, letting him run around. And I also would be remiss if I didn't call out that PSG TNA tag. Yes, that is Paris Saint-Germain and Team New Age hopping into the Fortnite scene. Nice little deal that went down between the past Fortnite season, so cool to see them getting involved. Also with a nice little transition there as we hop on board here with Cloud9's Avery and PSG TNA Muzz, the OCE transplant, who's found a lot of success over in NAE so far.
Yeah, definitely has found his hand at success. I mean, here on this stage, and then of course on the rival stage with the Creator Series, pairing up alongside Somerset and others to go ahead and just compete alongside any competitions he can get his hand on. But for Clicks and Day, I'm sure there's plenty of you all in the chat that want to see this duo succeed here today, and they're doing just that, right? They're at their draw spot. Players right now, most professional players are going to be looking to max out their loadouts, really optimize their entire kits here before they go ahead and take on a position. There shouldn't be too many teams battling it out like this, but we're of course going to have these early game rivalries. Right now, this is the first time we're looking at Druzo and Carey here take a fight, and again, they're gonna find a couple tags. They're gonna back off now comfortably because they want some Storm Surge tags, right? Looking at how many players are up right now, Sundown, I mean, I think it'd be safe to say we're gonna be seeing a very big surge tick coming soon.
Yeah, and additionally too, as if a team is used to landing on that small little boat, you don't want to get stuck in a dragged out fight against them. Because if you don't have experience taking a fight on that boat, there's so many awkward little angles and ways that they can disengage, and they're used to being pinned on the coast in that circumstance, because no matter what, you're in a disadvantageous position when you're on the outside of the map. However, the boat has so much initial early loot that you can trade out forever against people, and if they get stalled on the interior, eventually you're going to be able to chip away at them and have more resources. So good decision from Carey and Co to disengage as we're going to swing on over to Chewy Pog, trying to line up a shot here with that snipe. Nope, instead just scouting it out because it looks like Monster wants to go back to the reboot card for his down duo.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with you with the whole story about, hey, you stick around for too long, you can actually stall out. Like right there, for instance, you saw that team's really waiting it out. You're losing time on the clock. DJ and Yams are not wasting any time to get their loot go, but also looking around for some tags here. This is the scout method that you can actually use from this high ground position of this dropship. But hold up, back on over to Chewy. He's trying to clutch up now. It looks like he's made a mad dash for the reboot card, and it might just be backfiring here. He's putting it all on the line as he's already burned through all the heavy material to try and really fortify himself here inside this base. But in a 2v1 situation, we all know it is really not looking good and the odds are stacked against you.
He has no shotgun. The only way he's able to make a play here is a close range snipe onto Acro, because even if he hits it onto Xenophobia, it's going to require an SMG swap, and immediately he gets back down by that striker. They know he has a cracked shield. Chewy is in such a tough position, and a really good job playing this 1v2 closeout, and there they are. They're going to take it away.
Nice quick elimination there, and that's going to bring 2 for Cinephobiar now. Very nicely done, and just look at the loadout. Legendary SMG to work with. That's a very powerful loadout, as we all know. On over to Rhythm, though, who's looking at the team that was, of course, just challenging them on that Waters front. This is, of course, Carry and Flu Drizzo. They're going to be backing off now. Vehicle takes a lot of damage, so they're going to actually have to ditch the vehicle here, and it's going to become a standoff. Now, look, notice the positioning. They have that slight advantage, so Rhythm has to be careful here.
It has to be careful about approaching, but don't forget there's so many limited numbers of vehicles on the map now. It's just really the IO cars and a couple of the very select taxi spawns across the map, which means once that does get chunked out, players are going to pay attention. They're going to be shooting your wheels. They're going to be getting whatever tags, because if they can force you to not have that resource, it ends up becoming massive. As now Drizzo and Carry are forced to basically box up defensively with not a lot of excess resources.
Clean tags being traded back and forth. Now and over to Day and Clicks, who are also looking to do the same exact thing. Can they find tags? Unfortunately, that vehicle is going to slip right on out of their reach. These are some weak walls, and nicely done for Day. He finds a few there. These are crucial. They can start to add up. These tags are really going to be important later into the game, but before we get there, it's Peterbot and Vila. Let's take a look at the highlight here. Peterbot, man, the kid's electric. He jumps inside the box and shuts down Beef there to go ahead and wrap up that duo. That was an instant elimination, and just like that, another team is sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, and that's a position where Peterbot really thrives, just being able to know he can go in 1v2, kind of trade attrition, lead with that SMG, and even if the opponent gets off a huge striker kind of swap right there, he's not going to be under pressure. And I just realized that car's not completely broken yet, so if somebody's able to get a repair torch to it, they could get that all the way back up, wheels and all, but would end up being a risky maneuver. And at this point, you're not seeing as many repair torches really be carried.
Yeah, and it's probably not by choice, ladies and gentlemen. The repair torch is very, very powerful. It can come and play its usage in the game. Even a team like Booga and Mirror, of course, we expected them to be, you know, in a different type of situation this tournament come around. And take a look here. They did manage to find themselves an elimination. That might have been a stolen elim on some of the teams rotating by. Either way, it's going to be big points to kick things off. You can see they're hovering right at that 3 mark. And of course, the minimal you want to get to is those top 35 points or so, right, in placement, so you can start actually earning those points here in the game. This rotate's important. There's a couple of teams in front of them, so it's not going to be completely free here as they start to enter in. They will have to be just a bit cautious.
Yeah, this is the name of the game right now. You're just kind of going to get a tick over on that side. Not too many players have dropped. You can see in the top left-hand corner, there's only one player who doesn't necessarily have their duo up right now, and also just a slight correction to my earlier analysis. Repair torches aren't in when it comes to competitive playlists and tournament stuff, so ignore me in that regard. I apologize. I was looking at all the min-maxing, and sometimes I get too excited thinking, wait, somebody might be able to save that, but no, there's no saving that. That thing gets chunked in a single burst by anyone, and then it goes up in flames, and unlike the song, you're not quite going to enjoy that.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair enough, right? We see what happens when Repair Torch had its play in competitive. A lot of vehicles stay alive, and it can make for some chaos in the end game. So, of course, competitive is always going to see its checks and balances, if you will. For Peterbot and Vila, though, their rotation right now is looking beautiful here. They just skate across this water's edge. No worries in sight. On over to the other side, though, Duke and Jampers putting some pressure on players all nearby. They've already found themselves a bit of a power position. And talk about min-maxing, farming the chest there for any little bit of extra wood. I mean, hey, you never know if it comes down to a 1 build difference.
Yeah, that's 7 extra wood, but I mean, sometimes you just got to break and you got to deal with what you got to deal with, especially when you look in the bottom right-hand corner. I was going to say there's not a ton of wood nearby, but there's plenty of trees he could have gone and swung at with no one near him. So, you know what? It is what it is, as we're going to swing on over to my prediction. Spade TB, Chimp TB, up just outside the bugle. They're posted up on that high ground. Now, this was the duo that got second in the previous FNCS. Chapter 3 is Season 1, doing it roughly right out of the same spot as well. So with the same rotations, kind of having the same pattern, a lot of faith in them. You know, I talked about in the preview piece how those duos sticking together is going to end up being more beneficial for them, and you can kind of see a little bit of the strategy coming out from Bucky and Cam as well as Chimp and Spade. It's just like, hey, get the high ground and know that pretty much everybody on the southern part of the map has to rotate past this sight line.
You saw in the distance there, vehicles exploding and chaos ensuing on the map. For Haji and Subscript, though, this has begun now, and players are going to have to honestly decide how it is they want to engage onto other players. Is just safe right now. Only 6 damage above the surge here is surely a dangerous spot to be in, but you can see it start to contact as other players start to get tagged up. It's going to continue to adjust.
Yeah, as you can see now, though, with 20 players in the top left-hand corner, we'll need to get down to 70 players left here when it comes to the Storm Surge turning off, and that's going to turn on in the next minute. So actually, with the reboot coming up, we don't even have a solo rider. Everybody will have a partner. There's going to be a ton of action coming down within the next minute or so as everybody tries to jockey for position around the Storm Surge. So what we're going to do is kind of take a peek at some of the duos who are underneath. Now, as a viewer, the two things you're going to want to pay attention to is the number on the right-hand side above the map that shows the Storm Surge threshold, and the number on the top left-hand corner. On the right-hand side, you want to see above. That means you're not going to be taking that Storm Surge damage. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds. And the number in the top left, the players want to see 70. That's when it will turn off. Now, when will all that action go down? In the next 35 seconds. So everyone's trying to get into zone in their about phase and make sure they're somewhere near the threshold, because right now, Eden and Av, they are much underneath, and they're going to need a little bit of breathing room as the feed is lighting up in the top left-hand corner. You can see Muzz picking up a knock for himself. He will end up trying to get the confirmation as players are going to be beginning to over-peak and look for a little bit of room. We'll have a split of 2 of our bigger duos here with Av on the left and Skittles on the right, looking to get the shots down as Storm Surge turns on in just 5 seconds. And immediately you can see the pressure coming through on Av and Edan. They're going to get taken down immediately. We'll swing on over Skittles and users who have a great position, but not too many lines of sight as everyone has already invested some hard mats underneath them. Somebody else who doesn't necessarily have a great position, you can see Swirl on the right-hand side starting to get hit by that damage and separated from his duo, so not able to utilize those chug splashes to his full effectiveness until they're together and boxed up. And every second they spend shielding it up means they aren't shooting, as we see users go down on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. Things are continuing to spice up here for, of course, Swirl and the Oxy. It's not looking too hot here. They are down 200 damage below this surge. There's plenty of targets nearby, though, right? We have Jake here inside the box. Fresh edit comes out. This is exactly what they're looking for, but no time to capitalize. Those shots were a miss. And you can see these bolts of lightning are coming down. They're out of heals. They're out of time. It's up to Aoxy now as his teammate's going to fall here. Booga finds one in the feed. That's huge, but the time is ticking, and Aoxy gets tagged. Swirl gets tagged as well, and down they go. Those elims fall into the hands of Cash and Jate there. For Peterbot and Byla, it seems like they've managed to weather the storm quite literally here. They find themselves above this surge, sitting on tons of loot. That's the, of course, refresher now from those 2 elims that really just barreled into their box, right, looking for their Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, and that's what, if you are above Storm Surge in that first circumstance, particularly when there's so many players who really need to press, you can kind of put yourself in a position to take advantage of the fact that your opponents are going to be taking constant damage. We saw it with Jathan Cass basically getting a couple rifle shots and then just running away, knowing that their opponents were actively getting ticked. They'd run from the outside of zone, and as long as they're able to stall it out, hey, it turned into 6 free points for them. Now, Monster, we're also closing in on that first placement threshold, so everybody will get a point here once one more duo does fall, and we currently have a duo who's still getting hit by Storm Surge as we jumped back above. But just as I talk about that, Carried ends up getting the confirmation onto Muzz, and he goes down outside the top 35.
What a huge elimination there, and another falls just nearby as well to the hands of the Storm Surge. Man, you know, I was just going to bring up, that was a very long Storm Surge fight right there. It took it all the way past the next warning zone and then into that moving zone well into about a minute or so. That's a very, very long and taxing Storm Surge right there. That's going to truly dig into the lobby. Remember, that number starts to trade back and forth, really pinging between multiple teams. So, you know, it's only a matter of time. We'll find out who is really affected this time around. But for Iamzo and Degen, it seems like they've managed to maintain their position in this lobby so far. And honestly, with the amount of heals they've had, you can tell that they didn't have too much of a problem that time around. Bucky and Cam have themselves a nice wide fortified base here, but they are on the outer edge. It doesn't look like they're going to pull this zone. And talk about an interesting zone. It's all the way up here north. It's going way deep into the Sleepy Sound.
I was just about to say, I don't think we've seen a zone quite like this. The one other time we came out north, we were a little bit farther east and much more over these vertical mountain parts. This zone is so interesting because the moving zones here, well, there's a ton of verticality around the outside. The players who have the advantage right now are the ones who are already boxed up in the center of Sleepy. The thing is, that doesn't really exist at this point, right? There's 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 duos who put themselves in there. Everyone else was banking on it pulling back in towards the interior. These moving zones are going to be utter chaos because 1, there's a ton of stuff to be reformed here, but 2, the sight lines are going to be so chaotic. Just look at these slight little changes in elevation. The grid space here is very awkward if you're not used to playing late game zones in this area.
I agree with you. It's a very awkward game. I mean, I've seen a lot of Fortnite cast over even for the.
You can see Spade actually going down in the feed there. Right now we have a 3-box with Clicks, Iamzo, and Booga. Booga in the bottom right-hand corner. Clicks and Day in your top, and then the bottom left-hand. We got Iamzo and Degen. Everybody looking good on space right now, but the next Storm Surge warning is about to pop as soon as this 4th zone closes. So we'll see who's able to get a little bit of real estate, and we can expect a decent amount of action to be occurring on the southeast side. As we're going to take a peek at Degen finding some fantastic shots there. With that burst rifle, going to be able to sneak through as Threats is going to get the confirmation onto Cam. So Cam and Bucky not repeating the Qualifier 1 take from last season. As Ellis and Jock, the G2 player, looking for a little bit of space, they found it on the southwest side of the map. No one really remotely near them. Clicks and Day also have a ton of real estate on the northern part, but their issue isn't space. Their issue is numbers and time, as you see on the right-hand side. 32 damage below. Keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, the number we're going to be looking for is 50. So right now, 7 different duos are going to be put under pressure from that 25 damage every 5 seconds. 2 of them are on your screen right now with the Roller and N-Pen on the right. As we switch back on over, Clicks and Day, they're getting into it wall to wall, and I can see why Clicks rocking that legendary drum shotgun just got a pretty significant buff when it comes to player versus player combat. A little bit of a nerf when it comes to the actual wall pressure, so it's not quite as effective when you're actually the one doing the pressure, but in duos you can see how Day is the one trying to clear space as Clicks is the one trying to find the shots, but they need to start going because that damage is going to start ticking. They're going to be forced to go in their chug splashes as we keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as well. Chimp ends up getting confirmed, and my prediction is down just outside of that second round of placement points. We've had our next Grace placement point end up going through. That's why you see the +2 next to Clicks' name on the left-hand side. As Threats picks up yet another knock, and Paper is going to get the confirmation of the jamming. Take a look over at D-Roller and M-Pen, who are just 5 below Surge. As Clicks and Day are just barely able to get themselves above, thanks to the AR shots coming out from Clicks. Now you can see Chug Splash is going through, making sure they're topped off. 49 players left. They're going to get a little bit more room here, as we're also going to close in on those cascading placement points. Now look at where the moving zone pulled. We're going straight due north. So everyone who is in that power position I talked about has to rotate into Clicks and Day right now, and it's just such a great position to be in.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this. I mean, it's looking really difficult right now. Players are starting to house up on this northern side. It's looking very congested. But hey, at least we can think that there is some land in play here. This could have easily landed on top of the water. So let's take a look for Degen and Iamzo. They're putting this pressure on. It's Shadow's going to fall inside the box. And of course, they're going to be able to finish that elimination there. Big pickup here for Degen and Iamzo. And it just seems like they continue to find loot after loot when they need it most. And this is where, you know, most importantly, Sundown, the points, they're going to start adding up.
Yeah, the points now with that elimination coming through, or no, it's another duo going through because they got a knock there. So OMG Me Too still on his feet somewhere, but we're into the cascading placement points now. So each duo that drops is +1 additional point until we're into the top 3. Then it's +2, +2, and an additional +3 for that victory royale. So those points are going to go up, and oh boy, we're going straight up a hill. Old Man Mountain is calling early. The first full moving zone is going up to one of the higher points in this area of the map, and I mean, we're going to be forced to burn a lot of utility. Expect to hear a bunch of launch pads be put out on this rotation.
But for DJ and Yamza, I mean, they have a launch pad, right? They definitely have one. Booga and Miro, they have two. I mean, that's even better. You get to use one to cut all the way across the field now, and then another to get up and over this elevation. Let's see it here, though. Booga makes sure the sky is clear. It does look like it. They're one of the last teams on the backside of the zone. Here comes the wave of launch pads. A lot, of course, of recycling happening here as players start flying across, but they're touching down. They're looking good. The surge is active. If you're Clix and Day, you need to get inside a box, and you need to do it ASAP, but Day needs to heal first before he can actually think about taking a fight. For Clix, though, he wastes no time. He finds someone there. It's a down body. It's perfect for him, too, and that's a full finish onto Nani.
Yeah, that was his knock too, which is monstrous. The points coming through. You can see Clix starting to go to work. We talked about that drum shock and the headshots doing so much additional damage, and these players don't tend to miss when given the opportunity. Clix finding great room and giving his team an opportunity to breathe, which is what you need in these end games.
Yeah, for sure. Slacks, though, by himself, playing as a solo right now. Player up above him. It's, of course, Clix and Day there. That's not a fight you want to take. Clix and Day edging their way onto high ground. They might actually be playing for the top position here, but Kanata doesn't want to give it up for free. He's also based up way up top here. He's going to take a peek outside as he realizes he's free. No, instead he gives it up. This is starting to change elevation here. Everyone gives it up. DGen and the Yams are going to be the team that ends up cranking up to the side here, and it's theirs. That is what we talk about. That's that loot and that material count threshold that we saw was so heavily favoring into their inventory, right? And remember, they're coming off the hot streak of yesterday's multi-victory royale streak as well in the previous qualifying round. So, I mean, talk about a team that's on fire right now. They might just line up their first win today.
Yeah, fantastic positioning there to be able to ramp up on the front side of the zone, but it will take them out of the relevant action for now. They'll just be raining shots down, so the eliminations will be picked up in the lower part. Bilo picking up one, Dubs picking up one, Mega picking up one as well, looking for a little bit of room as NPen and D-Roller will also get full confirmed. But look at the slight change on elevation. There is no ultimate low in play because if you drop down, the mountain is right there. So DGen and Iyamzo are just going to continue to run it down. Lars in the bottom right-hand corner, he gets cleaned up just outside the top 10. We're going to hop on board. Kanado tries to hop into a little bit of space, but instead, the straight line jump gets him ripped apart. Just 2 shield and 87 HP to his name.
I see Miro find Rise in the feed, but Threats claps back and takes him out there too. Booga is left by himself, edging his way around the outside. Threats manages to pick up 9 eliminations. This is so massive. Talk about a... And of course, it does not stop here. He is still in the fight as he has the Chuck Splash. He's working his way up to the 5. You're nicely done.
What a shot on the Mega there, but somebody get Pep on the line. Might as well sub in Threats because Man City could use everyone right now, and he's putting on a show. A clinic, one might say, as he also has the med miss, finding some space on the backside of the zone. He has plenty of builds, so Oh Man Mountain isn't going to end up being a problem here, and he finally gets a little bit of space towards the side. You can see 15 HP, still has the med miss, finds a little bit of room with 107 builds into the top 6. Clix and Day find another one. That's Marzo W going down. Peterbot also going down. Day finding yet another one. So NRG fans, rise and rise you will as Bila tries to find his way through the catacombs of the player-built buildings there. Looks like he's going to go down in just a second. We should have a 2v1v2 here to close out the game. No, Bila just hitting the med miss, finding some room, and then he gets caught out. So 2v1v2. Iyamzo and DGen up on the high ground. Threats, the one-man army, the 10 elims himself, drops down, and that's into Clix and Day. He's trying to take the 1v2. Still has plenty of builds, isolates the 113 HP, but gets taken down.
Huge elimination right there. Taking the Iyamzo now.
Trying to be able to find it. They have plenty of resources. Going to top off with the Chug Splash, and they're looking for the 2v2. Day tries to find some room, but immediately gets blocked off. What great defensive building from DGen. Still looking for room here. Day trying to find an angle over on the side. 5 elims combined between the two of them. 3 on this side. You can see the additional +1 from Iyamzo. So 5 versus 4. The victory royale here will make a monstrous difference for whoever is able to run it through. And Day ends up trying to get hip to hip. They're trying to find some space, trying to knock the tree, but out of builds they are, and the high ground could end up being it. DGen going to be forced to drop down, putting the spray in. Only one build, needs to try and parkour his way down, but they're going to close it out. And game number 1 here in Qualifier 1 of Chapter 3, Season 2 goes to DGen and Iyamzo, but Clix and Day putting on a show as well as Threats.
What a game indeed. We got to see Iamzo and DJ, of course, walk home with that victory royale up against the one and only Day and Clicks there. Big game for both duos, but DJ and Iamzo, the confidence is on top.
Yeah, I mean, 4 victory royales in round number 3 yesterday. It looked like it translated over, and they had no problem putting on the makeup and the shoes over at Command Cavern, and they walked away completely fine, Monster.
Yeah, we saw such a great performance out of them there. What a big game, and again, contested at their drop spot. That is, of course, an uphill battle in its own, but of course, we have the desk as well, who is waiting in the wings to go ahead and break down the scoring here for us, and give us some highlights, guys.
Thank you so much, boys. What a start to proceedings there. I mean, we have to take into account the teams we mentioned in the pre-show did manage to get into the end game, but Threats there coming through with the insane double eliminations off the bat there, Vivid. Incredible stuff from the get-go.
Man, Threats showing up and showing out amazing, but not to take any credit away from DJ and Iamzo. And listen, me and SVG, man, we got the biggest smiles on our face right now. His pick getting first, mine getting second. Let's go.
Oh man,
enjoy this SPG.
Hey, they did exactly what we expected them to do. Take height in game 1. They typically play really well off the start, and I want to see them continue this because oftentimes we've seen them do well in the first game or 2 and then struggle to continue that strength. But we've seen in round 3, they're just winning games. They know what's going on right now, and we're going to continue to see them play. Beautiful high ground take to take height on the front side of zone, and it's been so nice to watch these guys all season, and I'm hoping it continues here.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing about DJ and Iamzo as well is they've managed to, you know, we said yesterday, amazing round 3. They've come into round 4, still feeling hot, feeling good, straight in the. I mean, this is a great start for these guys. Obviously, last season, it was brand new. It was duos. We had trios for a very long period of time. Now we have duos, and of course, there's some teething stuff at the very beginning, with the first FNCS. But now this is like a chance. Now they've had to adapt to work together. This is looking. I'm going to say it. SPG, your pick is looking pretty good right now. But as you mentioned, Vivid, yours are too.
Yeah, and we love to see, you know, SPG praising them for taking that high ground, but Day and Clicks really showing me how good they are in that mid ground. I saw Clicks at one point get a refresh. He was max mats, and I was telling SPG, I was like, listen, this is it. He's going to run with it.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see these guys play this mid ground and then ultimately take low here. And this is one of the things that I think is that next step for them, understanding that they can play together, how to navigate different layers in endgame, and we know they're crazy good fraggers. They'll just clean up, but it's the understanding of the layering, the tarping, that is going to push them to the next level here.
Yeah, it really is. If you can understand, it used to be high.
Yeah, so Threats and Rise all the way up at the top there. 56 points on the back of that 10 elimination game there from Threats. So really putting his team up on the board. They're in first place nonetheless. And DJ and Iamzo, no surprise, up there as well. Second place with 50 total points. But look at this, SPG. Mega and Dubs creeping in there. You know, I was expecting Clicks and Day to be a little bit higher, but no, Mega and Dubs actually third place. 8 eliminations going to be doing it for them.
Yeah, it's a big game. And we were watching behind the scenes. I saw them get a little 3-piece, and they're playing really well right now. It might be time for the old school duo to come back and reign supreme. We see a lot of the top teams up on that leaderboard, and man, we can't talk enough about what Threats did in that end game. 10 elims by himself, putting his team into first place. It is so incredible. But we also see Crumbler and Mars OW, 2 names that I haven't seen on the leaderboard in a little bit. They had a solid game 1, even though they're not getting the elims. They made it through, navigated that end game, and hopefully they found the right formula here, Vivid.
Yeah, it's really great to see a lot of these names that we, you know, haven't seen in a long time, like Mega and Dubs. You know, we know that they're always very, very consistent, but at the top, you know, maybe not so much. So it's great to see them all the way up there. Hopefully they can continue throughout the rest of these games. But another name that we kind of see a lot, but haven't seen in a while, is Jack and Illis. So it's nice to see them in 11th place, kind of setting themselves up, you know, to be able to push themselves into that top 5. Not a bad game. 22 points is definitely a safe number to be at. But a trio that's actually sticking out for me on this page is Bucky and Cam. We saw them dominate off spawn, but they only got 1 placement point. So if they can kind of figure out their mid-game rotation, I think that they do have the edge over at the Daily Bugle. So I think they do very, very well out of that. But the rotation is clearly a little bit troublesome for them.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And you mentioned that Bucky and Cam, that could be a good off-spawn fight for them while we were just sitting watching them. If they can continue to win that, now they just got to figure out the next half of the game. It gets really difficult to navigate these mid-games, especially when they're as stacked as they are here on NA East.
Absolutely. Right, game 2 is right around the corner. It's back to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And with 1 game down, we have 5 more to go, Monster. And so far, the tail of the tape seems to be the eliminations.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, the stage has really been set for us, right? Big eliminations, big games, and most importantly, it's coming from the vets, the players that you really expect to punch that huge ticket in and go straight to finals.
Well, it seems like, and we talked about it on kind of the intro show, how there's a little bit more room for the experienced players. There's a lot of the big name duos who, in the practice in the second round, the Cash Cups, they aren't there. They aren't in their spots. And that means the ones who are get a little bit more room to operate, a little bit more wiggle room. And you can see that translating to these high elimination plays and them being able to pick up on these opportunities.
Not only that, our picks are pretty spot on, but it does sound like that battle bus is ready. So let's go ahead and gear on up to jump into game number 2.
Two of 6. Closing in on a third of the way through. Hopefully a refresher if you're on the bottom half of the ladder. If you're on the top half of the ladder, you're looking to just keep the ball rolling. And right now, top right-hand corner, we got PSG TNA Muzz. But in the bottom right-hand corner, we got our match 1 winners. 50 points on the board, but still not quite enough to contest with Threats' 10 eliminations. It's Djinn, Iamzo, heading up the top of Command Cabin.
Crazy to think that a team like Threats and Rise pick up a full 10-piece and just break away with the lead there. It is definitely impressive, but not to shy away from an 8 elimination victory royale here from Muzz and Avery, though. Pressure is on. Huge tags come in, and they're sent running right now very early. It's Sprite. Sprite checks on in. Muzz has got that right camera peek, but this is not the greatest close-quarter weapon.
Yeah, so I don't know if I missed that right off of the start. I think he might have clipped something and gone down to fall damage because I didn't see him actually get knocked in the feed. I was trying to keep an eye on that top left-hand corner, but I think there might have been a little bit of shenanigans happening earlier on there to Avery. Would love to get a look back at that at some point off of the start. Saw something out of the corner of my eye, but we'll see what else happened. I mean, we talked about a Command Cavern. Might as well just cue the circus music because we got a lot of people nearby. I mean, just look at the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, we knew it was going to continue to be contested here. We knew it was going to be a difficult drop spot for anyone to play. But on over to another spot that's not looking too high. It's the Chewy team here. Of course, Chewy Pog sitting on top right now of the 2 teams down low, while his teammate is farming off in the distance. Now, he's the only player with shield currently, so he kind of does have to be that tank of the squad, if you will. He's going to have to be the guy who's on the front line here to take that initial battle. Should they get tagged first, it's not going to be looking too hot, but they're looking for any angle possible right now.
Yeah, trying to get the first drop on him. He does know he has a shotgun, but he's doing a whole lot of jumping and moving around for the person who's doing the ambushing. Like, Xenophobia is gonna know the players here, but it doesn't matter if you get back-to-back tags like that. 43 and 43, that's 86. I can do math and completely breaks the shield. So you talked about kind of that cumulative HP advantage, and Xenophobia is having to go straight into the utility, and he's gonna top back off. So to me, they should be happy with that. Honestly, this mansion isn't a spot where you really want to contest. If you can get 83 damage right away and get out before your opponent can lock you down, like, that's better than a worst case scenario. Now you're in a really bad spot because that damage has come through, and if they want to chase, they can make a problem out of it.
Yeah, it's like going hot for iron right there. We got for shield for currently hit with a headshot as well. It was one clean first round off the Chewy Pug there. Now here, see that blue build up on the other side. It seems like the same issue for them.
Yeah, and right now hopping in, you can see Rhythm and Milk's 2 elims on the board already, so they were able to pick that up. But you can see Jamper already trying to get out of dodge as we're going to get a replay of what went down here. You can see Milk able to section him off, and a nice little piece control there. Drum Shotgun comes out, and he puts it to work. Drizzle and Carry just get sat down almost immediately. That was fantastic there, and really good aim coming out from that Drum Shotgun of Flu Milks. Now looking for a little bit of room. Going to check the western side of the map. One of my favorite areas of the map. There's actually a surprising amount of loot in that area, particularly if you want to take the time to fish, but it gets a little bit more difficult in games quite like this when you have to deal with the Storm Surge. However, picking up those early elims means you get a little bit more options and the ability to kind of adapt your gameplay. So we're going to swing on over. Currently in 4th place, second finisher in that game number 1 match. NRG duo, Clicks and Day, looking for a little room over in the Joneses, and our current leaders basically in the backpack of Man City Threats on his 10 eliminations. We got Threats in Rise. They got plenty of space over in Rocky Wheels, just trying to hang out, get a little bit of loot, make sure they top off on as many materials as possible, hit up the coolers, min-max that out a little bit, and you can see them also making sure they store the floppers there. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of time here, and actually, right as I say that, Suscript going to go wall to wall. That's Inquis and Aimred on the other side of it, and they're going to actually slam down a shield keg here in the 1v2 situation. And if I'm Suscript, I don't really want to try and take a drawn-out engagement against that, but might not have a lot of opportunity. You can see there's yet another team trying to move in. He's actually heading straight towards them. Jock and Ellis, they're just lurking in the bush, playing some bush wookies, and they're going to be able to jump right on top of this.
It's looking good right now for Jack and Illis as they're initiating this fight. On in they go. This player has no shield. They're going to swing around the sides here. But of course, break it open, right? Give themselves a little bit more space. There's a solo player in front of them. It should be easy pickings here, but Suscript putting up a fantastic fight here as he starts to tag back. He swings around the side there before getting fully taken out. And just like that, they get to, honestly, capitalize on the find here. For Young and Team Moon, Aim Red there, you see they manage to just back up. They don't want to risk this game here. There seems like there's another team that does want to. It's Aoxy and Swirl.
As you can see now, too, everyone needing to head over towards this north and eastern part of the map. So we're going a little bit north again, but pulling pretty far to the east, with Day and Clicks being very firmly inside the zone, which for them, Monster, every time I've auto-reviewed, this seems to be the times when they have the toughest job with Storm Surge, when nobody is being forced to rotate past them, they can't kind of take advantage of it, and they have to go looking for tags. Puts them in kind of an awkward position in some circumstances. So we currently have Degen and Niamso now rotating way over from the western side of the map, so they got to hike as well.
I agree with you. Definitely have a ways to go here, but the zone is pretty close, and you know, again, this is a team that's battling a crazy fight at their top spot, but I like the way they were playing it, right? If you were curious as to whether or not we're taking a lot of risks or not, sit up top, they take advantage of the positions.
Right now you can see Tahi and Paper, the 33 duo, trying to find a little bit of room, a little bit of space here. Sleepy Sounds just outside to the eastern part here. Hide and seek over on the other side. Nets looking to try and take advantage of it, but Paper doing a good job making sure he's owning those very awkward walls over on the side. You don't want to get caught trying to throw up a wall there, being unable to. See the other side of this fight in the bottom right-hand corner, but Paper going to about face on the other team who's trying to get some tags on him, saying, hey, leave us alone. This is our fight. And you can tell they kind of want it. You can tell they're looking to get a little bit aggressive. You can tell there's some points available here, and right as I say that, Paper gets backed down immediately. Disengaging, looking for a little bit of room. As you can see, the shots are just obnoxious enough. They do have a shield keg. They're willing to burn one of them. Paper's going to want to make sure he's actually getting the tags from them. And they're doing a good job of trading the tags out, but because they're central to so many different teams and there's so many different sight lines, eventually they're going to get chipped away. Fortunately, they do have plenty of excess shields that can go over the top here, but right now it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough. As you can see, everyone has pretty much a view on them in some way, shape, or form. With Clicks and Day trying to execute a little Nick Merckx high ground take here on this team, Monster.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they're just looking up to try to get this ambush going right here. It will just come down to a matter of timing, though, right? They can go ahead and slip on in. That'd be huge, but Dave's by himself. He doesn't have the backup, not just yet. He's gonna go in anyways. This is it. He's committing to it. He gets up on top, and what a madman to start this fight off as a solo here.
I mean, this is pretty much how Clix and Day usually fight. They let Day run up, and if Clix isn't there close enough, it's basically Clix's fault in that regard, because Day, he gets a little bit of a leash, but sometimes when he smells the opportunity to go, he is going, and he's picked up some points, but it's also gotten him in trouble occasionally.
Yeah, definitely has in the past here. For a team that's sitting on 6 points right now, 2 eliminations, this is pretty good for them, but they're deep inside the storm right now, trying to play for some deep tags. Now, if they start a fight with a team that's on the edge there, that could also backfire, so that's a big decision you have to make for Peterbot and Byla. Big fight for them here as well. So much time on the clock to really finesse this battle, but it's against veterans. It's Mars, it's Crumbler, teams that have, again, been contested since the dawn of time. We're talking way back to the Stealthy Stronghold.
Yeah, Mars is no stranger to taking fights at every stage in the game. One of the OG arena grinders, and Crumbler on the opposite side. These two have played together forever. Where on the flip side of that, Peterbot has pretty much flipped duos, flipped trios nearly every single season. Somebody who's known as just a fantastic solo player, but struggling to find consistency when it comes to teamwork aspect. Could Byla end up being that missing piece? So far, sitting in 3rd place, it's looking pretty good.
Peterbot sitting on the box right now. Again, deciding, hey, do we take this fight? Do we jump in? Where's the angle? Where's the opener? This team sitting very passively down below. Again, controlling some of the pieces here. Nicely done there. Trying to play this real textbook. Very slow. I like the edit hold right now. You have a lot of visual awareness there, but nothing comes of it. Finds a great angle onto Crumbler and no hesitation to find that shot there as well. These are wood builds. This is a perfect opener here and a weak wall, but no, doesn't want to fully commit, and it's just mind games. It's back and forth here. Peterbot, though, he's such a good player in the distance. A team sneaks on in. Those are some great tags for them here. It's going to break up the pace right now, so I don't see this fight progressing any further for now.
He's such a good individual player, but you see there how the initial shot on the Crumbler, I think he barely got a 30 tag. You can tell he's like, oh, I can still press my advantage. But just a little, not quite having the experience and the discipline there when it comes to the team game mode, knowing that, hey, if you're putting shots out there and you're pressing, somebody's going to be looking the distance. So when he did get cracked and backed up in that circumstance, it didn't fully box himself up in that regard. So a little bit tough in that regard. As now we're going to swing over to a replay here. Chewy sliding right on in the box, getting in onto the Flu duo. That was gross. Oh my God, Chewy.
Man, talk about, you know, playing to the game's mechanics and the state of the season right there. Nicely done. He's going to just edge his way right on in there. And they make that fight very quick. They end it so quickly. I mean, that's the ideal version of taking a battle right there, but now we see why Byla and Peterbot have been fighting, why they have really been pressing the issue here. Sundown, they need surge tags, and they need them now.
Yeah, they gotta go 13 below. You can see just a minute left on the timer, but with nobody else near them, what are you gonna do? Rotate to center zone and hope to trade? No, you take this fight, and you're going to dog it down. But on the opposite side of this, Mars and Crumble, Mars is smart enough to know it's like, hey, are they just flying at us unnecessarily? They're probably underneath surge. Immediately, that means, hey, defense on, hip to hip, make sure we're looking at the same wall. And Peterbot is putting on a fantastic display of how to kind of micro-utilize the sprinting to just move around these box fights a little bit more efficient, but it's not generating into anything, Monster, and time is ticking.
What they are doing well, though, is pushing this team back little by little, finding tags without getting hit back very much, and this might be it. This might be the opener he's been waiting for. Byla's going in. He's not wasting any time. Here comes the setback, though. They wait. Hey, listen, these are enemy builds. We shouldn't really do this. This is top-tier play and in action right now, and I love to watch Byla and Peterbot, you know, kind of take this as a master class right now. Look at how far they've managed to push this team back into fresh builds, making them commit even more, and now they have the advantage, and they have this storm line in front of them as well. These are great tags here, but Day and Clix are also in a fight on the other side for Storm Surge as well. It's important battle after important battle right now.
Yeah, keeping an eye right on the outside of zone there, but one thing, Peterbot and Byla, they don't have to fight. They did everything they needed to do. They got their Storm Surge, and they could just get away from this team, so I don't understand why they're spending the extra time to kind of push these guys out. They could still just gatekeep it from inside the zone, which is exactly what they're going to do now. So a little bit of extra pressure now. Now on the right-hand side, you can see Clix and Day. They're able to get back above Surge, but Monster, the difference between Game 1 Surge and Game 2 Surge. Game 1, we had 90 duos up right now. Now, only, or not 90 duos, 90 players. Now, 76, so only 3 duos being hit instead of 10 by the Storm Surge.
And we've seen this, right? This is the type of pacing that normally does happen. You have these big game ones, the nerves are high, everyone takes their time, but then you reassess, you reevaluate your position in the tournament. But hold up, though. It's a mirror zone, too, in some sense of the way. It's going north again here, so a lot of the Western teams battling with that uphill kind of fight here. And this is why we see teams like Eomzo and DGen positioned up so greatly here already. Could the first 2 games, could we be seeing a repeat performance? As of right now, if I had to throw a dart, I think my odds are pretty high at hitting somewhere in the center because they are in such a key position right now.
Yeah, but right now on the right-hand side, somebody's in a key position, but on the wrong side of the wall there, you can see the Bugle, while providing fantastic sight lines. Look in the bottom right-hand corner, Monster. There's one duo these guys can kind of look at. Otherwise, they're aiming across the way and just 24 damage above. They are hoping and praying that the other duos who are below stay below right now because they are out of any of their excess shields. Now only 9 above Chimp and Spade. The reigning second-place duo from the previous FNCS has struggled so far today.
So far on the bubble here, coming out of game number 1, right in the middle of the pack of the tournament, and another surge issue is just chewing away at their HP pool here, and it seems like they are starting to run out of fuel, honestly, right? This vehicle is going to come to a screeching halt here shortly. If they can't get out and find some of these tags, they'll be stuck at the light, Sundown. They won't make it to the show.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, the light, it held yellow for just an extra second, and the cop who was hanging at the crossroads was like, yeah, you're okay, you'll get through there. But I very well-timed revive coming out there from Clix, trying to close out on the Cooper, trying to find an angle, but almost goes for the pickaxe there, a little bit greedy as Cooper's able to slip out the side, and Clix now very much so on the back foot. What extra utility do they have? We already saw that Dan got knocked down. They're on the edge of the zone. They don't have any extra white heals. That's a 2-tick zone. They need to get back on the inside there. 16 HP, 14 HP, ticking down on Clix. This is not a good position to be in.
Not at all, and if it touches, it's gonna go to 5-tick and it's all over. It doesn't matter. He gets face checked by a team there. OMG Me Too, Elite, and Aviv are the team down below there, and unfortunately, they are gonna fall just a little bit early, and that's to the hands of course, a mistimed battle there. You saw that other team just slip on in and all of a sudden put their 2 cents into it, and he gets punished for rising threats, though. They have managed to safely secure themselves a position here on the zone, and it does favor them as well as it starts to edge its way down south. Things are looking to stabilize for this team right now. And again, they're placed pretty decently coming out of game 1.
What a ridiculous zone for this game. Just appreciating the fact of where like everyone is boxed up. It's going to be so difficult. This 5th zone and where the half in, half out is going to dictate so much in this regard, particularly because of where the high ground is and just the the absurdity when it comes to Bugle and these moving zones and trying to navigate them when you use your launch pads and what other rotation you have available to you. Like this is going to be a fun one.
If you could pick a difficulty before you jumped onto the battle bus, this would be like max difficulty. We're going to put you in a Bugle end game. It's going to be very, very tough to navigate this. As you can see, it's some of the highest verticality you can ask for, but more importantly, yeah, web still around the area. There's all types of things that can play against you or play for you in these matters. For Byla and Peterbot, Surge is now starting to get active here. They are well above it pretty comfortably. They're going to be able to make their rotation free of charge for now. Of course, the biggest threats here are the teams that have already positioned themselves up on the outer edge. It doesn't seem like anyone's actually looking in their general direction, so Peterbot gets to slip all the way on in through. And honestly, they save a lot of material. For what it's worth, that could have cost so much more.
Yeah, that's a great sightline and angle from them. And because of the first one, you generally expect other teams to try and trickle in, but they're going to be able to about face and pretty much cut off that rotation. So you can see everyone kind of packing in towards the outside of this circle, because the next zone will be that half in, half out, so it will no longer be concentric to the previous circle. It will intersect it. And honestly, if I was a betting man, Monster, I'd put it on the eastern side of the zone. I don't think it's going to end up pulling back inside the bugle, and if that ends up being the case, everyone who is on that interior has such a tough pull here in 2 seconds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you were on Sundown's side, you were not right. It goes east here. Wait, Sundown, did you
That's
say
what I said, eastern side.
Oh man, you are 100% correct. It pulls all the way east. It's going to be even more difficult for players that are inside the Daily Bugle here. They're going to have to climb up and over the divots or funnel their way down south into a team like Threats and Rise. Acro and Xenophobia here, though. Nice usage of that armored wall that are completely shut out Bucky and Cam. They were winning the trade there, but they felt like there's a lot of pressure coming back at us. Let's go ahead and pause down for a second. But hey, they have bigger fish to fry, bigger issues to worry about now, right? It's getting over this volcano, essentially, this crater that they found themselves stuck in.
And right now you can see Zeus and Jamie trying to find some angles, some good shots coming out from Jamie. He's just going to get him 30 above, and he's also going to slam down an armored wall, saying, nope, no entry from there, no entry from there. And it looks like they're trying to get an angle here, maybe set up a low pad, but instead just going to high pad and go all the way. A little bit dangerous considering the sight lines across there, but everyone else is too busy rotating to bother spraying some shots over, as we're basically going to have a full reset on the high ground, the positioning, as everyone is forced to rotate through. But the Storm Surge will tick back over there. 1 of 2 duos being hit. Jamie does have plenty of chug splashes to be able to offset this initially, and because of the rotation, they will just barely be able to tick back above. So they'll relieve that pressure for now as they about face and start spraying shots away. Can see Booga, Miro looking for a little bit of room here, looking for a little bit of space, trying to find what they're able to do here. You can see Jamper and Dukes up on the high ground, Cam and Bucky, 4 eliminations to their name. Much better than what we had previously seen in game number 1. Don't forget Qualifier number 1. Last season, they were able to just run away with it in the first 4 games, largely on the back of Bucky's IGLing and Cam's ability to just slay absolutely everyone who came in their path. And oh my good golly gosh, we are going right back over to where we just were. This full move is one of the hardest because everyone has already invested their pads, and we're going up and over, and it sounds like I got another guest with me. Hello, can you hear me?
How's it going, Sundown? Shio Wager here, ready to go and see exactly how this zone acts with. And you're talking about it, right? It's so tough to maneuver already, and by the state of this game, everyone's already used half their mass to get to this spot. They've got a quarter of the tank left to keep going.
And keep going, they have to, because they're going all the way up over the hill through the river, and it's not to grandmother's house, it's the 6th zone, and hopefully the FNCS finals. A ticket is what awaits them, and if you're able to chain together 2 good games like we've seen previously, you're in a pretty good spot. As Crumble is able to pick up Jathan in the feed, Acro ends up getting Viola. DJ now has a great angle taking over on the side, but is going to need to cut in shortly. As Canada and Agers up on the high ground, Miro takes to the sky yet again, looking for some more space, and only 25 above the surge. Make that 19 below Shio, and it turns on.
Too many lures active for too many different duels right now, and right now Boo's gonna be rolling in at the same time with his teammate. It's gonna be tough to see exactly what they can do from their spot because the ground is also falling. D-Roll is the one all the way down low. Meanwhile, though, Sundown, no one up top is stopping Kanata and Agers on having this height.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to rain shots down. Everybody too busy worrying about rotations, as we're going to pull south and west. So out from where everybody else rotated, there should be a little bit of space and some old builds to be recycled as we hop back on board. Our match 1 winners here, DJ and Ianzo, 4 victory royales yesterday in round number 3. Can they keep it rolling?
That's exactly what they'll try to do right now. Rise and Threats. The captain's position, still looking to see what they can find, completely out of options and out of time between every single lure possible. Threats kind of denied as all the Rise try to just pick this one up from the ground.
threats. You put 10 eliminations down by yourself last game. Rise, it's your turn to step up to the plate. What can you do? Where will the solo clutch be? And will you be able to ride it out? Top 15 duos remaining. Been in the cascading placement points for a while. Every duo that goes down is +1. And the Yamzo and Degen trying to find some more here. They'll get the knock onto one. Great confirmation coming through. Yamzo looking for a much needed refresh. He'll only get the 15 base mats from it, and then he'll be able to about face. He gets hip to hip, but you can see Canada and Agers almost completely out of match, Shio, and we're still pulling away. They'll have to abandon high ground.
We need to do something for one of these low ground teams if we get a refresh completely in there, but Bugha Company already down here doing as much damage as possible. This is just crazy in terms of just dominating that mid ground layer. A complete refresh of mats as well for Bugha. Gonna cost them a little bit. A lot of HP for the total team as well. Topper in this low ground there, but look at this. Oh no, complete edit open and Bugha's down.
Bugha gets blasted. Coney owner right around the corner. He takes the right-hand roller, goes down the right side, but him and Npan, another good placement game as Miro gets picked up. That's 9th place. Agers and Kanata still looking to hold on to that high ground, but absolutely no builds. They're just walking alongside the second Tarpon. I think they were able to realize that. It gets ripped away. He's trying to find the shots, but instead just throws down some chug splashes. Might have caught a teammate there, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get hip to hip. Gets edited down and cleans out Bank. That's a much needed elim as Mars finds one of his own. He's up to 3 by himself and pushes into the top 4.
Duke is the one kind of in the middle of everything, watching just the world collapse around him, somehow still surviving with just a sliver of HP. Finally, he goes down. Up to Mars now to maybe do that solo dream, make it possible, but it's a duo below and a duo above that he has to deal with. Kanada's got all his mats back as well, all the options available for this spectacular individual to just beam down and never miss a single spray. Owner goes away. Coney's gone, and with another shot, that's death down 2. Kanata makes it look too easy.
Kanata, Agers just riding out the high ground, barely ever shot at, and even then when they didn't have mats, they said no problem, we'll just walk on the opponents. He gets edited down, and he finds a much needed refresh, and then really good awareness over here on the side, just making sure he's spraying down, putting the pressure for his teammate, and look at the tracking, Shio.
It's almost perfect. This is the pressure that they had. It was almost permanent pressure from the start of that 5th zone all the way to the end of the game. It's just unstoppable. Like, how do you deal with that as any player in the lobby?
I mean, being able to grab the high ground there in those moving zones, I mean, basically whoever claimed it first, it was yours. Nobody had the ability to both rotate and fight off heights. So good timing by them and good execution to close it out.
Absolutely. We'll see exactly what the desk has to say about that one because it should shake the standings up towards the top 10.
Yo, what's going on? NAEast, it's your boy, Zegmas Prime. I know I've returned, but don't worry. Adam will be back in just a little while. For now, my goodness. Kanata and Agers. I feel like now that I'm jumping back into NAEast, Vivid, it's almost just like, oh yeah, those guys are really good. Of course they're going to win the game, right?
Of course they are, Zeke. And yes, of course, Zeke, welcome back. Of course, you know, it's great to see you. And it's great to see Kanata and Agers taking the high ground there. And as Sundown mentioned, kind of towards the end here, they were practicing their 0 build mechs there at the end because they did run out of mats. But Bank kind of edited them in there, gave them that quick refresh, and they went ahead and cleaned up the rest of that game with ease.
It was a really solid game by them. We know they can play high ground, and they're going to consistently do it. Kanata picking up several elims towards the end of that game, and that should shoot them right up the leaderboard. We've only played a couple of games, so these two, I was a little worried to see how they did, especially when we thought they would be contested off spawn, but clearly Kanata Agers, you're not contesting those guys. They now have Greasy all by themselves, and they're running away.
I think the only thing I could ask more of this duo, right, guys, is maybe just like more eliminations, right? They're probably kicking themselves, thinking like, man, those 3 points per eliminations is really juicy. 5 eliminations and a victory out, super awesome, right? But now it's about making sure we can get all the points as quickly and as efficiently as possible, right? Because we want to make that top 5. We'll take a look at our standings in just a little bit to see how things are actually going here. Remember, in case you've forgotten, in case you're tuning in for the first time, welcome to the NAEast region. This is the FNCS, and at the end of 6 games, whichever duos fall in the top 5, they will automatically qualify to finals 2 or 3 weeks from now. And that's what we're fighting for right now. After that game, we got Agers, we got Kanata jumping up from 4th place, or excuse me, 4 places up now, and now in their top 3. That's okay, Vivid. That seems pretty good.
Yeah. Getting all the way up to that third place is very, very good. And you mentioned that top 5 as we see our top 5 kind of shaping up a little bit here. Just after 2 games, though, the top 3 standing out from the rest of the pack. DGen and Yamzo having another great game, putting themselves at 81 points. Threats and Rise up there at 79 points. But as you can see, they only have 12 eliminations, which means they only actually got 2 eliminations that game. So a little bit of a slowdown for them. What do you think, SBG?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slowdown, but it's only 1 game. And just so you guys are aware, you see those little numbers next to the placements. That's how much they rose or fell. So we see 13 places up for Death and Coney Owner. They just shot up the leaderboard with that massive 2nd place, a ton of elims, and we see 13 places for Qua and Tabs G down there as well. A lot of movement going on, and hey, I'm gonna just keep rolling with it. 25 there by Redux and Plague as we look at 11th place, and that's just another big game. Everyone shooting and mixing up the leaderboards right here.
A lot can change, right? You know, this is the kind of beauty of the new format, the new kind of juicy number. And I actually, like, behind the scenes in EU had this question for our analyst: is 3 points really that much crazier than 2 points? Like, it's just 1 more point. So now I was like, no, Zeke, you're dumb and 50% is good. And I was like, oh, actually, okay. And now we see it, right? The points are just off one incredible game, Vivid. You could just be like, hey, I'm not even in contention. Just kidding. Hello, top 10. It is I and my duo.
Yeah, Zing, I think that your problem here is you're quantifying them as just 1 elimination, right? But if we take Threats as 10 elimination game from that first game, right? We do 10 times 2, that's only 20 points. But then if we do 10 times 3, that's 30 points. So that's an additional 10 points with the 3 points per elimination, right? So we know that these players do get more than 1 elimination here, Zeke. So that 1 point difference does make all of the difference when it comes down to these leaderboards.
Yeah, it's a great point there, Vivian, especially as we expand it out over the 6 games. I mean, 30 points, just talking about that one game by Threats, that's the difference between, let's say, 1st and 11th right now, and that is huge. And, you know, as we continue to roll here, DGen and Yamzo looking really strong. Death and Tabney starting to move up the leaderboards. And then obviously Kanata and Agers making their mark with this last game, but they've been all over the place, and we see little DGen and Yamzo, unfortunately, not able to make that top 5 here, but a solid game by them, picking up enough elims to secure that first, at least for the time being.
I think the strong start, right? I mean, currently right around 81 points, you know, not terrible, right, Vivid? They're hanging on, and if they drop like 1 game, I think they're still fine, right? As long as they can look to make up those points in a subsequent game.
Listen, your words are very comforting to me because dropping 1 game is kind of what Clicks and Day did there. They did fall down 7 spots there. They are now hanging out at 12th place, so not ideal for my prediction, but hey, listen, I am still confident in those boys.
I think it'll work out well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, anything can still happen, right? Again, that was just game 2. Everything's fine. No one bust out pitchforks. Listen, 4 games, anything can happen and anything will happen. This is the FNCS. It's time to jump into our next game on the day. So let's kick it over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and SBG. Sorry, I had to put my pitchfork away real quick. I said that we weren't calling for him yet. 2 games down, closing in on the halfway point. And I got Shia Wager with me to call the rest of the action.
Absolutely. I've been watching so far, and I'm just seeing that it's Elam heavy towards the top 5 of a bunch of these teams. If you're making it towards the end, Sundown, you're not only surviving, you're mega thriving.
Yeah, you're making plays, and we've seen some individual solo efforts really be able to beat the difference. And as the desk noted, that +3 per eliminations, you think, oh, wow, it's only 1 additional point. What does that really mean? But you have to look at it in the context of total overall points, right? +1, when it was only 2 points before, is a 50% increase in the value when it comes to eliminations. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole basically halfway point for some of these teams. You look at these games for some of the bottom players as well. When you look at, you know, maybe thinking about the future in finals, they only get a few eliminations overall per game. So you have that extra little tidbit. You're boosting more than just miles up the board.
Yeah, and sometimes you're able to just take advantage. But who will take advantage of match number 3? We're about to find out.
Right. Match number 3 up on board. This is where sometimes the strats ends up changing. the people in the lead start to solidify their game styles, but there's always those underdogs ready to take that new crown.
Yeah, basically match number 3 is where we really start to get a good look at what the top 5 is. If you're able to put together 3 consistent games, it puts you in a circumstance where one more even solid kind of top 10, a couple elimination games, almost guarantees you a spot to the final. And that's a huge alleviation when it comes to stress, when it comes to thinking about the rest of the season, when it comes to prep. You can really just focus on, hey, what does the map looks like? We don't have to worry about the other qualifiers. We don't have to worry about the open rounds, as we've seen here in NA East, have been a little bit tricky for some duos, as we have Degen and Niamzo, our current leaders, sitting at 81 points. And man, Degen has that drop onto that balcony near perfected.
Almost pixels of a difference between him just not making it and falling, and that is basically perfect in terms of the landing. And having control up here is just so nice. At the same time, having inhuman reaction speeds can also suffice for it if you're not getting the best spot on drop. And Avery right there just shuts Sprite's dreams down.
It was Avery last time who was knocked almost immediately, this time getting the revenge, and you can see the cooldown of that 25 minutes there didn't impact him at all, and he's gonna feel real good about that, especially considering he had the big pot there, was almost trying to pop, and he's like, hey, 350 shield, thanks, Sprite.
And then just how Kanata and Aegis also end off that last game with a win. They start this one off with the same type of momentum, a big bang. They're just getting Greasy completely almost to themselves, virtually basically uncontested, because this fight just looks effortless from the side of Kanata.
And I mean, it's going to take a whole lot less effort when you roll a legendary burst pretty much off of the rip. I mean, we talk about just how good of a player Kanata really can be, but when you give him a weapon disparity, particularly like that at the start, that thing rips.
It's all about where you go from there as well, and we'll know he'll be good on Surge overall too. You're talking about the differences in, you know, points overall from 2 to 3. When you have that legendary burst in station as well, you're hitting shot after shot after shot. That adds up for your damage totals as well. Not going to be the easiest for Jack and Illis to get out of Tilted Towers. Have a few teams overall to deal with, and they're making things look really sticky. Aim Red and Inkings are here, and it's going to be such a weird fight happening all around. Somehow Illis is down. Jack's landing more than 300 damage per second, it looks like, but still isn't finding all the eliminations to go with them. He's got one. Someone else just escapes in the vehicle completely. I think the number one thing is he saved Illis for now, and he's just going to be able to pick that res up and go on his merry way.
Yeah, now the people under the stairs trying to get him back up on his feet before Slacks and Clarity come crashing down, knocking on the door, saying who's in there, but it was a little bit of an awkward fight. Honestly, really well played from Jock to just deal with everything that went on there, getting knocked up in the air from the car, hopping in real quick, the player hopping out. He hit pretty much every shot he could. He's been able to get his teammate up, and Slack says, well, nobody's getting that car, and he just drives it right on into the gap.
It's fun to see, you know, just throughout the seasons, Slacks and Jack go back and forth between different POIs, sometimes just together as well on different sides of teams. And right now, Tilted, it seems like even if you do make it off of spawn, you somehow find the duo that landed there in the mid game in those Storm Surge situations, and your destiny never really ends.
Does your destiny really ever end, Shio? Does it really ever end? Do you just, like, when you get to the final of it, and it's like, oh, you completed your destiny, then what? Do you just like kind of hang out? Your life purpose is over with?
It's like new Destiny Plus. Imagine like if you're, like you get to continue in the same pathway, so like, you know, if your Destiny ends Sundown, and they're like, they give you an option to come back as Zeke, are you taking the new Destiny Plus?
Or do I have like the option to like Prestige? Is that basically what that is? Do I just like go on to the next,
like,
just like do it again?
I mean, do I
have to be Zeke? Can I be anybody else?
You have to be Zeke. In this situation, you have to be Zeke as Prime first.
Are you sure I can't be literally anything or anyone else? Could I be like a pet rock? Is that an option? I have to be Zeke?
They're coding that still. They're coding that option still. So right now it's just
I mean, is the other option to just kind of like hang around, just like I'm max level? Yeah. I just kind of chill.
You can wait till the next patch, yeah.
You know, I might have to just hang around in that circumstance. If that's the parameters of the option, just like Iamzo and Degen right now, just kind of hang around looking for some shots on anybody who might be rotating away from Command Cavern. You know, I'd likely just hang around, as you can see Cam doing right now, bouncing around, using the webs to try and rotate through efficiently, using them much better than I do. I feel like anytime I touch those things, I just go in the opposite direction from what I want.
I was about to say, I was trying to teach someone to use those webs a little bit and grab the zip line all the way up top.
Yeah, okay.
let's just say we never made it out of the first zone, so it's a tough one, yeah.
It's like, okay, you just hit this one, then you hit this one. Oh, okay, no, I swear I did this just a couple seconds ago. Okay, so you hit this one at like this angle. No, you have to run and jump and sprint. Okay, well the zone's coming, let's just hop in the car. That's how that conversation went.
Yeah, pretty much word for word verbatim. Maybe you were listening in or I was playing with you, who knows? But yeah, that's how it really broke down. And for Clicks and Day, I think just seasons across, they find these eliminations where they just shouldn't be allowed. Like on rotation via the Sanctuary, they're picking up a body. I just never see that really happen in any region for any players.
I'm not positive that was their knock. They were able to secure an elim point going through early on there, but I think the shots came out from the side there. You do see one player over in the boat just kind of ripping away the rockets. Now those are unlimited. It's a good little bit of harass, but didn't see the other confirmation come through. But again, better start here from Clicks and Day. We've talked about them generally struggling when it comes to consistency in these lobbies. They have those really, really high points, but they tend to struggle to kind of chain them together and sometimes get a little bit caught in the mid game. They're able to clean that up though. They're one of the scariest duos in NA East, but speaking of scariest duos in NA East, Booga and Miro still just moving around, occupying tons of space right now.
You think there should be like a, I mean, it doesn't make sense in this context, but like a salary cap for teams in
what?
In duos, like the skill cap basically, but there's no like salary equivalent, right? But to balance like duos in a sense, like Booga and Miro, does it not just seem unfair for the rest of NA East?
I mean, if that was unfair, they'd win absolutely everything, right? They don't win everything. I feel like NA East and arguably EU as well, I think they have probably like 10 or so players who are kind of in that upper echelon, but it really always feels like there's a little bit of a shakeup in NA East, you know what I mean? Out of any of the regions, I would say arguably, like you look down in Brazil and whoever has Pagazine, that's where I'm just like, okay, this is like, he wins everything, 50% of the games go to him, might as well just like give him the crown right now. We haven't really seen that in NA East in Europe. Even NA West had Arkham Rex and Epic Whale for a while, but that kind of petered out towards the end, and it always seems like NA East and EU have just had a constant changing of the guards at the top.
This is actually very true. I would always equate it to like, maybe if it's not wins, this like top 3, top 5 guarantee for some of these teams. That's just still so nice to have under the belt, right? Like the comfortability of that. Obviously, they're still working hard, right? They're still putting in the hours, and it's absolutely crazy the amount of work that goes into it, but it just seems like, you know, there's guaranteed to this top 5 every single time.
But we're also not seeing that across like all the tournaments, right? Like we're not seeing one of these duos just win absolutely everything when it comes to cash cups and third-party tournaments and FNCS, right? There's always just a little bit of disparity when it's coming through, particularly in NA East and EU, where you just have so many of these players who are able to, if they have everything going for them, really press their opponents.
No, this is very true. There's always chances for an opening to rise for another player to come through. And I think that's just good for the top teams as well. It means you always have to be innovating. You always have to be putting in a different style of work. It's not just about being good, but being different enough every single time to where no one can really catch up to your level too. And right now, Chip and Spade have a chance to do that as well. A lot of these teams want to be used to being overall all the way close to top 5 have a chance this season to kind of rewrite their own history and do just that. I think with this loot pool, the amount of damage that's on the board as well, and the balancing with the shields on the other side is just in general across the map with the vehicles being taken out, there's a chance for just raw gameplay to show through. And I think we saw it earlier on in the day as well. Just the way end games are playing out now is just completely insane. And with the duels format as well, solo clutches become that much more so possible and are a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, you get a little bit more room to operate. It's a little less unfeasible when you open up into a duo that you might be able to win that fight if you play a couple things well. They do a couple things wrong and you're able to take advantage of it. It's a lot harder to do in trios when you're facing down just the one extra member. You can dedicate somebody to just perma holding a wall or slapping a pre-edit in your face when you might have the opportunity to make a play. And we've seen people take advantage of that. Hen over in Europe last season, able to basically win the FNCS on one of the more ridiculous solo clutches that we've seen. Over on the right side of your screen, you can see Lancers picking up a key elimination, much needed there, onto Susscript over in the zone. And he's going to be able to about face. It looks like he has Fusion's card as well, so he's going to be happy about that.
So might be one person needs to go right through, and yeah, that's Haji. Tracking him as well. What a perfect time to drop down on layers diagonally too. Perfect waterfalls as well to get all the way down to the ground. And it always seems like the people with the best loot are way back in the zone as well, so he's gonna have a lot of ground to cover to get back into this game.
Yeah, plenty of med miss though, as we're gonna hop on over to the first elim here from Lancers, and nice little mantle move to actually get up one extra box into the 175. He's gonna about face a 140 onto Haji, and then he puts him in the blender. That's a fantastic opportunity to work around the side. We saw the reset after the fact, but hey man, take a bow. That was great.
Clinical, and just wasn't even a pre-fire by any means. It was just well tracked, well timed, and just great. I hope we get to see that all the way to Ungame and then get that reboot rolling in as well. Mega picking up Chewy in the feed. That is one big just maelstrom of a force stopped by another one as well. I mean, Mega and Dubs, I feel like at the start of this game, or the start of the tournament, game one, apologies, they just popped off as well, son. They're looking really good. 4th overall, 7 elims. That's huge to start off the day.
Yeah, and we talked about them a little bit on the pre-show and even in the green room before the show when we were looking at the drop map, looking at where players might land. We were like, wow, Dubs and Mega got a lot of room. There was no one near them at Shifty Shafts, and well, sometimes people will talk down on Shifty Shafts and kind of the sidelines advantage and the amount of available loot there. If there's no one within like a couple of grid spaces of you, right, it doesn't really matter the quality of the drop spot because you're just able to do whatever you want, and so far they're finding the eliminations, and this is the type of Dubs and Mega I like to see play. I like to see a little bit of early and mid aggression because they do have more chemistry and just overall better skill than a lot of these other duos in the circumstances because they've been in these situations how many hundreds of times.
Absolutely, in all those situations, the hundreds of them that you're mentioning, it's always kind of also been a little bit of a comeback story for them. I think the last 3 games are always their strongest, so to have such a good one to start off the day, to have that in the roster already, and that's a 7th with 8 elims, by the way, not a 4th. 7, my apologies. It's still really good, and it's like a buff overall to what their, total standings should be at the end.
Shia, look at the bottom left-hand corner right now. I love this. So this is actually something that is fantastic. And he got a hit. He just hit someone. Oh my god, that's so good. So boxing up on top of one of these cannons in any other type of Fortnite gameplay, even just in a cash cup that's not a round 2 in the circumstance, you will never, ever, ever be able to do this effectively because people will just move away from it. You don't know where people are boxed up. Those are very slow moving. However, in this circumstance where players are boxing up with excess materials, they're showing you exactly where they are, you can start lobbing some of the shots over there. Granted, it is much more efficient to just take out your scope burst rifle and start spraying AR shots. However, it is much more hilarious when you direct somebody with one of those rockets right as they're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate for the people who are basing up. There's not much else they can really do. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, it's just complete bullying. There's this easy damage to be able to get for Surge overall as well. And it's just a nice strategy, good control to be there first before everyone else. Champion landing more shots after the fact as well, while the cannon keeps raining. Skittles on the right side is in a very different world of her users. Not going to be the last one going down. There still needs to be one player that leaves before that Surge is gone, but they're really feeling the hurt, and he's gone.
Yeah, and unfortunate for him, another player drops almost immediately after that. And while the cannon might be hilarious from Duke, it seems like Jamper is the one who's putting in almost all of their Storm Surge work. Just finding some great angles and some great tags, particularly on these players trying to rotate around the northern side of the zone. So honestly, really good positioning and teamwork out of the 2 of them.
Split base 2 from Miro and Booga. This is just to be able to get as much mats under the belt as possible. Might cost you a few tags here and there, but that's fine. But look at all the control they have, basically stopping certain rotates, being a little bit more elusive overall, and not the focus of, possible cannon fire, and at the same time, many other different random box dives as well, especially near the Surge line. I like the fact that they actually split up a little bit and stay far away, a little bit more incognito and spread apart.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know how I feel about the loadout from Clickster and him being the one in the lead, because if somebody opens up on him, he's not going to be able to really effectively return fire. So now he's kind of just stuck here looking down or looking up at the supply crate without something to shoot at, but Day luckily is able to catch up. And you see here, Flo trying to find a little bit of space here towards the side. Great piece control into the harpoon, and that was fantastic by Flo and Trap.
the fact that an elimination like that can come so fast as well, it's very tough, especially people who are desperate on the back lines. Miro and Puka, though, they don't need that many strategies when it's just, hey, beam at wall. Hopefully we get one elimination, they get two.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I wondered where they picked up their elim, because it didn't seem like they were getting bogged down in any kind of fight. Well, just throwing shots towards somebody fighting for Storm Surge, and hey, sometimes the dice comes up 7 and they're able to take that one away, as Aegis has a fantastic bead onto Spade and Chimp here, looking to make their lives a little bit difficult, but might just be scouting for info.
All right, for this zone, Aegis position, Sundown, what are you doing to get in? What is the rotation look like?
Honestly, I would have about faced and started walking right now. Like, you already know there's other duos on the outside. If they turned around, they should see the fact there's only one other duo there. And as long as they're able to go before all of the other trios who are on that western side can kind of establish themselves just on the edge of the zone, they should be fine. But ignore me, they have a whiplash, so they're gonna hop in the whip, skirt, skirt, right to the edge of the zone. No problem for them. They're gonna box that thing on up as well, because that is a very full HP whiplash for this late in the game. Like a couple weeks ago, you would have seen that all the time. I don't think we've seen that at all so far today.
Yeah, I think there was one instance of one that got fully bullied. It's so tough to get it out of Greasy in specific. I mean, with certain zones, it's so easy to, first of all, hear it. You have to have chonkers to use it, so it's a little bit high profile as well. But having it in that spot specifically with old builds on the right side, any of these low ground teams are going to be unable to park right beside that base and even bully the builds that are around the cart. They're looking really good in that makeshift garage. Meanwhile, Degen picks up Jack on the way to his next zone move.
Degen, his rifling has been fantastic so far today. I don't just want to say today because his rifling is almost always fantastic, while Iamzo is very good close range. Not saying that either is bad at the other, right? But it's just every time you tune into Degen, it seems like he just has a perfect feed, has a scope, has a line on players, and it's never just one shot, right? Like, that's the difference between players at the highest level here. Everybody can sneak a rifle shot, a first shot accuracy shot in every now and then. It's about getting the angles where you're able to sneak in multiple, particularly when you have that burst. You chain all of a sudden a body shot into a headshot or 2 headshots together, and you have a window to go, or you force utility out of the other players. But right now, Plague and Rediots, they're going to be forced to either go or use utility, as they're 61 below, and that Storm Surge is turning off.
Well, utility they really have to use. Striker Pump was in hand when Redux had a free shot over. Maybe a beam could have been a little bit better, but no other options available with that look. He'll put a little bit of damage on the board, but 51 below still. They're looking pretty nonchalant right now, still just kind of eyeing out what they need to do instead of actually moving and doing something. In 15 seconds, that relationship between Surge and them is not going to be so peaceful.
6 duos will all be pressured by Surge. 3 of them on the screen right now. Top of the page, Plague and Redux. 22 below, bottom left, Edan and Av. 35 below, they're immediately into a fight there. Edan loses almost the entirety of his HP, but Av is able to just barely get them back above. We can see in the bottom right-hand corner. Peterbot, Byla, 52 above. They do have a shield kick that they drop down and try and offset the initial bit of Surge. And Redux and Plague, off of that first dive, they're able to stay above. Same story for Boga and Miro. They're able to keep themselves just above with 109, as players are beginning to drop, but still 5 underneath the pressure.
10 total players kind of need to go down before this pressure ceases. I think for Peterbot, he's been sitting looking at that number 60 for a long time now. No one is falling. That's troublesome. Armored walls put out, so there's no chance for him to have any safe edits forward to be able to deal much damage. They're playing the full defensive. 4 people now gone down. 6 more need to leave, and that zone is starting to move soon too, so they have multiple dimensions of pressure on them. A launch pad to be able to use, but there's nothing to really stop them now. They do have a little bit of damage above. Some of those teams have gone down. Some room to work and breathe with. But let's see where they go from here.
Rise and Threats down, Shadow and Me Too down, room to operate at the top of the table. And so far, after the first 10 Elim game out of Threats, they've started to stall. First place after match number 1, but so far only really adding a couple of points onto their total here. But Iamzo and Degen looking to pull away, looking to maybe secure a top 5 here with still 3 games left to play. They could do it with a solid enough advantage. 40 above the Surge, so they need to be wary, as only 1 duo will be under pressure here. We're also closing in on our cascading placement points. 2 have been given away. In the next round start, we get to our top 25 duos, so 3 more will need to go down, as we're going to hop back on board here. Miro, Boga, looking for a little bit of room. 72 above for them. shots. Kanata picks up one, somebody else picks up another. That's Agers picking up a double on the Larson and Kawanti, and that's going to turn off Surge and Shia. We're going back to the north over to the crossroads.
This is so bad for every team. They kind of just moved in and kind of left the west and east open for themselves overall. If the zone does pull north or south, that is north right now, everyone's gonna have to move through all builds. They just have to basically jump over and on top of each other. It's gonna be a stampede. Look at the way things are basically sectioned out here. So you can't go left and right. You have to just go move through all of these builds.
Move through all the builds or straight up the middle. There is a little bit of a window there, and we're seeing now if you peek towards the bottom right-hand corner, most of those triangles are going to hit that middle gap as fast as you can, because going around the outside is going to cause a lot of damage. Redux picking up the confirmation onto accept. One more duo needs to fall, and we're into those cascading placement points. But right now, DJ and Leonso very low on mats. They're looking for a little bit of room here.
That wall on the left could be a nice box side with a harpoon. Onto Tragics. That might be the angle. Eham's patient on this shot, not really doing much damage yet, but he's going to be the one to take away 100 shield of his own HP bars. DJen also going down to the same fate. He is gone, wiped out. Ehamzo, it's all up to you now to hold on to the lead.
One build, just barely above 100 combined HP, trying to find the backside of that box. Instead, finds a little space on the grid. Just gonna take a knee right there. You know, trying to buy a little bit of time. 40 seconds on the clock. Sorry, wrong sport there. We'll use his last build and then gets chewed up, ripped apart. That's the drum shotgun from above, taking advantage, and he will go down 21st there. That was Byla who's able to pick him up and close that one out as Redux in the top right corner of your feet, trying to find some room. Plague just barely holding on with a sliver of HP. Boga goes down the bottom right-hand corner as Mira finds some room. But look who's up on the high ground yet again. Agers, Kanata, just raining shots down from above, and Shio. I feel like I read this book already.
Yeah, I think I see D-Roller on low as well with Tabne and Deshu also just moving around. It's the same thing entirely. I think this is the biggest difference. Dubs and Mega having a little bit of control down low. That will actually make things so much harder for all these low ground teams.
And you can see Day ends up picking up rhythm, but then Mega ends up getting clicks, and Mega gets the confirmation there. DeRoller then picks up dubs. It is just utter chaos on this mid-ground tarp, but through all of that, Miro was able to pick up Booga, and while he doesn't have a ton of HP, he's back up on his feet, and the solo World Cup champion is as dangerous as ever, looking for a little bit of room, but somebody who knows something about danger, that's Day. He's looking for a little bit of space. 17 builds, not a ton of white HP, doesn't want to take these storm ticks, but facing off against the metal wall, he takes two there that could end up playing a difference with only 70 effective HP. Trying to close it on top 15. He gets the line there. Will he be able to get the confirmation? He gets the knock, but it was a duo, so no extra points, and he will fall in 15th. That's Beef picking up back-to-back ones there.
And meanwhile, we watch all this low ground commotion go down. Byla's here, locking away even more pressure down. Tragics can't even move, but now he's going to be forced to actually move over top of these builds. He's going to be taken apart and needs to go for a few of these mats, possibly even, but with 500 wood, what more do you even need? There's not much even left over. This is going to cost him a lot of HP too, something that he can't really afford. Down to what, 30, 20, one tick almost? Yeah, 20 down from going for those builds, and it was just 50 that he picked up.
Kanata still raining shots from above. Jamper picks up a two-piece for himself. Is he trying to add more nuggets to that meal? Looks like he might get picked up right after that. Mega ends up going down. Nani goes down to the hands of Beef as DeRoller still up on his feet. Coney ends up taking out Beef, who I believe picked up 3 or 4 for himself, so good individual effort there as Flo tries to catch it back on up. He's popping flops over in the back of the zone, hoping to get another point, and yet, Shio, I'm telling you, man, this is just a bad remake on the high ground. Agents of Kanata not getting shot at, but no builds, and Miro alone yet again. Booga down, but he dives on in and he finds the solo. Byla gets picked up and he's into the top 5.
A spinning top that can't be stopped. Miro is just sliding into these builds and doing crazy damage. D-Roller's still just popping off, and Aegis is finally down, so Kanata might be able to get taken out, but he takes out Duke and Jamper in the matter of an instant. Now we're down to 4 teams. Miro with a humongous shot onto Kanata, and now he rules the skies. But with 11 HP, how far can he really go?
He's trying to pop the car to get the explosion, to expose somebody there, get one shot. He will have an opportunity, but he has no more builds. He has 11 HP. He could drop down onto the cone, but any damage, he's going to get shot out, and D-Roller will not miss the tags through there. The original FNCS Invitational Champion tries to clean it out, but Coney drops in and cleans the fight out at the end. Everyone was looking up, and instead, Midground just plows through, cleaning up 3, 4 eliminations, and the the victory royale.
I mean, you give them a little bit of a chance. That's the time they kind of roll in and take apart everyone around them. Coney Owner is just there at the very end of the game, ready to just look inside this box and pick people apart. It's just too much. Deja Vu started off Sundown, but a very different game at the end.
Very different, but I mean, when we talk about leaderboard implications, I feel like it might end up being roughly the same. They gained 14 places in the last game, and with that victory royale, they're going to rocket their way up into the top 5 as we close in on our back half of games.
Dude, Sundown is just so intelligent. You guys ever just think, like, I could listen to Sundown tell me about, like, paint drying, what the process looks like, and I'd be like, yeah, this guy's really smart, I could do that. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, back to this last game. That is not a diss, by the way. This is 100% serious. Sundown, so don't clap back later. Wow, Cody Owner and Death Shoe, they get themselves a victory royale, boys, and I do want to celebrate this moment for them, right, for this duel. However, I have to still think about, like, Kanata and Agers, right? Still making it in that top 3 with what we saw at the time was 6 eliminations, and as well, Booga and Miro. So it's a huge win for Coney Owner and his duo mate, but there's still so much else going on around them, Vivid.
Yeah, huge game for Death, and I love the fact that you point out, you know, even though they did get the victory royale, so many other teams just put in so much work towards that end game as well. We'd love to see Agers and Kanata up on the high ground again. It looks like they had full control, but they did run out of builds. No refreshes came through, so eventually they did have the drop down. And even when he did go for a refresh, Miro was like, no, let me just stop you right there. So a lot going on, and that game was definitely chaotic in the end game.
Super chaotic, and one of the people that took advantage of that was Miro, and we know this is how they won last FNCS. It was Booga clutching solo, it was Miro clutching solo. Hey, they're back on their same horse, they're riding it once again. He's somehow able to pick up Booga right here, like, okay, and then now he just goes on Pikachu rocking, taking down multiple players on his way and securing a ton of placement points that honestly they should not have gotten.
Yeah, I think for me, Miro has always been that player, right? It's just like he can look at a game and be like, what micro advantage can I acquire here? And what do I need to do to achieve that? And then he just like disappears into the shadows. And then he comes back and it's just like, yes, Booga is still up. Hello, we are now jumping in your box. Good luck, everybody. Like, they're just such great players. What else excited you guys about this last game? Was there anything else that stood out to you?
Definitely Peterbot and Bila coming through. I know that they put up a large number of points, and that is because another solo clutch came through. But before we get there, you know, Peterbot and Bila have already had 2 eliminations, and this is impressive in its own right. Seeing that they are 25 below right there, and then getting a quick amount of tags in to make sure that they are good for the end game. And, you know, we've talked about it a little bit, SPG, but not too much. These launch pads playing a big part in the season, them actually opting to use it there to get to that half zone.
Oh yeah, the launch pads are so key, especially as one of the big movement items. We see Peterbot go down, and then Violet's just able to take the rest of this game into his hands, just like Miro, solidifying a ton of placement points, picking up a couple elims, and putting his team in a much better position. I'm interested to see where they find themselves on the leaderboard, because now this is, I believe, their 2nd or 3rd solid game that they've had, and they're a team that we talked about at the top of the show. They're going to be fighting for one of those top spots.
I like that, SPG. Let's take a look at these standings together and see how things are going. Looking at our top 5, Peterbot jumps on in, and exactly like you're saying, I love SPG. Let's go, baby. Keeping up with them storylines. Right, because of that game, now they're looking at Degen and Iamzo, and they're saying, oh, hello. Are you guys in top 5? We'd like to knock you out of top 5, Vivid?
Yeah, not the best game from Degen and Iamzo. They are going to be dropping down with 92 total points there. But, you know, we mentioned Agers and Kanata. They were on the higher ground. Didn't actually end up getting that victory royale, but they got plenty of points to keep themselves in that first place position with 126. But following closely is Death and Tabney, 125 points. Only 1 point separates these top 2 teams. But look at this, SPG. Booga and Miro showing up. They are in 3rd.
Yeah, they were hanging out in 6th the past 2 games, and, you know, they're about a half game. Everyone's in that 90 to 70 behind Death, Agers, Kanata, and Tabney. and they're all going to be fighting for it. One team that we've seen put a couple of solid performances together is D-Roller and MPen. We mentioned them or the casters mentioned them during the last game, but that is a team that seems to be hot right now and playing very consistent. The elims aren't there like everyone else, but nonetheless, they're consistently getting themselves to the end game and putting themselves in the arena.
This is page 2. Vivid, you got Mega, you got Dubs. They're sitting in 11th place. I mean, look, because of the format, I'm not super worried, at least right now. I think with the next game, leaving only 2 left, I will be more worried. But with one big game, Vivid, any of these guys could just show up in the top 5, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we saw right there, I think it was all the way down to like the 15th position. We had 67 points, but then like in 10th, we had 71 points. So there is not a lot of points separating those duos right now. And I'd love to see Clicks and Day actually make themselves back up to that top 10 position. My prediction, of course, that first played spot looks very, very good on them.
It's that top 5 what everyone wants. It's going to be a close one as we go into the second half here, Zeke.
Ooh, SPG got me hyped up. Boy, let's get ready to jump back into more Fortnite action. We've got Monster D-Face, who's back in the house, and Sundown standing right next to him. So, gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Vivid, and SPG. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face here to close out the back half of the game. So, Monster, I know you've been keeping a close eye on things. What are your thoughts so far?
Dude, Miro is just popping off that ridiculous clutch right there in the very end. And then, of course, D-Roller popping off as well, just really getting on his own little steam train there. Was super impressive to see how he continues to take out big names. Like, D-Roller was truly the upset of that last game.
Yeah, and with just 3 games left, particularly here in match number 4, we're going to see a lot of very much leaderboard informing matches. We're going to see kind of what it takes to place in that top 5. So far, it's averaging just above 31 points, but enough from us. Let's get into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Qualifier 1, round 4, and game number 4 is here. This is the back half of the tournament. You guys watched game 1, game 2, game 3 unfold, but now, how well have the players been doing? How well can they continue to stay in the running right now? If you're a team like Kanata and Angels, you want to upkeep that momentum that they've managed to pick up. They're currently sitting at 126 points, just a single point away from the teams trailing behind them, but it hasn't been easy, right? They've been fighting for it, and after that victory they picked up in game 2, I mean, it was looking like they might have secured the game 3 win too.
And Sprite, first the weapon here on the drop, gets great tags on the Muzz, but not quite able to finish him. Trying to get the angle, slides in, but gets blocked off by the wall. So now he's going to need to regroup up with his duo. And we've seen just the madness that is Command Cavern, how quickly these fights can resolve. And Muzz is going to need to get with his duo ASAP.
What's crazy about this is you can see what placement the teams are currently in this general area of the Command Cavern for the most part. If you've been landing inside the cavern, it's been a pretty rough day for you, at least for the first 3 games, because there are players everywhere, right? They're really fighting that fight right here, and it hasn't been easy for anyone. In the feed, big names getting taken out there, though. Bucky finally does lose the Daily Bugle battle, and I saw Dubs pick up an early elimination as well, so it does seem like maybe a team might have gone in his general direction on over to the Shifty Shafts, or he picks someone up out the sky, which is also possible because of the elevation and the loot that's there. Either way, Boogie's going to find some early game tags here, and it does seem like a bit of a skirmish going down for our 3rd place team.
That's a nice little feel-good moment there. You're able to pick up a beat on an opponent, just kind of on the opposite plateau, headshot, body shot with that burst rifle, and that's going to get those Storm Surge tags ticking away. So you can see right-hand side will transition over. Current 4th place team, DGen and Iamso sitting on those 92 points. And also don't forget, when we say 4th place, we're looking kind of at the team number 4. That's where they currently sit on the leaderboard. But that number does not account for tiebreakers. So keeping that in mind, as Muzz will keep in mind his early game, as he'll get sent back to the lobby. They're going to have to clean that one up, but a brilliant job making sure they resolve that fight. That was Sprite and Nouns. We talked about Sprite putting the early damage down, but they took a little bit too long to resolve that, unfortunately, as Nounsy gets pushed back, and some huge shots from him, but not enough. But the huge shots end up basically being a nice little parting present. This is the madness, the Clown Fiesta we talked about in the cavern. Cue the circus music as just duo after duo filters in.
Yeah, for every blow given, another one of equal, if not more powerful returns right back at him, because there are so many duos here looking to continue to jump into the mess here, jump into the fight and create some noise themselves. And you can see that it has really come at the detriment of multiple duos now. The Command Cavern just really being the place of the home of eliminations, if you will. In other words, this is a place I don't think anyone should be trying to dip their toes into, right? The water's a little too cold on this side of the pond.
Yeah, like you can see the appeal. It's roughly centered. It's on the west side of the map, which shout out Kench Analytics. If you've looked at his zone breakdown, you have a higher percentage of pulling towards that side. And there is just an absolute, I mean, just metric ton. And I mean ton of resources and consumables in this area, and you can see why. Like, you can happily foster 6+ people here, but the loot pass, once you're committed to inside, it just makes it so easy for everybody to trickle into these fights, to just get chipped from different angles. You're not covering every single sidewall, and it's really difficult, on top of the fact that you're just getting scanned out constantly by somebody above.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? That information drive, that download that DJ and Yamzo will be getting from up top. I mean, if you start rotating out at that moment, it's over. You're going to get picked off. And they know when it's time to come on down, because they can just see how many players are here, how much threat is lingering nearby. When there's too much, you know what? It's not worth their time. They just get on out of here, and they actually end up being the guys holding players inside the zone. So if you're in the Command Cavern, it just never really seems like it's going to work out. Not at a surface glance, at least. So seeing a team like C3S2 the bronze, you can see he is going to decide to go ahead and rotate on out the side there and continue to get his pace on here. But for Sineto, for 7W, I mean, they've already found a little bit of success here. 3 elims better than most.
3 elims, largely just being able to trickle into that fight a little bit later, but you can see Jathan Cash just on the outside trying to get some shots in immediately onto the wall. That sees it gets taken, and they're going to back up, try and find another angle, and they're going to be able to catch it. Cash gets caught, but then Sineto returns fire. Jathan ends up going down, and they're now trying to push through. Cash is running like he just got stolen from a bank, and he's in a robber's bag. He wants nothing to do with that fight. Sineto, 7W pick up their 4th elimination here in the Cavern, and they're putting some points on the board. I mean, before this they had 9, now they're adding 12 to the tally here, 21 total. And if you're gonna get the ball rolling, here's a good way: kick it down a hill.
Yeah, what's wild about this, Cash and Jath are doing pretty okay in the tournament, right? They're in that upper bubble, almost inside the top 15 there. So that's a big elimination, a big team to take out. It just seems like 7W and Sineto have really figured this out and started connecting the dots here. But the replays roll on, the music continues to play. Take a look at some of the other perspectives of the fights going down in the Command Cavern. Cash and Jath were also finding a bit of success here. This is why they wanted to stay around. But of course, you saw, like we just broadcasted over, CH, 7W, they're doing just that as well. So it's like, you know, vehicle versus brick wall. You know, there's no tension. It's back and forth. It's a big collide there.
Right now we see some other shots being sprayed out. Fabuga does have that legendary scope burst rifle, going to be able to just right click or left trigger, whatever your button is for that, aim down sights, pull up that nice little red dot, and when you're as good and accurate as the solo World Cup champ, he's going to be able to find those shots. But somebody who knows a little bit about being accurate, and again, we talked about how generally we don't see better games from Mega and Dubs till we're in the back half of the games. Guess what, Monster? We're on game number 4. 3 elims all in the back pocket of Dubs, 79 points, and they've all of a sudden pushed themselves up from 11th to 7th in just this early game.
Huge. That's how close the standings are as well. It really gives us an idea of what those points are looking like, right? If you wanted to see what Dubs was doing, well, take a look here. It's the shotgun coming into play here. He's going to find mentality there. We're talking about how some of these newer folk, some of these newer players making it to this final stage might just be up for grabs against the vets, and that's what Dubs is really doing right now. He's finding some of the new blood out there, right? And claiming those elimination points. And think about it. As the stages develop on, as we get later into the tournament phase, right? The points change. The format right now and the way the points work out, eliminations are weighted so much more. And that's why we're seeing teams like Dubs now, 3 elims means so much. It jumped him up 4 full placement points.
I was about to say, man, is Yamzo driving that car? Because, actually, Yeah, Yamzo was driving that car because he's 14. He definitely does not have his permit. Maybe 15 now, but either way, don't want him on the road because that was a little sideways there. Make sure you do all of your driving lessons if you're out there, and if you already have your license, then be responsible and signal even if nobody's there. If you're making a turn, come on, we want everybody to get home safely. There are limited cars now on the island. You got to take good care of them. Nobody wants to be calling no sweat insurance and dealing with that. Right, as we hop back on board here. Current leaders still holding on to their spot by just the point. Kanata and Agers, plenty of space.
Yeah, haven't really earned anything, but neither has the team right behind them, right? Because otherwise they would have been overthrown. So a single elimination separating the two big wolves, the alpha dogs in the pack here. But for Agers and Kanata, they're keeping a low profile. They're really taking their time and trying to decide how they can find their Storm Surge tags. They found themselves in, I think, a very peculiar situation. They're kind of isolated. You saw there for a brief moment the drone shot revealing there wasn't really anyone nearby them. And that's something you have to weigh in when you start picking your spots. If you're not very high up in a high position to look outwards, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's going to backfire. But looking at the zone now, it is going to just edge out all the players from that are coming just out of that Chonker Speedway, and it does seem like it's going to play into a favorable position for them. Rise in threats, though, they have kind of fallen down a couple of places the last two games. They have a ways to go after dropping that first 10 elimination first game and having that first place spot. I mean, they've tasted success in the tournament so far. They're looking to recreate that magic.
I mean, they had 56 points after the first game and since then stalled out to 80. So it just really goes to show one of those really solid games, you pick up a lot of eliminations, can make such a big difference. And yes, they've had some two really rough games since then. However, because of the performance of that one game, they are still very much so in touching distance of that top 5. So they know, hey, doesn't matter what happened in game number 2, game number 3. Buckle down here, get a couple points, let's get into that top 25, and let's have a go at it. And we've seen there in plenty of times where if you don't look at the entire qualifying process in the round as your individual game, but instead you look at it as kind of the tournament management mode. And I've talked about this into oblivion, where if you're Death and Tabney or you're counted on Agers right now, you want to chill. You're taking no excess fights because you know you get into one more end game here and get in some solid points, you're basically guaranteed a top 5. You created a 30-point gap to the rest of the field. You don't need to stretch that out from here on out. You just need to hold on to it. And as I say that, actually, you see Kanata picking up a knock onto Byla in the feed. That is monster. Oh, not Byla, excuse me. Picking up a knock onto Av in the feed as we're watching Byla right now. That's huge for them.
Yeah, I was going to highlight that as well. Kanata with the knock there. We didn't see the finish, though, so it does seem like the exchange, the revive might be happening inside that box there in the distance.
But the surge.
Unfortunate for Kanata, but yes, exactly. Very fortunate that they did find the surge. Now, when this zone ends up closing, I mean, as of right now, 6 players have to go down. We've been about around this area after the last couple games, that first one being the most staggering, of course, up at the top. Let's take a look where Agers and Kanata are right now. If you bring your attention to that map right there, you see they're about a 150 damage above the surge. It's not too much, but it's not too bad right now. It could be much worse. Obviously, there's a couple teams on the map right now that are sweating.
Yeah, but Tabney, aka Coney owner, letting everybody know that he's the one who owns the cones, aka Coney Crossroads. That's Spaka and Trash. They're 198 below, so they need to get tagging 224 below. That basically means, hey, rifle shots aren't going to do it. We got to jump right in somebody's box, especially when you see that Glace is sitting on that epic drum shotgun. They're just going to try and drive right on in, but NPen is having none of that. Tries to rip that IO card to shreds. Glace immediately tries to go over the top one, but now just going to try and get an angle. 166 below isn't too ridiculous to potentially try and rifle out, but it's going to be hard.
No, but this is the way you do it. You don't wait until the final moments to go ahead and get on up. You got to go early, and that's at least what they did, so I can respect that. That's an admirable push right there. Unfortunately, they didn't find the exact tags or really get to initiate the fight the way they would have wanted, but they have put themselves in a much better position. Now, notice what's happening there. Glace is up top kind of by himself. Trashy has decided he wants to take the wall-to-wall exchange. We are watching such a good FNCS right now. High-level play, high-level mechanics in action. Literally, the best the region has to offer offer, and you're watching the players make these decisions that are honestly going to make or break their tournament run right now. This is a 5th place team on the other side of the barrel right now. This means everything, not only for them, but of course for Trashy and Glaze, who want to stay alive right now. It's the box they go. Beautiful exchanges happen. They have someone on that backside of the wall. Can Glaze actually finish the job? It's going to be the question here on the other side. Day and crew are doing just that as well, right, Sundown? There's a lot of action on your screen right now.
Yeah, and DeRoller got picked up there, and it was actually Aegis who got the confirmation. Looks like Glace was the one who got the knock, though, as they were able to get the elim over, and it got them just barely above, 23 above, but 560 above, and still fighting is Day and Clix. So it looks like they feel they have a good enough advantage to take that, but Clix takes a ton of damage. He's desperately trying to disengage. Day tries to get over to him, and he gets ripped apart. The drum shock and able to take him down. Cooper ends up getting picked up, but now Clix, which is 57 HP, and his teammate is knocked. Not confirmed yet, just knocked.
Yeah, it does look like there's a team in the distance sending in that incoming additional fire, that additional shot from the side there, and that's going to be why Clix's elimination actually gets finished there, but Day isn't fully finished because that extra pressure pushed that team off of them. And you can see they actually backed up. They didn't even secure it. This might be one of those stories that just end up piecing together so nicely for Day and Clix here. Very, very fortunate for them to be able to actually even play for the save, even entertain the fact that they can get the pickup right now. You don't see that very often. More often than not, this is done and wraps for a team that gets dropped in a fight like this.
I mean, Clix even left. Clix left. Like, he just straight up, he left and then realized Day is probably just screaming at him, be like, hey, no one's near me. Hey, revive. Hey, they left. Teammate, Clix, help. Help. But they're able to double back down. And I think it's super beneficial that it wasn't the people they were actively fighting who ended up getting the knock, right? I'm pretty sure it was the teammate on the side, but they didn't want to commit to it because it seemed like they weren't necessarily tracking who was going on, or because that team ended up getting knocked immediately, it could have ended up being them, right? And then they got cleaned up. So the other team didn't have the info because they weren't tracking. Luckily, due to all the other action going on, but now we're going to swing on over. Peterbot and Byla still just holding on right around that 4th and 5th line.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here, holding and maintaining position here. And they have, I mean, Trap and Flow in their sights. And the replay, though, take a look here as Nani and Cooper, this was that fight that we saw unfold, and how Day did get knocked there and then fully finished by the other team. So that's that limited little bit of information that was missing as to why Clix managed to survive and get away, and Day wasn't fully finished. So the story does end up piecing together, and you were spot on. Information is key in Fortnite. We all know it. Pros know it. I know when they review the VOD later on, they're going to see, oh, man, we could have gotten an extra one there. That could have been a difference. And we'll see how much that actually weighs in, right? How that factors in as the day goes on.
As Day will keep going on here, both in this game and in terms of the number of the matches playing. We are in match number 4, and some great lineup coming from Trashies there. Opens up, headshot, body shot. Duke picks up another confirmation there on to Mars. It looks like Crumble was able to just trade out a little bit of damage here, but we're moving pretty, I honestly, like, we've talked about these awkward zones, and this isn't one that would normally kind of come up on the list. You're like, oh, this is a pretty mild area, but there's so many little hills that have that just concave entrance. You're not able to really build on as you fall off of them, that when players really start to invest their builds ahead of time, they're able to just make it a nightmare to rotate through the area. But speaking of a nightmare rotation right now, Glace with a great bead on the nets, trying to deny him re-entry to the zone.
Yeah, you know what? That's a team that absolutely needed. I mean, you saw why Glace even found themselves in that position. They took their vehicle, they threw it all on the line, they barreled into the team that was in 5th place just to secure some Storm Surge tags. So these little exchanges you're seeing them pick up right now, that's how important it is to have a key position on the map, and more importantly, how much it means to a team like that that absolutely needed it. For Coney and Elite's depth, they've managed to find their way up to 2nd place just off of their raw eliminations and consistency with placement thus far, and they are still trying to do just that there. This rotation, though, stopped very short. It's going to cost them a lot of material here. Take a look as Tahi tries to skate his way around the sides there, taking advantage of the additional battle and chaos, the distraction there, if you will. The threats and Rise, though, we know what's on the line for them, right? It's kind of coming up to that glory point that there were in game number 1. This game looking a little bit better for them. Let's take a look at this highlight, though.
Click's able to find the tag we saw in the zone with the angle going through there. Click's actually being the benefactor of the player being held. So from a position where Day was knocked, they're going to get a nice little refresh there, and that's going to put them in a good spot if they're able to just kind of pinch around into this fourth zone. Don't forget, we will have our half in, half out after this. Storm Surge will also be turning on in 40 seconds. That's 25 damage every 10 seconds coming out and pressuring onto the opponent. So they're going to be able to get plenty of damage down, but with 412 above, they're not worried about it. Check the bottom left, 467 above. Check the bottom right, 186 above. So none of these duos are going to be pressured. However, 8 duos will, and that's coming in just 15 seconds.
These are some of our more important standing teams right now. You can see DJen and Niamzo still rocking that 4th place position. Now, take out your notepad here and pay attention to how the rotate's gonna have to work out. This lobby is very evenly dispersed across the map. There is not gonna be a single location that's gonna get it for free by any means. And look, tons of the lobby is gonna have to move here. Now, Niamzo and DJ have managed to save the vehicle, but not only that, it is 100% health. It is fully in the business right now for this rotate. They're not gonna have a single problem. That's honestly the most ideal position to be in. So I'm not worried about them. Who I am worried about is Peterbot. It's Byla, who are in 4th place right now. Storm Surge has already done its work. It's done its course onto them, and they are feeling the pressure of having zone land on top of them. They can't actually move to battle. They need to wait until people actually expose themselves to them.
And luckily that is happening, and Peterbot has some fantastic rifle aim. You can see them just barely right-hand peeking, just kind of jiggle peeking that corner on the left-hand side. NPen just out-healed the Storm Surge, knowing that players would have to make a tough rotate. But Monster, we talk about players having to make a tough rotate. Nobody's moved. Everybody's looking to go late, and that just means it's this awkward zone I talked about. If you go early in this zone, you're just going to be completely covered. So everybody, well, almost everybody resorting to pads on the rotation. As Agers and Kanata, they find the straightaway straight down the Autobahn. They're good right into the 5th zone, and honestly, they could box up that whip if they really wanted to, but it looks like it might have taken a little bit too much damage. Instead, they're going to leave it top right-hand corner of that wide on your left-hand side. You can see Tabney and Death take to the sky right now. They're going to get their rotation off.
Yeah, Kanata and Agers riding in style there. That rusty whiplash coming in, coming into effect. It's had its years on the field, and it ends up working out for them. Byla and Peterbot are still on the move right there. You can see them in 3rd place, now starting to slide and edge their way on up to the top here. But Agers and Kanata have managed to continue to maintain their #1 spot here. With their 2 eliminations, they're really starting to break open this gap. Where are the opponents that are on their trails? You can see that Peterbot and Byla are just up above, looking down. One of the only teams deciding to actually position up top and go for a vision play, go for a potential high ground. We saw who was it in the past. Kanata and Agers trying to play for high ground, really taking it back to the old trusty style of high ground play. But you have a team like DJen and Niamzo as well, who are no strangers to playing for these dominant positions. And it does seem like they're going to go for just that, but it can cost them. They don't have that many materials, right?
I want to see how many are in DJen's loadout before I end up agreeing with that, because Niamzo's pretty healthy in that regard. However, DJen is the one who generally will do a lot of the early building. It's down to 85 builds, so not awful, but not great. More worried about that Storm Surge number. Given their position on the map, they're going to have to take to the zone and take to the sky a little bit early. They don't have the opportunity to shoot as they're rotating. Now we're going to swing on over. Agers, Kanata, looking for a little bit of space. Good job by Kanata to make sure he held that wall. Agers didn't necessarily believe it, but it came out in time, so no damage leaking through here. The real question is, who ends up on height when all is said and done? And can NPen make it any farther right now with just 56 HP, 3 builds, and not a whole lot else?
There's no shot. 400 below the surge right now. It's not looking good for him. A team that I did see leading this rotate right there was Dubs and Mega. And in the corner of my eye, I just spotted them as well. Right below to the left-hand side of NPen. NPen looking for anyone. That's a Day knocked body there and fully finished too. So that means Clix is by himself now in this end game. Taking a look at the feed, AV's gonna fall. What can AV do? Nothing much for NPen. He gets fully finished there. Dubs and Mega are still alive right now. 3 eliminations. Haven't found anything since the last time we took a little temperature check with them, but they are back and they're in the business now. The shots are coming in on high ground. Peterbot and Byla managed to edge their way out. building all the way across. So you know they have invested so much material to maintain this position. It's really going to come down to whether or not they have enough in the tank, enough fuel to continue to push through here. I mean, we all know prices are high right now, so this could be the end for Peterbot and Byla's run on height, but we'll see as DGen and Niamzo are starting to size up the players in the area.
Clix has picked up a third elimination so far as a solo on that low ground. We see Death back in the zone, trying to hit the Medness, running around in circle, trying to wait. Tabnite ends up going down, make sure he gets the recycled builds. Now he has to take a straight line. He goes through, trying to catch off Clix, knows that's a solo, but the sprint ends up going through. Currently our second place duo still trying to occupy a little bit of space, but you can see Aegis Kanata just below him. Death picks up the Elim on the Clix. That's the full confirm and the placement point coming through. That's a nice little +4 as Tragics also gets Me Too, and we hop on board back here with Death with only 8 builds left.
He's managed to slide his way into first place by pure resilience, staying alive, finding eliminations, and now he's doing it by himself. Down to 6 builds. This is where it's make or break for a player like him, but he does have this zone favoring back up onto this little bit of elevation. Now, the lower it goes, though, the harder it's going to be for him because he does not have materials to climb back up. For a player like Booga, though, he has just a little bit to work with, and he's got a win condition, right? He can actually sit out a little bit into the storm, more so than some of the other players that we've currently touched base with, just like what Death is doing right now. Just trying to wait, bide his time as players start to fall. He's racking up points little by little. That's a solo in front of him. You saw what he did to Clix. Can he find another? That's it. He's out of material now. It's all or nothing here.
6 Elims for him so far, but Death doing what he does individually. Mega picks up another one. Iamzo gets Jock on the other side, but Illis returns the favor, and he knocks DGen, and everything is coming up Death's shoe right now. 126 and a brilliant swap. That is why you run the striker in that circumstance. A huge first shot, and he got a med miss out of it. That was brilliant, but Peterbot and Byla still working down the right-hand side. Don't forget, in the backside of the zone, you still have Booga up on his feet. Lots of solos running around, but one's going to get dropped, and that's Booga actually taking out Illis. Death trying to find a little room, but he gets taken down, not before a top 7. And this is a chaotic endgame resolving here in match number 4 as Kanata picks up another pair.
And look at Iamzo here trying to play for a little bit of high ground as well, but he's pinched between all kinds of players right now. The shots are going through the builds because he wants to escape, but he cannot. He gets shut down. Peterbot and Byla managed to find themselves a little bit of a refresher to keep them in the game. And I can't believe Agers is still alive down low. Remember, they are still up. They're in second place because the shots that have been exchanged. Here comes Kanata's perspective. Can he find a big one? It's against the Vets. Dubs and Mega. It's the best on NA East. And Kanata and Agers get shut down. Dubs and Mega find a little bit more, but Peterbot and Byla close out strong, and they snatch up the second position.
Everyone was just fish in a barrel for Peterbot and Byla, while everyone was thinking they were the big fish in the pond, the great white shark swimming around the Cape Cod beaches. Instead, it was the Rangers from above just raining down shot after shot. Look at Peterbot dropping down, and these are just gimmies. Gimme, gimme, gimme. 2 free eliminations. Gimme the victory royale, and give me a top 5 placement spot from Byla and Peterbot. They're gonna feel good about that with just 2 games remaining.
Yeah, you just got to roll out the royal carpet, right? Give the man a crown. They come out on top. They end up doing it in clean fashion as well from Zone 6, holding a high ground. And honestly, looking the Lions dead in the eye, right? Kanata and Agers are right across from them, and they managed to make that happen. So very impressive across the board.
Yeah, we're going to kick it back on over the desk because that leaderboard is going to look real interesting. Zeke, Vivid, SVG, or excuse me, Adam, Vivid, SVG. Break it down.
Thank you, Sunday. Yeah, so I've morphed back into myself, the prettier version of me, Zeke, though. Massive shout out to you for covering me the last couple of parts, buddy. Guys, everything's been happening in my absence. It's been amazing. Again, we talked about Peterbot and Byla at the beginning of the show here, and we saw yesterday eliminations left, right, and center. And Vivid, it's happened again. They've got the victory royale. They utilized the high ground and just played it with aplomb. Superb work from this duo.
Yeah, and honestly, the difference here for Peterbot and Byla versus what we've kind of seen out of the previous high ground games is that they got so many eliminations because of their position, right? We saw Agers and Kanata kind of struggle. They didn't necessarily have the builds to get those victory royales when they were on the high ground. But no, Peterbot and Byla were like, listen, we have plenty of builds. We found these refreshes, and they actually end that game with 8 eliminations. So that in its own right is impressive.
Yeah, it was perfectly played by them on the high ground. No one really even contested them. And then that last little refresh onto Iamzo trying to scoot through on that mid ground. And we see Byla able to pick him up, get that little refresh, and enough mats from that point there on out in order to win that game. It was beautifully played, and they got to be feeling good about themselves.
Yeah, DJ and Nyomza have just been, again, they're putting themselves right there. And it's 2 games to go, as Sundown MDF said as well. So they're very, very close. But you look at Canada and Aegis as well. Now, Canada we know, and Aegis to an extent, of course. But Canada, one of the top players qualifying for so many FNCSs in the past. And continues, 2 games, these guys have managed to turn things around, and they are right up there at the top of the leaderboard here. What is it that makes them so special, Vivid?
I mean, it's got to be the experience, but even more so impressive, Canada does this with so many different duos, right? Like, just the previous season, he actually got 6th with a different duo, while Aegis got 16th, and now they are teaming up here, and it's been so good, We kind of tuned in with them during that middle game, and they were just set up in such a good position. I literally told SPG, I was like, how are these guys consistently finding themselves in a good position every single game? Like, it is truly impressive.
Yeah, they're playing so well, and everything is clicking, right? We see them there on the low ground being able to take the 2nd place. We've obviously seen them on the high ground already. They're getting whatever they want and just playing through everybody. It doesn't matter. They're on a train track going straight to the finals. I would highly, highly expect them to be at the top of the leaderboard. And oh my goodness, they are not.
Oh my God, we got tied 1st and 2nd place right now with Deaths and Aegis as duos. 167 points here with Peterbot and Violet in 148 just behind there. But the top 5 or 6 now is looking very, very, very tidy here, Vivid. With Booger and I see Pikachu or Miro, they're in 5th place as well.
Yeah, and the gap is ever so increasing between the top here. Death and Tabney showing up and showing out, as well as Aegis and Kanata. There's actually a 44-point difference between that 1st and 2nd place and 5th place right now. So the top people here are really looking to secure themselves that top 5, but we still have a bunch of fighting chances in the likes of Mega and Dubs, who now have 130 points, only 10 points behind that 5th place position in Booga and Miro, SPG.
So 4 games in, look at the top of the leaderboard. Every team that has won a game is currently in our top 4. Yeah. I feel like we never see this. There's always one team that, wins one match and then falls. Everyone is playing so well at the top. It is going to be a fight for these last few games just to see who's able to grab that top 5. But like you mentioned, Vivid, there is some room. There's some gaps, especially that top 5, that 5th spot. There's room if someone falls or makes a mistake and stumbles. We see Threats and Rise right there in 11th, Jamper Dukes there in 12th. There's a lot of teams trying to make their way up the leaderboard, and just because you don't make top 5 doesn't mean it's not important where you place here. Those series points that you earn if you're outside of the top 5 are oh so important to find a way to advance the semifinals.
Yeah, we can see him in 11th position right now, actually. Threats and Rise, 11 eliminations I think Threats had in the very first game, but only 2 since. And after 3 more games, that's not that consistency you're looking for really in Qualifier 1. But on the previous page as well, obviously I picked Miro and Booga earlier today as a qualifying duo. But interestingly as well, seeing eliminations, they only had 12 eliminations after 4 games, which is not what you're used to seeing with this duo. And is it a case, Vivid, do you think, because of the way that, rotations obviously might change? Obviously they're coming out of chonkers, there's less vehicles on the map, their rotations are different. Are they now being a lot more smart with their placement positions? Because their placement points seem a lot higher than usual.
Honestly, their elims usually come from those solo clutches that they usually find just these random eliminations in the endgame where they're kind of creeping around. So I feel like, we've already seen multiple times today where these solo clutches have come into play that we see so often out of Booga and Mira. And I feel like just the eliminations aren't necessarily finding themselves for them in those scenarios. And we always know that they're usually not a duo in those endgames anyway, so they can never really fight for those eliminations. But I feel like the placement points that they find because of those consistent solo clutches is actually where a lot of their points usually come from.
Yeah, beautifully said. And they're not normally a team that just unbelievably frags out. The placement is where they make it, and that's where we're seeing them strong today.
Indeed, yeah. They qualified in the Qualifier 1 last season by 1 point, I think, in the very first one. So we'll see if it happens again. Let's head over to Sundown and MDF to set things up. A penultimate game. Now we're going into it. Let's hand over to the fellas. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SPG. 2 more games to go, and what's effectively turned into the battle of 4th and 5th will be decided in games number 5 and 6. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to close out the action here on NA East. But don't forget, we got NA West right after this.
A lot of action happening here today, and that was a ridiculous game number 4. I can't believe we're already leaning into game 5. The day is flying by, but that's what they say when you're having fun. It does sound like Battle Bus is ready to take us into the world, so let's go.
On to the island we go 2 more times, and looking at the board, the top 3, they're pretty secure. They're tucked into bed right now. All they gotta do is read the story, drink the warm glass of milk, and then we'll be seeing them in the final, or yes, straight to the finals there. The question is, who will be joining them as we keep an eye on the feed? You already see Avery lighting it up right off of the bat. Nounsy and Sprite go down.
Yeah, but after this, it's not bedtime, it's celebration for 5, because players will be punching their tickets into the finals, of course, for Bucky and Cam. I mean, what a story we've had here today, right? The Daily Bugle, a great drop spot for teams. It can definitely house up multiple players, but what we're seeing is a back and forth exchange for players that want to essentially alpha up this main drop. And Bucky and Cam, I mean, they found success, at least in game 1. Game 2, things turned around, and it just seems like it's been an equal exchange, if you will, between the teams here.
And Bucky looks to take a beat on a player there, but it almost felt like he should have had out that legendary burst rifle in that circumstance. Would have been able to chain a couple shots, trying to pick off Noxy, knowing he's already had a couple in there. Good reposition coming out from Cam to just kind of change the angle a little bit. Bucky does something I would never do, just got a little bit of vertigo there, actually. I would have just straight up missed that spider web 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, definitely. You start looking down and you think to yourself, hey man, can I really make this? But Bucky, Cam, I mean, listen, they're professional players. We'll leave the decision-making up to them inside the Fortnite world. But look at the standoff here, right? They get a couple tags. This is honestly more so an okay position to be in. You get some trades here, and do you have to finish it? Not exactly. If you can get enough loot to go ahead and rotate out, you should do just that. But it has seemed like, you know, maybe Pride, maybe Ego has decided that they wanted to stay here round after round and finish it up. For Avery and Muzz, though, Command Cavern, you can see how the action's been unfolding here. It has been quite the day at Command Cavern. Every round, you don't really know who's going to be walking away successful there, because it's been such a fast-paced game here. And look at Avery. He's got 3 elimination. Muzz doesn't have any, but they're still working with each other.
Also, we talked about kind of that drum shotgun last season being so effective in the early game. Well, you add in that plus the additional buffs it just received, and Avery going to work there and using the siphon very effectively as well, making sure he's aiming at the right opponents here. You can see them adding on a nice little 12 points to the total, 9 points to the total, so I feel good about that coming into the match with only 33, and really just looking for some confidence building. The top 5 pretty much out of range for them unless they were able to win back-to-back games with some big eliminations, which Muzz and Avery are very capable of. But don't forget, just because you don't get top 5 doesn't mean you aren't playing for anything. Plenty of series points on the line, and some teams will still be able to go through from that semifinals route, so still plenty to play for.
That is absolutely true. There is so much to play for. You want to get as many series points as possible. I mean, you're not guaranteed to make it week to week, right? So you really do have to take advantage of these moments that you get here in the FNCS finals stages as you start to make your way through week to week. For Byla and Peter Bot, they have done such an exceptional job. I mean, tying up for that top spot there is something impressive. They are just so close to the finish line. They've managed to pick up such a lead too, right? Like over like 3rd and 4th and 5th. They've really started to distance themselves from the rest of the pack. For Trapped and Flow, they're trying to catch up to those players up at the top right now. You got to be around that 100-point threshold in order to get into that conversation. But they're going against the Nut, Dubs, and Mega, players who have made every end game that we've tuned in with so far, only missing 1 out of the 5 games so far. So, I mean, we're talking about a team that's consistent right now. They're on it.
And Chop coming out from Dubs. They're trying to make a push towards the very top of this table. We talked about it, just chaining together good games, getting aggressive, working together. But Trap killed, honestly, I am very impressed. He's had the movement, not just the movement, tossing SH in front of it, because he is making people miss. He is hitting shots. He's playing this 1v2 like he's a part of the 2, and he's chasing down a 1 right now. He's got Mega and Dubs backed into a box on top of a shield keg, even with Noxy and Easy K trying to rotate out from that Bugle fight. They were the ones who were buckled down by Bucky and Cam. They're trying to get a part of this, and all of a sudden, what should have been an easy cleanup elimination for Dubs and Mega, Trapkill fights his way out of defensively fantastically, but Monster, they're still going, and so is the other team. Everyone's closing in on this. This could be a huge fight.
Yeah, players are starting to look at this fight and say, hey, how can we get a piece of this action? But one thing we know about Dubs and Mega is they will not give up. Their communication lines are very much precise. This honestly probably came down to a bit of a misplay and not necessarily connecting with the tags and the shots here. You give them this third chance, and this should be enough. You know, we're talking about hitters that don't miss, and they're up within a 5th place spot right now. So they really have been consistent today. At this point, it's a matter of time, but Trap has done an exceptional job staying alive thus far. Another beautiful tag from Trap there. Dubs should know better taking that left camera peek. It's almost textbook at this moment right now.
Him and Mega need to get hip-to-hip. If they want to keep pushing this 2v1, they need to actually go as 2, because Trapkill has shown that, hey, 1v1, he can back off any of these players. He did it to Mega at the start. He did it to Dubs again. Now they've invested 2 shield kegs into trying to clean up this single player. This is very well played from Trapkill.
It really is a lot. 2 shield kegs are so much this late into the early game. And I say late because, guys, as this zone starts to close, I mean, we're looking at a map that's going to get looted so fast. You're really going to begin running out of opportunities to find loot. And yeah, they just decide, hey, man, you know what? Hats off to him. This is a respectful disengage. They have too much on the line for Clix and Dado. They are on a much different pace, and it's the same story, though. It's a 2v2 fight instead here. They're trying to find their first elimination into the box. They go Clix with a beautiful piece control. Oh, my. He just straight boxed up Golden right there. Easily done for him. And Day looking to do the same to Aviv right now. Into his box he goes.
From a respectful disengage to a disrespectful engage, Day and Clix are just going forward, and they got it.
Different.
Chum the water, and Clix says, give me those, pick it up. I don't want to be on the outside looking in. I want to book that ticket right here, right now.
I mean, when you see how quickly things can change for players, it really does put it all into perspective for you, right? When you don't miss your tags, when you don't miss those shots, the momentum, you have a team like Clix and Day that they're playing off that momentum, and they're doing a great job here. They've really rocketed their way right back into this conversation here. They're sitting currently at 6 right now in the overall standings. I mean, we've seen Clix and Day pull up on these clutch type positions here. It's always at the end of the tournaments as well, where Day will just come online, right? Well, Clix will come online, and all of a sudden they're up there and they make their way through. Trying to make this first week qualify is a huge feat for a team like Clix and Day.
As we see what I believe is the conclusion of the circus over at the command cavern, with Cease cleaning out the vault over there. Can turn off the Benny Hill music as he's able to get that one done, and it's a nice little 180 from Tabney and Death. They're like, we don't really want to go that way. That's what we're talking about. When somebody gets a line on one of your vehicles, that is a prime example. They had no way they could go where their vehicle wasn't going to take 200 plus 300 damage. So what they do, they turned around, they put a hill between them, saying this car is way too valuable to just use it for this rotation. Very well played.
Think about that. They had to weigh that, right? They had to weigh that decision. Airdrop for a launch pad or vehicle that's, right now gonna, work for us here and now. That vehicle is so much more important, and their position in the tournament. They are the #1 team here. Why take the risk? And they knew better than to do just that. For Dubs and Mega, I mean, you can ask them that same exact question, right? Why take the risk? It's the points. They need to break up away from the 6th place teams of Clix and Day, catch up to Kanata and Agers, catch up to these teams that are up here at 167 points after 4 games of Fortnite, now in the 5th. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better beginning start for a team like Kanata and Agers. At this point, I mean, they might have just done enough. It's going to be very hard for them to not qual now.
They basically need 2 less than 5-point games, right? Just keeping about average looking through. It's been about 31 points per game. So multiply that by 6, do some math going through, and the final number comes out to be right around 184, 185-ish, right? So if they're just able to put together 1 more end game, or even just 2 like 5th zone performances, sprinkle in a couple elims, they should be well
above that fifth place pace. Again, don't forget, there's no money on the line directly today. The prize for first and the prize for fifth is the exact same thing. It is a ticket through to the finals. If you aren't in that top 5, you get some series points to potentially slot you into the semifinals, but you really want to end up in that top 5. It doesn't matter where, just in the top 5.
Yeah, it's true. You really just want to make it there. That's where the bar is set. Make it to top 5. For Agers and Kanata, though, how have they been finding their tags? Where are they finding their success? I mean, it's everywhere. It's box to box. It's in-game. It's picking players off of builds just like that. Players that thought, hey, we just got 2 Elans, we're okay. And they're out in the open, but no. You have players like Agers and Kanata looking in on the distance here, and this is where, again, you have to think about the state of the game. We have burst rifles in play here, red dots, 1000% accuracy. All you have to do is put the target on the mark, or the mark on the target in this instance, and you're gonna get your tags. And that's what these guys do.
One other thing to note, you talked about the state of the game and evaluating. One thing we haven't seen yet, take a look at the top left corner of each one of these perspectives. That number says 70. Now take a look at the bottom right-hand corner. We're in the second zone. That means unless there's a reboot coming out, and oh my, great tags from Agers on the top of the screen, there's no Storm Surge this game. That's going to make this next zone Storm Surge, the 5th zone Storm Surge, that much more important. Because again, unless a reboot comes out, nobody is going to get a warning on their right-hand side. Nobody knows how much damage they've done. They don't know if they're below. They don't know if they're above. There hasn't been the temperature check. All of a sudden, that 4th zone positioning means that much more. If you haven't been tagging people, you know you're going to need to get aggressive. But speaking of somebody who's used to being aggressive and immediately put on the back foot, that's Dubs and Mega, and they get caught in an awkward situation. You can't build on that half wall. So forced to build ramps inside their own box and then disengage immediately into the building. And that was a good call.
And, you know, for them, I mean, this means a lot, right? They're in 6th place. They can't take the risk of fighting this random team that they know nothing about. And instead, Mega gets rolled up on inside the builds. Dubs is by himself. He has to fully disengage. I like that he's moving closer to this opponent team. This can actually give him a little bit of buffer, maybe some additional firepower. But if he gets outed, it's not going to be good. And he does. Chewy notices what's going on here. They see this player. Why did he come back? Why is he based up? We can take advantage of this, and they're doing just that. It's not looking for Dubs right now. It's not looking good at all. He has no launch pad to get out of here either. Sundown, I mean, ooh.
Needs to find an aggressive, needs to isolate a 1v1. He's trying to do that against Chewy Pog on that side there, but we saw Chewy Pog already, somebody who has been grinding the mechanics when it comes to the season. Good job putting the disengage, sprinting away, getting back to ZZ, but Dubs creates enough room. And one thing, look at where we are, Monster. We're in the northern part of Sleepy. There's a ton of reboots around here, not necessarily just right in Sleepy, but also to the northern part of the area. It's very much free. So if Dubs is able to double back and grab that reboot card, there might be a play there, and it looks like he's just trying to disengage a little bit stealthily over to the side here, pretend like he doesn't know, but Noxy smells him. Noxy sniffed him out. He says, hey, I smell a little blood over here. Is there chum in the water? Is there a disengage coming out? Dubs tries to create a little bit of space, but boxed in is Noxy. He's trying to run away.
Dubs doing a great job putting some tags down, though. Noxy now down to 5 HP, but his teammate is here, so Dubs has got everything to fight for right now. And yes, he still does have this little bit of an advantage over both of the players. Can he actually win this 1v2? I mean, I'm starting to second guess myself at this moment. I thought it was all over, but he's making it look like it's not that just yet. Those chug splashes are going to be the sign for him, though. Okay, you've managed to heal up. I'm going to back off. Do you respect me now is the question. And this is good for Dubs. He's gonna also take away this extra information, right?
Yeah, but that's not good for Dubs as he loses basically everything. He's going to try and get on a quick right hand so he can about face, but easy 2KX. And Noxy should know exactly where he is. Dubs trying to desperately run away. Throws up one more brick wall, but that should be the final call. And Dubs and Mega don't get to order anything else. They get kicked out, and that was brilliant from Noxy and Easy 2K to take advantage of that situation. But if you're Dubs and Mega, man, you got to be a little bit frustrated right there.
Absolutely. They now have one more game in order to break home and take home the top 5 here. I mean,
it's going to need to be a good one, too.
It's going to need to be a great one. The lobby's going to continue to pick up points. Look at Booga right now, who is in 5th, right? Booga and Miro have 124 points, where Dubs and Mega just left off. They were just around that 120 mark or so. So this is really going to start to distance himself. I mean, I'm thinking they're going to need at least a top 5 with some eliminations in the last game in order to make it through.
Yeah, but as we talk about a little bit of room, we talked about the battle for 4th and 5th. 5th is dropped. 4th right now, Yamzo and Degen. Degen's down, and it's Paper and Tahi who have a line on him. They're no strangers to forcing a 2v1 if they need to. They could look to go on this. However, Yamzo, if there's somebody who could fight a defensive fight like we saw Trapkill do earlier, it's him. Instead, he says, nope, and he's just going to put on the wheels and get out of dodge.
I mean, this is actually great for players like Dubs and Mega, right? If 4th falls, if 5th falls, I mean, that's your direct competition. So it kind of jam-packs the point threshold into the other areas, allows you to stay competitive. So honestly, things are looking pretty up, even though we've seen big teams fall right now. But for Corey and Elite, oh no, Elite Death is actually down too. All of our top teams looking fragmented here. And I mean, the stage is starting to open up for a lot of the other teams like Booga and Miro, who are still a fresh duo.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of a late game shupening. I mean, we thought we had hit that climax and we were on to the denouement, the falling action. We were only looking to see who would fill out those final spots. But Monster, the caveat, the asterisk there was that these top teams had to keep being consistent. And so far, the first little spanner has been thrown into the works. Somebody just hucked a wrench on in there and said, deal with this. And the question is, how do they deal? Who can step up and get that individual solo effort that we've seen so far? And honestly, if I'm Aegis and Kanata, I'm sitting here being like, this is great.
Yeah, no, it really is great. Their competition of second, I mean, they're hurt, they're down, they're not completely out just yet, and Kanata and Aegis are so up right now. They have a car. It looks pretty decently, healthy as well, as it's positioned right underneath this base here, so plenty of space to work with. They have some green pasture as well to go ahead and ride out with a little bit later as they decide to make their late game rotates here, so it is looking pretty nicely, and they have a couple elims, so Surge shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? We talked about how once we got around that 70 players alive mark, there was no warning to the lobby, so players don't necessarily know where they are currently standing in the lobby. But if you have a couple elims, I mean, that's enough to know, hey, we should be all right.
Yeah, somebody who's definitely going to be all right. Avery added another one to his total. He's on 4 elims by himself. His and Muzz are trying to make a case to ride in late. It would take a miracle, but hey, weirder things have absolutely happened. As right now, somebody who's just trying to hold on and take advantage. They were our 6th place team coming in, currently slid up into 5th. Sentinels, Booga, Dignitas, Miro, aka Fat Pikachu 20, trying to find a little bit of space. Miro, I am begging you to change your name back to a branding. You just got signed by an awesome org. Please, son.
Yeah. I had to DM him like, hey, is this you?
This is 100% you, right? Oh, okay.
Like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's like, come on, man. But hey, like everybody knows who Miro is, but we'd love to be able to just give you the proper shout-outs, give Dignitas the love for picking up an amazing player. But right now, we got Bila, Peterbot on the left-hand side of your screen, Tabney, and Death. Death has been down. We already talked about Tabney trying to make out the individual effort. He's still 65 damage above, so he gets his nice little Storm Surge check. And as a solo, you're happy with that, but he's going to need to hold it off here as OMG Me Too gets his first confirmed that I've seen in the field.
Yeah, and we're seeing the shots come in because he's building in just wood, now finally managing to fight his way to those heavy material counts. And this is going to allow him to go ahead and burn some mats here, get some more fortified structures built out. And of course, that extra little bit of help is the difference. But this team in the distance is noticing, hey, this guy is by himself. There's a reason why we were focusing him before. And now you're seeing it come all in, and the team's gotten closer. The squad in the distance is also starting to send in shots. It's not looking too hot. It's only a matter of time now. Under the ramp of the opponents, he starts to fire back and he gets taken out. Tabney falls, and just like that, another position on the leaderboard begins to open up for Yamzo. It might be the same thing too. He does trade though. Beautiful exchange there. That song to clicks. Talk about a headliner shot there and a big takedown as well to stay in the game here. He might just find another one as well.
Yamzo doing it himself right there. The knock on today. Clicks gets picked up on the other side by Crumble. Then immediately about faces the other duo who's right there. Blop, blop. 2 shots to the face, 2 shots to the body, backs them down. You wouldn't even know it was a solo. Somebody's like, hey, watch out for that duo over there. But it's really just Yamzo running through everyone. That's the left side of your screen. 643 above as a solo on the right side of your screen. Npen and D-Roller are the only duo underneath. They're sitting on 99 points, and they're 159 below Monster. This is such a
a huge moment for them on the right-hand side. Rifle shots aren't going to do it. They have to take a wall-to-wall fight. And as I say that, they get obliterated. So unfortunate there. Storm Surge on one side, Drum Shotgun on the other, and that's Mars, the benefactor there. He'll pick up 2. Storm Surge turns off, but we're not quite into the cascading placement points yet. Still 26 duos up.
Yeah, definitely. There are still players up alive here. You want to break into that top 25 and then watch the team start to fall. In the meantime, Kanata and Agers, though, continue to get active here. They're now in first place here, and they find themselves a refresher, elimination, and everything that they need to start really setting themselves up for endgame. This might be the world where we see Kanata and Agers actually pick up that second victory royale. They have the mats now to play for high ground in this late game if they really wanted to, and they're starting to size up the competition, size up the terrain here. See the rotate. Kanata starts to make a move. Wants to get to the front side of the zone. This is what professional players do so well. This is what separates the pros from the new guys here in finals right now.
Yeah, but there's no way you're getting to the front side of this zone with another bugle zone, and you got that thick boy north side mountain in the way, and on top of it, Jamper and Dukes just taking stock of the lobby, saying who's going first, who's popping a launch pad, because they're pretty much right at launch height. You can see somebody trying to get a side angle, and they're actually going to let that angle go. I would have tried to chop that down as quick as possible. Instead, looking back in the zone, trying to catch the launch padders as they take a straight line. Nobody is quite able to get up to their level of height, so it's really just skeet shooting from Duke right here with the legendary outfit. But what can he find? And so far, the answer is not a whole lot as they lose priority position on the front side of the zone.
Yeah, they definitely do, but out comes the launch pads. They actually go across. Kanata does get knocked here. Armored Wall comes in for the most fortified type of defensive structure you can actually put down in the game right now, but the team finds a new angle, and all of a sudden, Agers has to leave his own teammate behind here, and what looked like a great end game now has come down to a situation where Agers will have to clutch up. He still has a little bit to work with, though. These floppers are great for playing this late zone here. He finds a launch pad, ends up hitting it just in time, and it's a battle for high ground. We don't even know who that is just yet, but judging by the feed, it could be anyone because players are fighting back and forth here. Peterbot being one of the few that actually finds some elims here, and it is still Jamper and Duke who is up top.
Zone bounced right back over to where we just were. We saw everybody break out the launch pads. Nobody's taking to the sky now. Everybody is just sprinting and sliding, dipping, ducking, and dodging, but they're trying to make sure they don't get hunted down from the top in the bottom right-hand corner. Yamzo still up on his feet, trying to clutch a claw in the top right-hand corner. Agers doing the same for his duo. The difference being about 50 points, and Agers has pretty much locked it up here. A couple more placement points, and we'll be seeing him and Kanata straight to the finals, but high ground still taken away.
Yeah, and they get broken down just a little bit there. Focus from behind there. It's Peterbot who ends up swinging his way all the way on up to the top here, and down he goes. But Yamzo is the man of the hour right now, finding another elimination here as a solo. Keep in mind, he has been this by himself for several zones now and has managed to survive this entire chaotic endgame, and he is doing it in great fashion right now. Still has some mats to work with here. Plenty of enemies nearby. I see Booga. That's a name that you have to continue to focus on. I see Agers still up as well, just a few layers down below. And take a look here. It's Peterbot who's by himself, just holding on, right? Holding on to what is this third place spot.
First, second, third, and fourth all have solos running around desperately trying to just secure a couple more points. You have second in the top right. You have third in the bottom right, trying to find whatever space they possibly can right now. And that's another one, and that's Peterbot onto Agers himself. He says he'll slap that one down. Those in the top right-hand corner. Peterbot opens up into another box, and he gets it. That's Muzz. Peterbot's making a list. He's checking it twice, and he's trying to go all the way through to the finals on the back of a ridiculous solo effort here in match number 5.
He's got the inventory to work with as well, as now the refreshers end up coming through. The win condition begins to open up for him. 3 floppers, med miss, several big pots here. Time to start using that inventory and getting it all chucked down. Booga is still alive, but Iamzo is trying to do his best solo effort as well right now. He's managed to continue to stay in the game to keep this 4th place position up, and all he is doing is racking up placement points after placement points on high ground. Threats get swatted out by Duke and company. They end up putting some big hurts on him. Peterbot, though, on the other side, still in the game right now. Armored Wall, that's it. That's his last one now. Here comes the peak. Can he actually overtake this high ground? Can he actually open up the game right now for others?
Right side of the screen, Yamzo. He finds another one. He puts it down. Great shot.
Still going, still finding some. That's a huge point swing there too. Here comes the pressure, and finally now Iamzo forced off the layer, and they're chasing here, and he's just gonna chop his way down. He's got this zone lead though. It does seem like it's working for him, and it's a two-man team who's pushing. Meanwhile, Peterbot sneaking around the outside. Has he actually found high ground? He has. He's right above Duke. Duke doesn't see him. He connects to old builds, and Iamzo and Peterbot are now the two solos that are still in this as players trying to maintain their positions, but Peterbot is the guy on height here.
Peterbot on height. We still have Booga up on his feet as well. Peterbot trying to find a little bit of the room.
Oh my
Nickler's
God.
high ground take. First shot was huge, but second one put him back down. Duke and Jamper says good effort, but not quite enough. As Miro finds yet another to himself. Booga and Miro rolling through, trying to push themselves clean into the top 5.
Look at Miro might actually win this here because the Iamzo's forcing his way down, so that's gonna open up that second layer. Here comes the breakthrough with the zip line. You'd love to see that. What a shot from Iamzo, so clean. 146, he says eat that, Cease, and Cease now has to think about it. He gets jumped in by Duke and Jamper. Cease goes down. These are down bodies everywhere. Iamzo is trying to decide who's alive right now. What can I do here? The zone's starting to tick. He's down to just a couple of more ticks inside the storm here. He can't actually stay in for too much longer. It's super important that he stays in front here. It's all or nothing now.
1v1.
The shots.
1v1v2. Iamzo being one of them on the other side. He finds one and he gets the refresh. It's Me Too on the other side, but he gets taken out by Shadow. Now it's just a 1v1 and Shadow trying to run back to Jamper, but high ground wins the games. The perfect medkit timing from the Luminosity Gaming player. And honestly, Monster, that was just solo efforts all over the place, and I have no clue what the top 5 looks like.
I mean, players are playing so well in that end game, you really couldn't even decide who was going to take it all the way. In the end, it was, of course, Jamper with a beautifully timed medkit and the solo efforts from Shadow. You have to take and tip your hat off to him. But in the end, Duke and Jamper secure themselves a big win, and those are vets that deserve it.
Yeah, they put themselves into the top 10, into that first page, and into the conversation for the top 5. However, we saw some brilliant, and I mean absolutely brilliant play from the solo efforts of players in the top 5. So plenty of points went over to them. I just want to know what the battle of 4th and 5th looks like.
Yeah, I mean, and we have someone there to break it down. It's Adam Savage and the team.
Thank you so much, guys. Vivstar, SBGZ. Guys, that was a total solo clutch up at the end. I think early on we lost, I think it was Mega and Dubs in 6th position there. Lost them early on, so then 1 through 5 was wide open. At least 3 of those teams, like Iamzo, Peterbot, they were there solo clutching all the way. And Iamzo getting so close to that victory royale, but Jamper and Duke is on top, on high ground, retaining it and getting the victory in the end there. What a game that was, a game 5 there, Vivid. I mean, where to even begin? That we are so... We can look at the leaderboard in a second for you guys at home as well, because we've got to talk about all the different storylines coming at the back of this one. But what did you take from this? I mean, it just goes to show the caliber of players in this, be they in a duo or solo as well.
Yeah, kind of the roles were reversed. We saw Booga and Mira actually as a duo dominating throughout that endgame, but Peterbot and Byla find themselves in a situation where they need another solo clutch, and Peterbot is there to do it, and he does such a good job. He had those floppers at the end there, and he actually tried his very hardest to sneak up on the high ground against Jamper and Duke, but ultimately, as we saw, it didn't end up working out. But you've really got to respect him to be in a position where he could kind of just play for a couple more placement points, but he was like, no, I'm going to go up the high ground, and I'm going to take this 1v2, and I'm really going to try my hardest to actually get a victory royale. So, gotta respect Peterbot in these situations, but these solo clutches out of this duo today are the reason they are so high up on this leaderboard.
Man, Vivid and Adam, it's been so long, I feel like, since we've seen one of these high ground takes from Peterbot, and that pretty much should have secured him a top 5 placement unless someone does something crazy here. And if you're Dukes and Jamper, you're sitting there like, all right, yes, we finally won a game. But then you look at it, it's like everyone that was on the leaderboard in the top 5 also made it to the final few zones, and it's like, I have no place to make it up the leaderboard. You see Iamzo, Peterbot, so many players just clutching up, trying to get it, and I really want to see where this leaderboard is, because this has got to be close going into our final match.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke thinking, just give me a break. Why is everyone here? Everyone's still at the party. I mean, we've got to talk as well. Obviously, you mentioned Mira and Booga, who are kind of in there as well. They were in 5th position going into this too, which is, you know, obviously we're going to see the top 5 in a second, and the top 10 even, where things are usually still quite open going into the last game here. But for me personally, like watching it all unfold, you can definitely get a feeling that our teams, I mean, you came into this, like Peter, what we talked about at the beginning of the show. Iomzo and DJ came into this. They were all like riding high, and they're still doing so. And this is how things look going into the final game of Qualifier 1 with 1 to go, Game 6. Aegis and Canada, there they are, riding high on top, but only by 1 point with Peterbot and Byla in second position on 184. Vivid, this is incredibly close. Top 5, though, is looking like it's just starting to edge its way away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and let's put our focus on that top 5, because going into this last game, SBG, this top 5 positions are going to secure these players a direct shot in the finals that will happen in just a couple weeks, and it's got to be really, really comfortable for a lot of these top 5 duos, because look at this gap between 5th and 6th, actually. It is 38 points, and that is a lot. That's almost a victory out in its own right. So these top 5 teams got to be sitting comfortable up here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see one of these top teams fall early, or at least in the mid game if anyone else wants to make a push for one of those top 5 spots. We saw Jamper and Duke, they pushed their way up. Clarity and Slacks are sitting right there waiting. Mega, Dubs, they're all sitting there, but they have to have an opportunity. If all of these top 5 teams make it into the end game, if they're in that 7th, 8th zone, they've almost all but secured it, unless someone does something crazy. But guys, I mean, we've seen plenty of crazy things happen during these games. We've seen a 10 Elim game by Threats himself. He's sitting right outside the top 5. So I would buckle up, because we're gonna have an awesome final match.
Yeah, we are, and that's what we've come to expect with NAE as a region in general. Like every single time we have FNCS, it's just constant entertainment because it's so tight at the top. Obviously, as you guys mentioned, top 5 teams already kind of looking like they're edging away, but there's still plenty to play for if one team has a great game and the rest of the teams don't so much. So it's all there. Who is going to qualify? Let us know in the chat. You guys are so involved in this today. Who you think is going to go through? We'll, of course, get to our predictions at some point down the road, but you guys let us know. Over to Sundown, over to MDF. It's Game 6, Qualifier 1. The hype is real. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go, and the top 5 looks pretty secure. The question is, Monster, will anybody upset the apple cart as we head in here to the final game?
That is really what we're starting to look at here. If you're inside the top 5, you have such a nice and comfortable lead over 6th, 7th, and 8th place that realistically, those teams, they have to decide if they want to target those squads, right? Figure out how to position up against them. The Battle Bus is here. We'll see what they decide.
Here we go, one more match, and we'll see if anybody can pull it off. And after that last game, Duke and Jamper made a huge swing, plus 9 position points. Can they do it again? Because it's really going to come down to a victory royale and some eliminations if you want to upset somebody who's not in the current top 5.
It's so true. It's so true. The top 5 teams have gotten such a consistent start to the day here, and other teams dropping a game or two have really just been the deciding factor as to why they are slipping so far behind, trailing behind. For the early game action, for these other teams, it's still a battle for series points here. Sprite and Nounsy touching down first. Look at the Sal coming in hot there with a nice slide. Picks up a weapon first, but there was someone behind him, and down he goes. Nounsy on the other side, though, trying to escape here, does not find anything, and all of a sudden, Lancers is the one who ends up getting his set of eliminations right there.
Yeah, Lancers up on the grassy knoll, making sure he put those shots in. Well, somebody else was covering for him. Fusions was actually the one able to get the confirmation there. A little help from Avery on the other side to close it out. So they'll split the elims, split the points going through, and actually no, close still hasn't been done on that one player, so they're going to close that one out.
There goes a quick finish onto the down player. Here comes the closeout for the teammate, but Jay in the distance here trying to escape out the side here. They have to know he doesn't have a lot of mats, but neither does Fusions. He is sitting on a little bit of the siphon mats, of course, so before they go for the push here, they can cap off Now keep in mind, there is a lot of material and loot on the outskirts here, right? It's not just all the loot that's inside the command cavern, it's what's on this outer area as well. So plenty to play for, and that's that game knowledge really starting to kick in there. On the other side, a team that's doing a little better than some of the ones we watched earlier, it's Qua in tabs. G, he's gonna find AV out the gate. AV really having a rough day today, being on the losing end of a lot of these gunfights here.
I mean, speaking of rough day, though, I think Dr. Sloan just got a knock in the feed. So whoever that was, that's going to be even rougher in that regard. So definitely not necessarily something you always want to see. But hey, man, Sloan's got them hands. You got to be careful.
Qua here, basing up on top of the reboot card. I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and hold that one out. It'll be a pretty interesting play. For Cam and Bucky, the fight rages on here at the Daily Bugle. See what kind of headliners they can continue to make here as stories are being written out. Easy 2K, you know, they've done a great job kind of maintaining things here. Last game, Cam and Bucky respectively made it all the way through to those final moving zones. You have to give them a little bit of a, you know, a shout there for actually making an end game, because it's been a bit of a tough day here at the Daily Bugle. It's been a somewhat of an uphill battle for them.
Uphill, get it? Because there's a hill around the Daily Bugle. Get it?
Oh, yeah.
Get it? Well, I think it's more so been because there have been very awkward zones when it's come to the Bugle. Like, the zones dropping on top of the Bugle are actually really poor, because generally you want to post up on there and you want players to have to rotate past your sight lines. But if everybody's rotating in, they can kind of box up and know that, like, hey, somebody's going to be on top of the Bugle. Let's make sure we don't give them a sight line. Keeping an eye on the feed, though, Miro picks up another confirmation for himself, and that's going to further solidify. Again, if you're watching the stakes, the teams in the top 5 go through to the finals. That's all that matters for them. First, second, third, fourth, it doesn't matter where you finish, you get a ticket to the finals. Everyone else, you're still competing for series points. So overtaking somebody else could mean the difference between a ticket to the semifinals or you sitting out in the postseason of this FNCS. So still plenty on the line here, but it's really going to come down to if any of those top 5 teams drop out early, then things get real interesting.
Exactly, and we are in the last game, so this is it, the final opportunity for players to actually go ahead and do that, right? Make that story happen, make that finals, honestly, come to fruition here and now, so you don't have to go through those semifinal stages, because things are only going to get a little bit harder as the competition begins to continue on. But for Clix and Day, they know they need a huge game, and we have seen them do this before. When they need to step it up, they step it up, and they go for the fights, and they play fearlessly, and they have done just that right now, already finding 1 elimination. We saw this in that last game too. They found a little bit of success, but it's carrying the success into the end game. It's so much more difficult as you start to make it further. Day is going to get punished though. As you can see, CH on the other side does not give it up easily, but in the end, Kamado does fall. Clix ends up following up here, and now he's just trying to close this one out. What can Rota do? Nothing much as Riot gets shut down there, and there it is. 2 eliminations for Clix and Day here to kick things off. A big point swing in the right direction, and now they're in 9th place, but they're going to need about, I don't know, 10, 12 more of those maybe, and an end game, maybe a win, to go ahead and snatch up 5th.
And even then, they're going to need somebody else to go down as we catch up with some of the other action happening around the map here. Here's Flu Rhythm, getting some good shots around the side, making sure he's working with his partner there to close it out. Tahi on the other side of it with the drum shotgun. Good little replace and able to follow up and just really battering opponents with the shot. That's really how you want to be using that drum shotgun, is just keep throwing the pellets towards your opponent.
Keep tossing things at the wall and hope it'll stick. Maybe eventually it will for Degen and Niamzo. I mean,
you're talking about pasta, right? That's how you check if it's ready. You toss it on the wall and it sticks.
If there's ever an expert on pasta, we know it's Sundown, guys. He can tell the story at some later date if he feels like it. But for Buga and Miro, yeah, he's the spaghetti man here.
That's the story. It's not that long.
Oh, man. I mean, listen, how did Booga and Miro even find elimination, right? They have these teams basing up here, and they actually get those points, which is interesting to me because it's a long-range early game engagement there. Normally, players will have a lot of shield and whatnot.
I feel like the one thing Booga is fantastic about is he throws shots at absolutely everything. If you move on his map, he has no problem just getting a couple tags. But every now and then, and it's one of the reasons why you very rarely ever see him underneath storm surge pressure. And every now and then, that converts into elimination. Hey, someone else is throwing the tags. Hey, maybe one of them dinks a headshot when the player wasn't ready for it. It can happen coming through, especially without sniper rifles. Sometimes people like to hang their heads out there just a little bit longer. As we can see right now, Mars and Crumbler, they're trying to make their own push, currently 11th, just outside of that front page. And they've done all right in terms of getting eliminations, but done much more in terms of getting placement points. But they're going to need a combination of both, and there's a good one there, taking out Enkos.
Yeah, and Q's ends up falling there. Marzo, W, and Crumbler, man. Talk about, you know, the sleeper duo sliding on in, finding eliminations, and taking out some pretty big teams, right? If only they had not fallen a little bit early. Around that 4th game or so, things could have been different for them. They could have been in that striking distance for the top 5, but right now, it's a dream. It's a dreams away, as they are just outside of that reach because of the point threshold. But it still comes down to whether or not 4th, 5th, 6th, right, these teams end up falling or not being as consistent as they'd like.
But even then, with the faster pace of the lobby, those placement points start to add up. One more duo going down will mean that first placement point ends up getting gifted out. And that's where the tournament management mode ends up coming in. You recognize the fact, hey, each placement point we get is a point that the opponents can't also close on us, right? Not getting knocked out, like, yes, they might get the point, but you get it too, so they don't close any of the delta. It means they have to keep pressing for eliminations, and each time you take a fight, it's a little risky. Like, yes, you might think you're better than a duo on the opposite side of you, but every single duo in this lobby, when given the opportunity, can win a fight against every other duo.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen. We've seen upsets. We've seen, honestly, expectations being met between some clashes and everything in between, honestly. For Booga and Miro, getting back on track here with the team that's making a rotate. I mean, I was so just interested in how they were going to perform out of their drop spot without those big whiplash vehicles, those upgraded Chonkers tires, and they have surprised me by far. They have managed to stay consistent. They have managed to find eliminations, and they're doing it in championship fashion. It really does just put a microscope onto why they are FNCS champions, why they've managed to do this multiple times now on the big stage, and they continue to perform now. In this 5th place spot, I mean, it's still on the line. It's still going to come down to this last game, but if history tells us anything, it's that they're going to have a strong last game, and they've managed to do that so far. They're one of the few teams that actually have an elimination right now.
And checking on our 6th place team, as Vivid so aptly noted at the start of it, there's a 28-point gap. And each one of those placement points that gets taken out, you don't get to close that gap. So Slacks and Clarity, if they want the ticket to the finals, they need to chop, hop on the horse, put the pedal to the metal. Some other euphemism for going fast, insert it here, because the time is ticking and it's just past the hour right now.
Yep, and if your day in clicks, the story is the same for them as well. Many eliminations separate them from that 5th place spot and that chance to the finals. That quick ride to the finals. But the game has continued to battle, right? The lobby has continued to fight here. Let's take a look at some of those fights that have gone down. Early action here, Tilted Towers, Jack and Illis. That's the 2nd time we've seen the stylish slide up, followed by the shotgun shot right there. You love to see the flashy plays come out. Talk about big plays, though. Duke in the feed, wraps up Redux and Plague. Dignitas' Duke, man, another, again, we talk about the pickups from Team Dignitas entering into the space here, and their teams are doing so well right now.
It's Miro, Duke, and P-God, right?
P-God, yep.
Nice, yeah. I saw, unfortunately, P-God being unable to qualify today, but the other two absolutely showing up. I mean, Dukes has been around for a very long time. He's put in the effort, just won an FNCS, being able to come through, and right now you can see Tabney and Death still just trying to hold on. They've been honestly one of the more consistent duos game plan wise, doing a very good job with it, making sure they're staying mostly center of all these rotations, getting up high and utilizing just high quality rifle aim to stay above the storm surge tags and then let them play endgame.
And I really do respect players like Death and Tabney who just keep their head down, and keep their focus on the game. Practice week in and week out, take advantage of all opportunities and play every tournament. It's a major. You have to appreciate players that put in that additional effort. And you know what? Dubs and Mega do the same as well. If you just look at Dubs' track history, I mean, he paired up with Rokane recently in a Cash Cup and took home that W. And that's something that's impressive across the board because you have the best of the best playing in there. Now, of course, his signature duo Mega for the finals, 4 FNCSs. They've been doing so good. That last game, I can't believe they were taken out over at the Sleepy Sound there, all because of their hunger to pick up the airdrop.
Yeah, we're trying to hawk that launch pad knowing how valuable it would be, but ultimately they got hawked in the end, picked out as prey. What could have been a fortunate situation for them, but instead turns unfortunate, and we have 5th and 6th pretty much right on top of each other. Booga and Miro with Slacks right above him to the side, so that would be the fight that needs to happen. If Slacks is able to kind of get some advantage, get a press down on him, you can see Booga and Miro not quite sitting at full HP while they do have still plenty of excess heals, so if they can get the drop on him, there is a potential. Jamper picks up Bucky, so still adding to the total.
Yeah, definitely racking up a little bit here, but again, Miro making a move right now could be potentially dangerous for them.
Duke
if
down.
The team on top, if Slacks and Clarity end up sneaking onto the side, Dookie is going to get knocked here. So back and forth exchanges here. Jamper has to play for the save. Can he save the body? No, not quick enough. Just a little late. And now it's Jamper versus Cam. It's Cam, who's just young, fresh, and so good in these kind of battle situations up against the vet Jamper, who's been here before, who can keep his composure in these final game 1v1 last game situations. Boxes up Cam, makes him look like the new player that he is, but no. Cam slips away here. Launchpad comes out, bangs the tree. What a fight.
I was about to say, tough launch pad there, and as Jamper, he looked around saying, hey, wait, how did you actually get out of here? There's a tree above, and he didn't go too far. He should know that Cam is right on the other side of it, looking to potentially still press this fight, but he really wants to go back for the card. You can tell that he's trying to hawk the card. He wants to be able to pick it up, but based on the zones, I'm not sure he's going to have the opportunity to make that play unless he can resolve that fight quickly. On the flip side of that, Day and Click still up on their feet. 3 eliminations to their name now.
Once again, this is that last game. If you're down and out, if you're sent back to the lobby, it is wraps. Your tournament weekend is over. There's nothing you can really do about it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say weekend. Your tournament Friday.
Right.
We'll be back Sunday.
We do have Sunday. Your weekend's not over. Just today's chance is done. You do have another shot this weekend. You're right. You're absolutely right. More action to come here. A little bit of a different pacing, though, right? More demanding as you have to play those rounds to get to that broadcast setting once again here. And again, shout out to everyone watching along here, whether you're inside the game at the Legends Landing or, of course, following along in the Twitch chat. It has been exceptional watching you all kind of chime along and root for the players. This is a new kind of turning for the community, and we love to see it. But for Jamper, hold up. The fight is continuing here. The standoff between Jamper and Cam. Remember, Jamper's in 7th right now, Sundown. He's still fighting for this 3 eliminations. I mean, he really has done a valiant effort to try to close that gap.
Yeah, but now as a solo, I mean, there is a reboot van right out in the open on the edge of zone, so I'm not saying there's a chance, but I'm saying there's a chance. You see Clicks picks up another pair in the feed and hold the phone, don't drop it, won't break right now, but potentially the NRG duo, they've pushed from 11th up to 9th so far, and he's going for it.
Hey, we said they need about 10 elims. If he starts this van, I'm willing to bet.
Cam is going to obliterate him if he starts it.
Or Clicks and Day are going to come on in and take this fight because they need it too. Chimp's there. What, Chimp wants it too? Oh, gosh.
Everybody is just hawking this reboot van right now, and I mean, he heard that chug splash. There's no way he didn't hear that chug splash.
He's looking, sees the build come out, sees the trees rustling as well. Player on the side too. There's a lot going on here. It'd be so risky.
If he gets both of these, it's huge, and we do have Clicks and Day on the opposite side of him. We're going to take a look at the elimination they did just pick up.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, what?
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, it feels like they're playing a different game than Fortnite when I play Fortnite, because that was just gross.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why they are a different breed when it comes. When they want it, they want it so bad. Watch how fast they end up just committing. They commit, they go all in, they go for these box fights, they both get the shots, they shut that player down. That's 6 eliminations now. We know they need to get to 10, maybe 11, maybe 12 in the end game, and they're doing it right now. They are halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. If you're rooting for them, I mean, they are putting on the show for us.
You can see there's still 2 more solos there. They're not aware of that fact. Everywhere. They got 1. They could push through to that. There are still plenty of people up on their feet without a partner. 2 of the 3 solos are over on that side of the map. They're going to rotate behind, but honestly, that could have been an opportunity for them to pick up even more points. And right now, over to our current 4th place team, Iamzo, Degen, 169 in terms of points. Jaith picks up Larson. Cash gets Quanti, and then Larson turns it back around onto Cash. You see Iamzo trying to get a line onto jamming his duo as Degen, just ripping shots away. And look at this angle.
Yeah, no eliminations yet for Degen and Iamzo. They're just living off the placement points, chipping away at the big iceberg, trying to reveal that top 5 at the end of the day here. But it's going to continue to take more and more work. 44 players left in the lobby. That's a lot of points that continue to be dispersed out. For teams like Clix and Day, for teams like Slacks and Clarity G, I mean, the points are being eaten up right now.
Don't forget, we're into the cascading placement points as well. 22 duos up. We're just into the 4th zone. There's no 5th zone Storm Surge, so Storm Surge might not play a factor at all here in game number 6, but those placement points are a ticking, and each one is a point that you're not able to make up. That means the timer is moving that much faster. The sand in the hourglass got a little wet, and gravity is doing its thing, pulling it down. I actually don't know if that's how it worked. It might clog the bottom. I don't know. That was a shy wager analogy metaphor, whatever. Just pretend it made sense, and it was really cool. As we hop back on board here with the energy duo, and honestly, Monster zone dropped right on top of their head, but they don't want to wait. They want to take this fight immediately, and that's Tabney on the other side of that. Him and Death, if they could pick that up, that could be huge.
And you can see they double back. They want to say, hey, are there other teams behind us? Can we choose anyone else to key right now? And the answer is no. So the options here are Tabney and Death. That's who they want to battle. That's who they want to just honestly finish off if they can get anything. Click says, hey, let's go back here. The zone's starting to, swing this way. We can get a front of this.
Yeah, but Monster, they're still 41 points behind Booga and Miro right now. Like, yes, they're doing well. Yes, the 6 eliminations, the 18 points, that's monstrous. But they need to do that basically again. They need to double their eliminations.
I'm telling you, they can. They absolutely can. We've seen it before. And with the way all the other teams that are in the safety position right now, a 4th, 5th, and 6th are playing, I mean, the opportunity to do it is actually here because everyone is playing slow. Here it is. That's one player. Here's another. Will they start from underneath? Yes, because the box is... Ooh, he tries to cone off. Devi almost catches him, but instead, Day's going to go in. He's fully committing. 3rd place. Might just be on the line here. That's a tag there. Tries to grab the wall. Clicks doesn't quite get it. Swings around to make sure this is his teammate, and it is. Unfortunately, could not get enough damage to go ahead and finish this one off, but miscommunication between the two. Day still wants to continue it here. They're starting to re-engage, reinitiate here. Decide once again, and there it is. Into the box they go. It's going to come down to this. Day's down. Can Clix get the finish here? He does not, and just like that, all hope might just be lost. Clix is by himself here.
Oh man, it looked like they were gonna have the open up and the opportunity to press, but the team fire was just better from Death and Tabney, able to defensively take that fight, saying, hey, they're knocking pretty aggressively. Let's drop the defense. Let's pour the boiling water out the front, kick him in the moat, get him with the crocodiles, whatever other defensive measure you need to take. They had it there and were able to shut that down, but and Bugga still up on his feet. He picks up an elimination. The placement points are ticking away, tick-tock on the clock, and if you're not in that top 5, you got to be sweating. However, I do like the way Clarity and Slacks are going about this. They're saying, hey, one of those teams goes down and we play for the win, knowing that if they get the elims, they'll come, but they need the win and whatever else.
That's right, Slow and Steady can win the race here. Dubs and Mega are still also in this game here. A small glimmer of hope for those teams too, but Booga and Mero have not found any eliminations. They are just barely above the surge here. Of course, looking to just wait it out, buy their time. The longer it takes though, the less likely it will be for everyone else here. Clarity G finds one as well. That's another pickup for them, a 3-point swing, and now to the front zone they go. Someone new, though, is starting to build up for Hyde. They're going to land right on top of them. They are truly playing for the win, and that's that new mechanic right there. Clarity actually climbs on up to the build off of the slight mishap and the miss there, and they are the kings of high ground. Now at 2 eliminations, can they find a little bit more?
Dubs and Mega taking down Clarity. Good striker pump shot towards the side. They're able to pick that up. Zone going to bounce and pull its way south, away from any old builds, and Death and Tabney got about 6 builds between the two of them, so their time might be up if they can't find a refresh. It's Clarity and Slacks, they have the high ground and they're playing for the dub. Peterbach goes straight up, he's looking for a window, but speaking of a window, Miro opens one up and he gets it immediately slammed on his fingers. He says, ouch, that hurts. He's gonna pop his shield back up, and there's a battle for height, Monster. It's a battle for height, and this could be it.
This is Peterbot trying to go for Hyde. They want to win this game and win the first place. They want to take it all home in fashion. They're doing just that. They have nothing to lose, and for Clarity and Slacks, everything is on the line. That's the different pressure between the two. Decision now. They have to give it up here if they want to stay in the run right now, and down they go. And honestly, this might actually work a little bit better for them because they need the points. They have to get into this activity right now.
Yeah, they need the points. You see Degen going down, but again, he was so far up. Eon's still doing well. We still have pretty much everyone in our top 5
they go
up on their feet, but Slacks finds Degen on the opposite side of it. That's the 4th place team on the other side, trying to get everything they can.
That's a huge elimination right there. 4th place is now down and out. That's one of the pieces of the puzzle there completely finished. And this is going to start to open things up a little bit, but there is still so much more that needs to be done here. Slacks now, 142 points. Can they find these double eliminations down low? They need to commit here for Booga and Miro. They've only gotten a single elim. They're starting to run out of material here. No more armored walls either. And that's it. Defenses are down. Slacks and Clarity G starting to pop off here. 4 eliminations, 17 players in the lobby. 15 can be theirs if they get active here, and now can they? Oh no, the pressure from behind, the flick shot there, it was good, but doesn't quite finish. Miro is down, Booga is down, Clarity G is up. Couple of points here, and if they fall now, it's over, and it is done there. The only place that's available is 7th, and that's Rise here. He's gonna need to do everything and more if he wants to secure it. There goes an elimination, but we might just have seen the full solidification of our top 5 there, Sundown.
Yeah, I mean, we still saw pretty much everyone in the top 5 make it to the top 10. We'll be seeing that same top 5 in the finals, and honestly, there's a reason there was a gap heading into this game. They just played better on the day, and Peterbot and Bila, they're gonna flex on that #1 spot, saying we don't just want to finish first, we don't just want the momentum, we want everything that goes with it. But honestly, Shadow and Me Too, these last 2 games have earned themselves a bunch of series points. 2nd place at least in back-to-back games, and some good pressure on the Bila, trying to slap him down here and deny the victory royale.
This is still a great fight, though, for the flashy win, and Peterbot finds a great side angle, gets exchanged back. Peter Bila tries to get the pickaxe, but no, the disrespect was not enough. Shadow holds his own and manages to save his reputation. He doesn't get pickaxe, not today.
Hey, and honestly, if you're Me Too and Shadow, you'll take that. A VR and a 2nd place really late on, but honestly, you gotta respect. You have to respect Bila and Peterbot. You know the comms at the end. He's knocked. Pickaxe, pickaxe only, pickaxe only. He was going for it. He had about 1 HP. It was there. But the siphon ended up coming out, and OMG, Me Too, Matrix Shadow will win the final game. But no surprises, no dramatics when it comes to the top 5. The top 5 from last game, Monster, they're the top 5 this game, and for good reason.
Absolutely. Everyone played incredible coming into the end. Of course, we try to root those other parties up, but at the end of the day, the ultimate consistency comes through for our top 5 teams there, and you love to see it there. In the end, though, OMG, Shadow, and Me Too can celebrate with the victory royale. That is still no easy feat here on the FNCS qualifier stage, especially looking at the last round. when finals is on the line. So every team that did get a win today can still keep their heads up.
Oh yeah, you have to keep your head up. And again, it's not just the top 5. Everybody else is still competing for series points, still competing for a slot in the semifinals. And don't forget, we got a little bit more time. We'll be back again tomorrow with rounds 1 and 2, and then we'll have 3 and 4 going through on the Sunday. So make sure you're paying attention playing those games out. But we got our top 5, and again, no real surprises. Peterbot, Byla, second place in the last game, thanks to a couple of near-miss pickaxe swings. G2 Agers, Kangarna, Kanata, Elite Death, and then Kony Owner, aka Tabne, Degen, and Iamzo, and then Dignitas, Miro, and Sen Buga rounding out the top 5.
And a great showing from all of them there. Again, just gapping the competition from 6th and company by about 20 or 30 points or so. So these teams absolutely played phenomenal. That's where you go ahead, you hit the reviews, you see what worked for them, because clearly they were on top.
Yeah, they were able to run it out. Let's take a look at what the top 10 leaderboard was and how that gap ended up forming, because again, the top 5, a really good push from Slacks and Clarity G. If they've been able to put it together, get that victory royale, get the extra points, they might have been able to sneak it away. But like I said, they had to play for the win. See Threats and Rise, Illis and Jock, Day and Clicks, and then Shadow and Me Too rounding out our top 10.
Man, how crazy would that have been if Slacks and Clarity G did it? They took out Miro and Buga. Had there not been that little bit of resistance on the storm line there, it would have been the complete difference there, Sundown, at the very end. But that was NA East for us. What a 6-game series we had.
Yep, that was it. 6 regions down, but we still have 1 more, and we're going to throw it right on over to them. NA West starts right now. Kelly, Panda, Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Monster D, Face, and everyone from the NA East crew. If we have even a sliver of the action that we just got to see from that action, then you guys are in for a treat. Welcome, everyone, to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 Qualifier Day 1. We don't have time for hype pieces or for trailers. We're hopping right into the action. And to do that, I have Panda and Clay joining me right now. Panda, how's it going, man?
Super excited to dive into these games, because if it's anything like East and EU today, it's going to be hype. What are you thinking, Clay?
I am feeling the exact same way. It's going to come down to that last match for the top 5 to qualify through.
All right. Well, we have to take a quick look at our broadcast schedule, because maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you don't know what exactly we're here for. Well, this is Qualifier 1, everyone. This is the 50 teams chance to jump into the finals. Those top 5 teams going to be able to do that, but they're going to have another chance in 2 days on Sunday. That's May 8th. And then one more chance, everyone. We're adding another qualifier to this season, and that's going to be next week. But of course, all of that leads into the semifinals, where our teams are going to have one more shot over 3 days to take their ticket into the finals. And of course, as you can see, May 28th, May 29th is going to be a 2-day super final affair. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you put that down into your calendar. But of course, to even make it into the finals, Panda, they're going to have to compete in our competition.
They absolutely are, and this is how the format's going to look, right? Obviously, we'll dive into the semifinals and the finals when that comes, right? But we got to talk about the qualifiers, because that's where we're at right now. Now, there are 3 different chances to advance. We have qualifier 1, 2, and 3. This is qualifier number 1, and in each qualifier, we have 4 individual rounds. The round that we are watching today is actually round number 4. So they have competed up until this point to get into this lobby here for round 4. Now, the top 5 from this round will advance to the finals, but that's not all for these teams, right? So these teams are also going to be focusing on being consistent throughout not only this qualifier, but the other 2 as well, for an opportunity to make it through series points, Kelly.
It's going to be a hard journey for a lot of these teams right now, but another change that's been added to the FNCS is that eliminations are now 3 points each. So I definitely think that we're going to be seeing some W key games right here, and possibly a team that's going to be bringing some W keying is Quinn and Defiable, the first duo that we're going to be focusing on right now. And we're taking a look at them because they came out of round 3 in first place, Panda.
They definitely did, and with Daily Bugle contested, it's going to be a tough drop for them. But if there's any brain in the NA West side of Fortnite that can handle it, it's Quinn. This man knows how to handle these high-pressure situations. And then adding Defiable to the team, again, just an all-star player throughout NA West. This is what you love to see. There in round 3, they got a total points of 141. They got 2 VRs out of their games, and they average 6.56 eliminations. That is no easy task, to say the least, and they were able to accomplish it.
And look, it's just so good compared to some of the stats that we have seen. And Panda's completely right. Quinn is notably the one around NA West that everyone goes to for that IGL brain-like plays. And so I'm excited to see how they adapt this, because 21 average placement is not what we would expect out of them. We'd expect them to be a little bit higher up. And we know when they get into those set lobbies, when it's less unpredictable, like Panda was saying, they can definitely pop off.
Definitely. During round 3, obviously they had a great performance because they got first place, but it kind of seemed like they were either really hot or really cold. I think they had 5 games where they placed above 6th place, and then they had 4 games where they placed below 40th. So going to be interesting to see how they're going to be competing today. But of course, when we talk about NA West, we'd have to talk about some of the best players that this region has to offer. And chat, I think you guys know who I'm going to be talking about. It's Arcrum and Epic Whale. Clay, FNCS champions 7 times over, but last season, not the best performance we've seen out of them.
You know, they didn't get off to the best foot, and that's okay. They're coming back with a vengeance. They're landing right here in the middle of the map where they landed last season at Coney Crossroads. It is looking so much better, though, for them because of the extra loot there, just everything. They're gonna be fine. And as you look at their total average eliminations, it's looking great. This is where we expect to see them. I think they got 10th overall, maybe 4th overall in round 3 coming through. And so I'm excited to see how they play this out.
You know, I'm excited too, right? I had the chance to talk to Epic Whale through Media Day, and he was very confident going into this FNCS in comparison to last season, right? He talked about how he was contested off spawn, how that caused a lot of issues for him and Arcrum early on. And so now they're looking forward to not being contested any longer. But obviously, being contested is only kind of a shield that you can hold on to for so long, right? Now that you're uncontested, we have to see a dramatically different performance here from them to reinstate the confidence from the West Coast that these are these champion players. But you know what? Listen, if anybody's going to be able to do it, of course, it's Arcrum and Epic Whale.
And just looking at their stats that they had from round 3, we saw them grab a first place finish with 15 eliminations, obviously doing a great job in the end game. But also they had a 20th place finish with 14 elims. So even when they're not placing that well, which we know you kind of need a little bit of both eliminations and placement, they are still able to grab those much needed elimination points, which again are 3 points per elimination. So much more important now. But a team that we obviously have to look towards again, the reigning champs, it's Favs and Snacky.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are the boys. I obviously didn't have necessarily the same confidence I had in them in seasons past last season, and they showed up and they said, you know what, Panda, don't even sweat it. We're still going to win it anyway, right? It was all about the Batman Booga and Wheels for me last season, but then Snacky and Favs, they came up, showed out, and came out as champions. Now, back-to-back champions, mind you, and here's why. They're able to not only do very well in high pressure lobby situations like we're about to go and experience, they're also very good at getting eliminations and really decent average placement. Now, this isn't necessarily the average placement we're used to from Snacky and Favs here that we saw in round 3. However, with an average elim of 5.3 and them still being able to get a VR, Clay, I can definitely see them coming out on top today.
You know, I doubted you last season, Panda. I'll admit I did, but you know, this season, this was my second choice of teams to go with is Snacky and Favs, because you're right, they are really good at getting eliminations, and if they can do that in a set lobby, they're qualifying.
And what? They got a victory royale with 20 eliminations. I don't even know if any other team was able to do that in round 3. Obviously, round 4 is a different beast. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a 20 bomb, but I'm asking for it right now. Favs, Snacky, if you want to provide a show for the audience, give us another 20 elimination VR. You are going to be set going into the finals with that. And obviously, they have all the momentum going into it right now. Everyone, I know you want to get into it right now as well, but we have just a moment before we hop into game number 1 for NA West, and I actually want to compare 2 of the best teams that we have in NA West right now. Of course, that's going to be Arcrum and Epic Whale and Rex and Reet. Now, Rex and Reet, an incredible team right here. Reet being one of the most volatile players in the entire game, pretty much winning every single cash cup from every region ever, joined by Rex, who used to be a trio of Epic Whale and Arcrum. Now, Clay, real quick, talk to me about this matchup that we're seeing right here.
It's definitely Elim heavy versus Victory Royale heavy. Just look, you see a little bit more average Elims there. We know Rex and Reet can put those Elims up on the board, while Arkham and Epic Whale are really going to be focusing on that placement. You can see in the highest point game going 40 to Epic Whale over the 33 from Rex. So it's kind of the dichotomy of those two is one of them is going to be very focused on those placements, while one of them is going to be trying to Elim their way to those placements.
Yeah, and one thing I really got to mention, right? You look at average placement and average elims, right? Both are better on Reet and Rex's side. However, Epic Whale and Arkham have that comeback ability, and it's crazy to watch. We've seen it time and time again, whether it's the finals, qualifiers, etc. They always have this breakout moment, whether it's they've fallen behind or it's in a separate game, whatever the case may be. They know how to come back and have big point games, which is why the average placement and the average elims didn't matter. They still had more points than Rex and Reet. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all unfolds, but it's getting ready to unfold, Kelly.
It is indeed. Everything will unfold in just a moment, but of course, it's the best part of the day, everyone. Predictions, and let us know in chat right now who you predict to be in first place for NA West. And as you can see, a lot of us kind of have the same opinion of Epic Whale and Arkham, but Panda, you seem to disagree.
Okay, look, guys. This happens every season with Epic Whale and Arkham. I don't know what it is, right? But I will say this. I had a really good conversation with Reet earlier today. Very, very confident. He had really good strategy going into today with Rex. That's why I'm confidently picking them to qualify on. That doesn't mean Epic Whale and Arkham won't qualify. I just feel like with it being 3 points per elimination, Reet and Rex know how to get those elims, and clearly based on the round 3 results that we saw there, they know how to stay alive as well. That average placement was surprisingly better than Arkham and Epic Whale, but let's see if they can combo that here in this lobby, because this NA West action is about to be underway.
I mean, we all know, though, Panda, that Victory Royales are where it's at. Who got 2 of them in their run? It's going to be Epic Whale and Arkham. We know that, like you said, they have that comeback potential. And what's better to show it off than the season after you got dethroned?
That is, I mean, pretty much this opportunity right now is their time to claim their spot back on top, because they won pretty much every single FNCS of Chapter 2 from Season 3 on. Of course, they were with Rex, though, so it's kind of hard to pick between Rex Reet and Arkham Whale and Epic, or Arkham and Epic Whale. But, you know, there's so much to talk about. There's so much to look into. But, Chad, I know what you guys want. You want the game. You want the action. You're ready for game number 1. Everyone, if you're just joining us right now, this is Chapter 3, Season 2, Day 1 of the qualifiers. 5 teams are going to be finding their spot in the finals in a few weeks right now. But before we can even get into that, we have to get into the game, everyone. So we're going to be seeing you after game number 1 is done. But for now, we're going to be tossing it to our 2 commentators. And guys, who better to bring it than Jacob PR and Takada?
Thank you oh so much, Kelly, Clay, Panda, breaking it down from the schedule, the format, the duos, the drop spots. They're doing everything necessary to get me excited for game number 1. But Takada, our resident pro player, you got to let me know, how are you feeling, and how are some of these players feeling heading into game number 1?
I mean, look, game 1 can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially for the players who don't have as much experience, right, in these 50 duo lobbies, right? So this is an important one. If you start off with a strong game 1, you're going to be going forwards with that confidence, with that momentum, and you'll be able to power through. But if you don't have too good of a game 1, you're going to have to showcase that mentality, right? Can you keep it strong, keep it moving forwards, and then pop off in the next games?
Yeah, I like that. You're the resident pro player. You know, I trust you. I trust your judgment, carrying me out of Tilted Towers alive, and that's what a lot of these duos are going to hopefully see. Big games, big eliminations, and if things go wrong, like Takada said, that they have that duo. They built enough chemistry and a game plan to survive everything that's thrown at them. But luckily for you guys, the battle bus is ready, and so is game number 1.
first match of the day. The battle bus is just getting its engine started here. 6 total matches today. We have the veterans of Fortnite competitive. We also have some of the new faces here in the NA West region. Let me know your favorite duos in the chat. I want to see who is being rooted for today, but we're going to be getting right into the action here in the Daily Bugle. We've got Defiable, we've got Notarux. We have so many duos that are just getting into this action, Jacob. I mean, I'm feeling hyped up.
And we got a full-on elimination already. Pars wasting no time, sending Solution back. Rex taking a piece of that pie, as well as Defiable and Quinn, the duo that ended up in first place throughout round number 3 of the qualifiers. And they're looking to kind of mimic that here in our finals. But one of the biggest things that our analysts did break down to perfection is there's a play style differential. You have to change up not only how you play, but your thought process, because this is a final set lobby. Everybody here knows exactly what to do in this situation.
I mean, yeah, if you're contested here in the Daily Bugle game 1, you're most likely going to be contested again in game 2. So you have to adapt to your opponents, note down what their strategy is, how they're playing, and then just overcome it, right, as the games go on. So this could be an engagement here that they decide taking, or maybe if they feel like they have enough loot, they can disengage. But I know a location here, which is very contested in the Covert Cavern. I mean, you can see how many duos are on the mini-map at the bottom right. This is going to have some engagement in this early game.
Yeah, this has the power of at least 2-3 suns. That's how hot this drop is, and you can see it. Batman Booga and Wheels with, honestly, a little bit of struggling performances coming into this one. I don't think that is going to affect them too much, because they've already seen the worst of the worst that can happen. They've already had that practice, and a huge game plan switch in this finals lobby is going to be needed. And I think, honestly, Takata, I think they're going to have what it takes. Wheels is one of the best IGLs when it comes to the West region, taking such a young gun underneath his belt, and is not only helping him perform, but he's helping develop this kid and making him one of the best not only players in the region, but streamers as well.
And speaking of the best players in the region, we have our previous champions here, Favs and Snacky, who are going straight into the Tilted Towers. This is a drop spot which can be pretty dangerous. It's pretty heavily contested, so you know that if a duo is dropping here, especially in a round 4, they've got the confidence and they've got the mechanical skill to come out on top.
Yeah, luckily for them, you know, it's a little bit of changes coming with Tilted Towers, so it's not going to be as contested as it was in the past. So it's going to allow a team like Snacky and Fabs the early game that they're looking for. Loot up, mad up, get exactly everything that they need, and then they could be on the hunt for Surge thereafter.
Taking a look here, though, at Panda's pick for today. We've got Rex and Reet, who are dropping uncontested in Greasy. You can even take a look here. Rex, look at that aim. You know he practices it as he gets a knockdown right off the start of the match onto Etso, playing it for Fusion Esports, but also Pars, who's contested here in the Command Cavern. I mean, you can see all these engagements happening so quickly into the match, Jacob.
Yeah, and you kind of heard my doubts during that NA East game while we were watching in the green room. That's such a real 50-50 drop, more than I've ever seen, going for the slurp truck to try to get your shields back up. And if you find that combat, the shot's gonna be that much easier. Pars and Ray is a duo. Honestly, they took Favs and Snacky to the wire last season, going down in the very final game, which gave up their run. They still placed in the top, but I know that's not what they want. They want that pickaxe of champions. They want to call themselves the best team, just like this team in front of us, Arkham and Epicwell. For multiple years, multiple FNCSs in a row, they have been known as the best team in the region, hands down.
Oh, and you can see getting to the game 1, they do have their drop spot uncontested, so they're feeling pretty good. But taking a look here at Evol, who's going to get into an engagement in the first zone, trying to actually secure the high ground here as he's going into a third party. There's already a duo in this engagement, so if they pick the timing right, this could be huge for them.
Yep, team so good when it comes to playing the end game as individuals. It's when they find themselves in this exact spot towards Synapse Station at the edge of the entirety of the map, not just the zone. It might even look like they added in a far pull, but this is where they're trying to get that surge, get their early elimination, so that way for the rest of the game, it's all about finding their location in the center of the circle to where they no longer have to worry about the surge, but they still have to go through this. And the longer they take for this one is the harder it's going to be, because then they have to travel so far north.
the riskier it gets. You can see on the mini-map at the bottom right that the zone did pull further away, so they're not safe currently. If they lengthen this engagement out too long, they could end up getting in Storm. They could ending up losing a lot of heals here just to rotate into the first zone. So you kind of got to think, is it worth it? Do we try and do a quick engagement here and get these eliminations, or do we back off, keep rotating, keep farming up, and set ourselves up for the end game?
Tag from above. High ground playing a role, but when you go and you find that miss, that's going to make fighting in the Storm a little bit easier. I wouldn't say it's going to be exponentially less difficult by any means, but knowing that you can take some HP, not have to peek, and hoping that your opponent's low, but that separation is there. Baka and Delta not together, and that's going to cost him some HP, but Delta quick to react, immediately going on the offensive, putting some shots down to try to alleviate that pressure.
Trying to see if he can find an angle here, connect any shots with that striker pump, but Delta gonna be getting cracked here, down to 9 effective HP, has to build up, has to cover himself, as Baka as well is gonna be down to 16 HP. They need to make something happen here if they want to do a comeback on this engagement against On and Evil.
Yeah, this is something we talked about all last season, from qualifiers to semifinals and finals. All it takes is 1 second of being separated, just like that, as Evil forced to drop down low. 22 HP. He has just enough to get about 125 effective shielded HP. Big pots being tossed around, so that's going to make it even better. But the damage has definitely been done. You can see the team in the minimap. They're not backing down from this fight because they know they have that much of an advantage. And even if they want to, Takata, they can go ahead, they can move forward ahead of zone and set themselves up to continue putting the shots on this team.
Ooh, but the question is, I mean, look at the material count. Baka only has 7 builds. His duo Delta, I'm sure, is not too healthy on the materials either. So if they just keep staying here, trying to get these 2 eliminations, they might end up getting to zone with not enough materials, and they won't be able to farm since there'll already be duos there. So this is a very risky play, but you can tell they want these eliminations, and Delta is going to be getting exactly that as he knocks down 1, goes for the second, and that's both players eliminated. Delta and Baka come out on top in game 1.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that if that one continued to go on, not only everything that you said is added on, but then they're not going to have the resources, the heals, the shields to get themselves back up once they get in towards the center of the zone. But luckily for them, they finished it rather quick. On board, Reet and Rex, who are just going for that surge damage. They already got 1 elimination underneath their belt. That comes with surge, and now they're setting themselves up in zone to collect even more. So that way they don't have to worry towards the mid game, the late game, when they're forced to make nothing but rotations.
Taking a look here at Rex, gonna pop some mini shields. Now closer to the logjam area on the map. A very important thing to do in these round 4s or these matches where there's only 50 duos is that you want to set yourself up for Storm Surge. That minimum damage threshold you need to reach depending on the zone. So you need to get as much damage done as possible. If you're able to position yourself on a high elevated location such as Batman Booger here on wheels, who can see a majority of the map, you're gonna have a lot more opportunity to get tags just like Batman Booga is doing, and that is crucial to these matches.
Yeah, and this is something that this duo has practiced time and time again. Whether this spot right here on the blimp where you see Wale and Vanillas, that's just their game plan because it's so contested over towards Command Cavern. They know they don't have to go in and risk it all, even if they do sometimes try to test their luck down there. But they just sit in the high ground, collect the damage that you're talking about. And because they're so far in the zone already, they have really nothing to worry about. But Arkham and Epic, they're trying to do a very, very similar thing. Everybody in the game, as this one is slowing down the action, game number 1, playing their lives very, very carefully. You're not going to see any big moves up until Storm Surge becomes activated. That's when you're going to see those teams that are below the threshold become a little bit more aggressive, trying to get the damage they need.
Zone you can see closed a little northwest from Shifty Shaft, so they are gonna have to make a rotation, but they don't want to do it until they have that damage done from the Storm Surge. They know other duos are gonna be further out in the zone rotating in, and they'll have that chance to get some tags done. We can see Snacky Favs though that have made a good rotation here over to the logjam, but be careful, there's already a duo position there, so you might not want to get too close.
Yeah, trying to save the car as much as possible. Vehicle is going to be very, very important because of that update. most of the vehicles, but the IOs are out of the game. So a lot of duos made it so a part of their game strat during this qualifier. They're gonna have to think of something new, and for Fabs and Snacky, that's just gonna be an extra boost because it's gonna allow them to go from zone to zone, movement to movement, rotation after rotation, while minimizing the amount of damage they're gonna take. It's not gonna be something that they're not worried about at all, because damage onto the car, you're gonna see so many players begin to make them a target.
Taking a look here at Quinn and Defiable again, our first place team from the third round of this first week of qualifiers, looking to just do the same thing as we've seen Epic Whale doing, as we've seen Snacky Fabs doing, is just getting those tags. Now, there are more ways to get these tags from the Storm Surge. You could force an engagement off spawn if you contest it, or you could even just force an engagement while rotating. If you're very confident mechanically and feel like you have a huge advantage in that engagement, I mean, you can just take it, and that's a good way to get Storm Surge. But the safest, most consistent way is to do it from afar, like we're seeing these duos do it right now.
Yeah, and this is a prime example of Quinn and Indefiable. I wouldn't say necessarily switching up everything that they've done, but we talked about when it comes to these set lobbies, you cannot play exactly one for one the same as you would in an open lobby. And I think Quinn has perfected that. I think he knows when to get aggressive in these open, a little bit easier lobbies. And when it comes to these final lobbies, I think he just uses his brain power. He plays to win every single one of these games, whether if it's placement points, only going for eliminations when he has to, or he sees a clear opening to do so. But Wale and Vanillas, man, I've seen them shoot up leaderboards, qualify for Cash Cup finals, and progressively get better each and every competition they play in. I'm just excited to see how they're going to finish in this first qualifier.
I mean, that's what you'd love to see, right, Jacob? These teams consistently making it to the fourth round, to the semis, to the finals, and just improving every time, right? Learning from the mistakes, adapting to the changes, and just keep getting better. And that's exactly what we see from these top teams. But now taking a look here at Bacon alongside his duo, they seem to be on not so high of an elevated location, but it did seem like they got into engagement. So they're already 305 above the Storm Surge, goes down a bit, but they're still feeling safe here. When they have that security, they can just focus on the rotate, get to mid zone, even play corner zone if that's what they want. It's just all up to them, and they can make whatever decision they want.
Yeah, and I like this trust right here. Bacon and Zook separating just a little bit. He's just trying to get him a good spot in towards zone, even though his teammate is taking some damage. He knows it's not a focus of the lobby, so he doesn't have to go back just yet to go for him. As Danny Fishy, Bonzer trying to go ahead and spot the information, go for the shots. 248 below the threshold. They have to start being proactive, but the biggest thing here is that shield keg in their inventory. They could throw that one down and peek as long as possible, but the biggest thing is they have to start peeking for these shots.
I mean, that's what I love about the shield keg. It's a great way to trade damage for Storm Surge, you know, to peek out. And even if you risk losing some shield, you're just going to recuperate that right back up with the shield keg. But taking a look down at Jakey Rayleigh here, wants to get into an engagement. Seems like he is 135 below the Storm Surge, so has to make something happen here. Trying to find a wall replace, trying to find an angle, some sort of damage onto this opposing duo.
Yeah. I like this decision to get aggressive instead of just simply trying to out-heal it, because once the floppers and the splashes are gone, you're going to have to get aggressive anyway. So outside of zone, still having to think of something. Not throwing all their game into this one play, though. Trying to spread it out, but you see Storm Surge beginning to activate. They're trying to spread out those resources, but like I said, there's a very finite amount. In fact, they're already running out of splashes.
Oof. You can see it's getting ticked second by second here. The players are losing shield, maybe even losing HP if they can't recuperate it. But also Jakey there is going to end up going down. They were playing aggressive, but was it worth it? Now his duo left alone, and Two-Tone is going to go down as well. They got the damage they needed, but in the meantime, they got eliminated, and they will be coming back for game 2.
Yeah, for Sari and Photo, that's a blessing in disguise. That's 348 above the damage threshold, something they're not going to have to worry about in the immediate future. Maybe something later on. You see 71 players still alive. Even Nate picking up a big double in the elimination feed, going to work, trying to get those elimination points, because remember, it's 3 points per elimination. If you're able to score 10 eliminations and a win, that's a 60-point game. That's definitely going to allow you that cushion for the remainder of day 1.
But to get those eliminations, you have to get past that Storm Surge threshold, right? And we're seeing Danny Fishy here and Bonzer. They're not having a good time. They've already used the shield keg. They've already used their big shields. All they're left with are minis now, and they're still 145 below Storm Surge. Third zone is closing. They have to make something happen here. Getting a nice little bit of tags on the opponents who are rotating in, but it's not enough. An opponent actually got straight into the box and takes them both out, Jacob.
Bro, he was so sneaky. I didn't even come. He must have been barefoot. That's what it is. He took off his shoes, entered the box barefoot to minimize the sounds. Because Frappi and Monkey, these guys, there's no other way possible that they could have seen it coming. But maybe their audio was just a little bit too loud, going for those shots. Because you know, when you're focused on going for that Storm Surge damage, sometimes that's a tunnel vision. You get lost in the sauce on the way.
Oh, and then look at this. I mean, are you seeing what Fabs and Snacky have done here, Jacob? They've got a tunnel. Seems to be the length of all of Logjam here, and they still have spare materials. You see that Snacky has 2 eliminations, meaning that they took kind of the more aggressive approach to get that Storm Surge. We know they're 2 of the most mechanical players on the West region, so they're feeling confident. But do you see the feed there, Jacob?
I didn't see the feed. I was looking at the max mats that he has just laying around on the ground there for a moment. That makes me believe those 2 eliminations were en route. We saw him very, very early on make his way towards Logjam, Lumberjam. He didn't have this many mats when we saw him. So those 2 eliminations were more recent, if anything, which is going to allow them this very long tunnel that you spoke about. And we've seen tunnels like this play a big role once we get towards those moving zones, as long as it stays towards that side of the map. But nope, it's going to get a pull, forcing everybody just a little bit more northwest.
Slam gonna be getting eliminated in the feed. And speaking about the feed, Arkham and Epic have went down here in the 4th zone. So one of the favorites here from the desk going down early. But remember, there's just game 1. There's 6 total games. So even if you don't have a great first game, you can always make that comeback, even if it's in the last match. But we're gonna take a look at Sweat here as 3 eliminations. I mean, they're looking good. But let's check that replay out, Jacob.
Let's check it out indeed how Arkham and Epic did go down. They abandoned the car early, and you can see the shots just continuously raining down on the Arkham, unable to really shield himself out. You see Epic trying to go ahead and build and allow themselves that extra cover, but sometimes, Takata, when the whole lobby begins to make you a focus, there's very little you can do to get out of it.
It's all about positioning beforehand, right? Staying one step ahead of the game and avoiding those, occasions where the whole lobby will be looking at you and focusing you down, like what's happening to these players that Rex and Reet are taking some shots at. We can see Blast and his partner actually going to be taking down Landjock Punisher, a veteran duo of the West region that's been here for a very long time. So I always love seeing them back here in today's FNCS. But taking a look at Batman Booga as well. Wheels, you talked about Wheels, incredible IGM, Batman Booga, incredible Fragger. I mean, you've got the dynamic duo here, and I feel like they might even be able to take it home today, Jacob.
You can already see, though, as well, the adaptations as the game has already progressed. It was Batman Booga early on with the Striker Burst AR going for those surge shots. But as the circle closes, forcing everybody closer together, you see that CQC, the close quarters combat loadout between the Combat SMG and the Striker Pump Shotgun. And we know how deadly Batman Booga can be in a box at the wrong time. So I'm interested to see as it goes on. But Quinn, Defiable, they were the ones who got first place in our round number 3, and you could see only 1 point so far. Not faring well when it comes to eliminations, and definitely not faring well when it comes to the damage.
They're trying to get this damage done. They're forced to play it a little more aggressive of the 100 below the Storm Surge here. But actually, Defiable is going to get some nice little tags onto his opponent, but it's not enough. They're still 22 below, 5 below. They just need one more shot, and they'll be above the Storm Surge. But right as I say that, they get tagged. They're even more below. They're getting focused by the lobby. This is not a position you want to be in this first match.
Yeah, it's just going to get exponentially worse once the Storm Surge actually activates, and it does. I think my curse is just reigning supremes far beyond the predictions. Defiable and Quinn now have to get aggressive, be proactive. Now they fall above the damage threshold, and they get the elimination with the Siphon. That was a perfect blessing that they absolutely needed to keep themselves going, bumping themselves up to 5 points in this game.
That is a huge refresh for Quinn and Defiable here. They're now going to be a little more healthy on that Storm Surge damage, but this is just the beginning. They're going to have to keep it going as Kika here and Kika are going to be looking for some tags. They are 112 below. It seems like so many players in this lobby have not done enough damage. You can see Defiable in the feed also picked up another elimination. So Quinn and his duo are feeling pretty happy. I see Frappi close by. I mean, the rotations have to come in. This is the 5th zone. This is where the action begins.
Yeah, everybody's going to get jam-packed together. Touch a close circle. Fabs and Snacky still putting out those shots. 3 eliminations now. Favs picking up 1 along the way, making their journey that much easier because, you know, they have the damage. They don't have to peek unless they absolutely want to, because they don't have to, as they go in box for box, zone for zone, trying to close out the options of every player that's next to them.
3 total eliminations here for Snacky and Favs, but they're just getting started. They are one of the duos that got a 20 elim game in the qualifiers here for the 4th round, and they're looking to do it here as well. You can see the confidence, looking for some drop downs, looking for tags, looking for anything that can get them that nice 3-point elimination. I mean, it's very good if you're able to pick up a good amount of eliminations before the end game, because just with that 3 points per elim, you can boost yourself so high up on the leaderboards.
Takes one moment. That's why I always try to preach to the young West players that, you know, get aggressive at every single moment. You could have the mechanics and the confidence to take every single fight under the sun, but you need to have the brain to back it up, knowing which ones a fight you should take, which ones you shouldn't, which ones you should run from, so on and so forth. And that's what Reet and Rex are looking to do here. Figure out which fights they can take on their way towards the center of the circle, which jump pads they can recycle, what their preferred route is going to be, because you want to see all that information before the zone begins to pull.
Taking a look though, Rex here as he's getting into a little bit of a sticky situation as he's getting tagged down to 22 shield. Does have a good amount of Storm Surge, but has to make the rotate. Is able to recycle a launch pad here now, but he's gonna have to group up with Reet. They're gonna have to play together, and Rex has to heal up.
Yep, looking like a sitting duck with the amount of HP and shields he has, but a perfect pad. Rex gets right in, using the floppers, immediately using the minis to try to get himself back up to tip-top shape or as close to it as possible. And look at them going from defensive straight to the offensive, trying to shoot through a box. Defiable and Quinn still on 6 points, but they are playing towards the end game. They know any eliminations from this point forward are naturally going to come as long as they continue to play how they practice.
44 players alive, 24 duos. We need 14 players to get eliminated for the Storm Surge to get deactivated, and Defiable is 300 below. Now that Quinn has gone down, he's gonna have to make a play happen here, popping a big pot, trying to get the rotating to Storm, trying to find an angle onto an opponent, and this could be it. Gets into the box, 100 damage tag, gonna knock down 1. If he can get this finished, that's gonna be huge.
Oh, the refresh. Defiable is going to be able to get it, but immediately is going to get shut down. You see Nate towards the backside, trying to jump pad towards the zone and give himself a little bit of a better time, but LeBron gets to the box at the perfect moment. Shots down one player, looking for the next, but that's Batman Booga. Booga is down. Now Wheels has to do this one as a solo.
LeBron and Nate, they're feeling confident now. They got the refresh, they got the elims, but take a look at that high ground. We have Favs and Snacky. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident now with this high ground, trying to get some tags from above, laying down the rain, seeing if they can pick up some of these extra eliminations. You can see Snacky takes down Wheels, who was playing as a solo. We can see all these duos down below. Rex actually going to be taken down now, leaving Reet as a solo.
Yeah, Favs and Snacky, the previous FNCS duo champions, playing it to perfection, biding their time, waiting for this 7th zone, and that's where they're going to take it. But Reet doing it by himself, losing Rex early, still 3 eliminations, trying to make his way towards the end game, and he's going to be one of the most dangerous solo players that we have in the game right now. But no heals, not a lot of resources, and a player trying to get into his box. All he needs is one moment with that drum and the combat, and he can end one player's run. But Favs, Snacky still holding on to the high ground, putting the pressure on so many players, including Reet, who just gets taken down.
Very close there from Reet. Managed to pick up a bit of those placement points before getting knocked down, but taking a look at Nate now, another player who's playing it out as a solo here. 6 total eliminations for his duo, 36 points, trying to get that number up. Favs and Snacky still on the high ground. We have Pars and Rays on second height here, getting a little bit of close to the high ground duo, but Lime, Chip, they're picking up some elims, and it is looking great for them.
Yep, this is another duo I've seen perform so well during last season, but Lime's run might come to an end with 25 HP. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's finding a way to get towards the center of the zone, and his teammates so close behind him, hot on his heels. But Favs and Snacky, they're ready to drop down, get aggressive, and get their hands dirty, and pick up those eliminations. You talked about a 20 bomb with a win, where they're looking to try to get as close to that as possible.
5 eliminations for Fabs and Snacky. Gets bumped up to 6, and they're just racking Elim after Elim. Chip getting knocked down here. Fabs is still hungry, though. He wants more of these eliminations, trying to find an angle here onto Pars. But Pars has 6 Elims just by himself. He is clutching out so much here as a solo.
Yeah, this is almost number 1 and number 2 of last season as Pars is trying to drop down low, separate the two players, but no matter what, only a sliver of HP, boxed in, forced out towards the zone, and that's gonna be Fabs and Snacky continuing their domination from last season, taking game number 1.
That confidence is just gonna keep getting built up here as they take home that first match. I mean, I can't wait to see what's gonna be coming here, Jacob, from Fabs and Snacky. When they get into their game, when they're feeling confident as some of the most mechanical players on the West region, I mean, this could be a domination.
Yeah, when you know how to play, you know how to play, and you saw almost every facet of their game being tested throughout that last one. A contested drop over towards Tilted, quick rotations up towards Logjam, Lumberjam, and then finding a crucial elimination, because that set themselves up not only for Max Mats on Fabs and Snacky, but for Max Mats on the ground as well, which made their trajectory into the center of the zone that much easier.
But not only Fab Snacky, I mean, we saw Pars and Raze there racked up a good amount of eliminations and a second place. So there's a lot of these duos that, you know, they're getting a good first game. They're feeling confident, but even if you didn't have the best first match, I know Arc and Epic got knocked out early, you still have 5 more games. I mean, you can make a comeback. You have so much opportunity here to get back up on that leaderboard.
Yep, and wondering what that leaderboard is looking like, we have a good-looking Des, Panda, Clay, Kelly. Please break down the action and let us know who's in first place after game number 1.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And I don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise of Fabs and Snacky being on top right there with 9 eliminations. Great VR. But I do have to talk about what Jacob was saying, Panda. Pars having an incredible run.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Pars and Raze, I believe, is one of those teams that almost didn't qualify, if I'm not mistaken, out of round 3. So to see them being so successful here in game number 1 is going to be huge. But what else is huge? Snacky, Fabs, high ground domination from start to finish here in this end game. And it's just, honestly, it's a masterclass on how to handle these games here in NA West, Clay.
And look, they had no struggle with Surge at all once they were on high ground. We've seen teams that do struggle with it, but it didn't matter for them. They were finding Elims. You see Snacky just going down, getting Elims as players are trying to come up. They had a really great zone favor them as everyone had to kind of funnel into them. So they were able to find eliminations like this when normally your high ground team's got to stay all the way up there. Snacky even throwing in that W emote as well. And just at the end of it, look at the edit course that Fabs does right here. It's just so amazing. And you know, I'm excited for them, right? You want that defending champ to go through and make it to the next season. That way they have that chance to say, hey, it wasn't a fluke.
Oh, no, without a doubt, definitely not a fluke, especially now being the 2-time FNCS champions, the reigning champs, of course. And you know, it's funny, when we were starting at the top of the show, we were talking about our predictions, and every single caster and analyst said, well, Snacky and Fabs is my second pick, but... So to see them doing so well, we're all kind of eating our words right now, but we have to talk about another team, and of course, Reet running as a solo for quite a while, although Reet and Rex had a decent middle game and obviously dropped off a little towards the end game there.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we were expecting from them, right? Reet, Rex, just honestly, we knew that they were going to go for some eliminations, but also in round 4s, they do typically play a little bit more passive than they do in the other rounds. So that's why we see them play a little bit differently. However, Rex going down here, definitely not part of the plan, but you know what? It's game number 1, and Reet still showed that as a solo player, he can make some things happen, Clay.
I mean, that's something we've known for a while, right? Reet is a solo clutch performer, but unfortunately, you see right there, 2 players with almost full HP is really, really hard when you're trying to clutch it up. So great performance, though, from him.
Yeah, let's see how that performance did in our top 10 leaderboard right now. Again, I think we know who is going to be in first place. And yes, indeed, it is Fabs and Snacky with 59 points. So actually, not the lead that I thought they were going to have, although still 7 points away from second place, which is Pars and Raze. A great performance right there from Pars and Raze. And you were right, actually. They placed 49th out of round 3. So barely being able to make it into round 4. And to do this well, Clay, that's a great start.
It really isn't. Only a 7-point difference from first to second. That just shows that how on point they were. They had 8 elims, so 1 behind first place. Great to see, but looking down against top 5 is where we're looking. Lime and Chip up there, LeBron and Nate, Notch and Salty as well. Everyone's looking really good.
Yeah, they definitely are. Notch being one of those names that we always see here in a top 10 situation on the leaderboard here on NA West. So it's nice to see him here come in and have a great game number 1. But we got to talk about the people that are shortly behind the top 10. And there it is to my boys, Rex and Reet there, just outside of the top 10 in 12th place. But that's a good game. You know what? I'll give it to them. Warm-up game for them and Arkham and Epic Whale, right? It's what they need, right? Let's get them warmed up and good to go. But for some of these teams, they're feeling confident. Slick Nick, Convict, another team that we definitely expect to do pretty well here on the day. Will they get a top 5? We'll see here shortly. But Kelly, this is just incredible.
I mean, this is just game number 1, everyone. We have 5 more games to go. And remember, when we look at the leaderboard, the number that you want to look towards, chat, is the 5th place spot, because the top 5 teams are going to automatically make their way into the finals. So that's where they want to be right now. But real quick, another team that we got to watch, of course, we have to, there we have it, Favs and Snacky up on top right now. So that 5th place spot, 35 points. It's still game number 1, so the separation between 5th and 6th is going to be very small. But we've seen it come down to a single elimination in the past that will make their way into the finals right now. So Vanillas and Wale, an incredible team, grabbing 4 eliminations as well as a few placement points. Going to be hopefully having a same situation in this next game, but just a little better. Everyone, we only have a few seconds left before we toss it into game number 2. Panda, anything that you want to see?
Listen, I just want to see Arkham Epic Whale make it to the end game, right? That's where they shine most, and seeing them go down early was definitely unexpected. But also for some of these other players that are showcasing some talents here, making their way to the top 5, keep it up, stay consistent, because that's what's going to be key for these players that aren't normally at the top of the leaderboard.
And Clay, I know what you want to see. You want to see a Harpoon play, and it might be possible, everyone. But guys, for right now, that is it for us. We're going to be tossing it back to Jacob and Takata for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. Great breakdown from the desk, but I mean, Jacob, from the edit course Favs did on that last opponent to Raze and Pars doing a great job racking up those eliminations in the 2nd place. I mean, we've just seen 1 match and we still have 5 to go.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm loving it from top to bottom. Everything is fulfilling that excitement I knew was going to come through. And honestly, I'm seeing the chat even take part. You see it kind of Quinn for win. You're seeing fans of Arkham and Epic. So many different fans in the chat. And I just love how they're showing up and really giving their energy to their favorite players, their favorite duos and teams. I want to see that continue throughout all 6 games. And that's going to be a sign for their favorite competitors. If they look at this chat in between games and they see their team getting voted for, that's going to be a huge boost of confidence going into this next game number 2, in which the battle bus is ready.
One game down, 5 to go. The engine's already hot from that first match, but we're just getting started. Drop the names of your favorite duos in the chat. I want to see who you're rooting for. I mean, personally, we've seen some crazy action from Favs and Snacky, but there's still some top tier veterans in this match that still have a lot of time to show what they're capable of.
Yep, you heard the analyst desk from 49th place in round number 3, barely getting in. That door was just creaked open and they slammed it wide open to 2nd place. 8 eliminations as well, so you can see they're already heated up. And I'm talking about Pars and Raze, who were that close, just inches away from being the FNCS champions of last season.
And they're going to be feeling good. We can actually see them going straight into this match here. They're dropping in a spot which is very contested. You can see how many players are flying around them, how many duos they have to go up against here. But Pars seems to know what he's doing. You can tell that he's studied. He's prepared his path, knows what to loot, knows what he has to do. But take a look here. He might even start up with an elimination as he takes down Nate. But his duo partner is watching closely, taking some shots onto Pars. Pars have to make a decision here, decides to stay. Gonna maybe refarm, but oof, that's a great way to start, Jacob.
Yeah, probably didn't want to get shot out of the sky, but you can see in the minimap somebody's hot on his heels, trying to finish off that elimination. You can see the cannon already being used as well. Raze is there to try to save the day with the IO card, immediately trying to splash and get them both to tip-top shape. That play right there is how you start off a game number 2 after finishing second in game 1.
But we're getting right into some more action here as we have Monkey and Clone taking an engagement and seems to be kind of more of a split drop on the corner of the map here as Clone takes down one. Now looks like they might have actually secured, I mean, they've secured one elimination here, but I'm not sure where his duo partner is. It could be that player that is making an escape route right now on the side of this island in a boat. So I mean, I don't know what his game plan is now. Maybe play a bit of safe, go back for the reboot card later and hopefully get a reboot, but that's a difficult way to start your match.
Yeah, that's a big hope and a big prayer there. But depending on where the zone is, that could be a little bit of a help. But judging off this mini map, it is going to pull south, so may not have to move. But Flux, Biz trying to do what they can. Jake's going to go down, but a trade teammate for teammate. But Flux, full HP, not a worry. He's saying it's fine, nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about here. I was getting a little scared there when the shots were coming in, but Flux, he was feeling calm, feeling confident, managed to secure both of those eliminations and even pick up his partner. So now we're going to switch over here to Zor and his duo, who seem to be in not an engagement, but they do have opponents close by. Maybe they just want to get some tags for Storm Surge, or maybe they want to secure those eliminations. It really depends on what their game plan is.
Russo, you know me and him. You know me and him. We go way back to those zone wars where I always just end up getting taken down. No matter if he's the high ground, the low ground, he never lets me escape as Nitrix and C's are over towards Rocky Rails. It is going to be a contested drop, but just judging off of what I see in the minimap so far, it's going to be a slow drop. They're not going to want to get aggressive, and I like that because these teams and players, they know, like I said, you can have all the confidence to fight any fight, but you need to know that you cannot throw it away in the early portions of the game, because if you don't get those elims, you're not going to get placement points either. You get absolutely nothing for your efforts.
Right, I mean, if you get eliminated early, that's not a way you want to start off your day here for a round 4 of the Fortnite FNCS on the NA West region. But I mean, you can always jump back, right? Make that comeback, and that's what I'm looking to see Epic Whale and Arkham do today. You can see they're still feeling good. They've got the route down, farming up, getting those shields, getting those materials, and now it's all about just adapting to what happened in their last match. You know, how can we overcome that and not let it happen again?
Be a big one for them, and I don't think we're gonna see that right now. That's the thing. They got an uncontested drop. They know they have that championship caliber mindset. It's just about getting the materials, getting the resources, the weaponry, every single piece of loot out of that drop before you make your way forward. And then from there, they're gonna be looking for position and surge, as Fabs and Snacky doing something very, very similar. But I'm about to say right now, just already doing something out of the blue. What are we doing, Fabs? Oh my God.
I mean,
that right there, that's skill.
You love to see it, right? Fabs and Snacky didn't have enough with just the Victory Royale. They wanted to play some games with the vehicles, right? Make them bounce, kind of mimic a trampoline there. But you know, they're feeling happy. They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves, and they're just getting started.
I bet you he had the same reaction I did. Like, what is going what is going on? I didn't know that was an interaction. Maybe he's just trying something new. Because you know how flashy he can get after putting a player in the blender last game with that edit course. This game, maybe he's just trying to throw a car at somebody, end them that way. But Reet and Rex, uncontested. This time around, though, Takata, the biggest difference is they didn't get that elimination off of the drop. So they are going to be having to look for Surge.
That is absolutely correct, Jacob. They might have to change up their plan, but I mean, you know, Rate and Rex, they have so much experience in Fortnite competitive. I'm sure they are more than able to adapt depending on the drop, the duos which are close by, the rotates that they have to do. I mean, they're ready for anything that gets put in their path. But looking at Clone here, this is the duo that got into that early game engagement, but you can see instead of 1 elims, Clone now has 2, so it looks like he picked up that solo that kind of escaped in the early game. And now with 6 points from elims and the storm surge they need for these first zones, they can just focus on their rotate.
Yeah, and that's where the games switch up. No matter if it's game 1, game 6, anything in between, where you're at in your current surge loot path, that matters so much about where you have to position yourself in zone. And that was one of the biggest questions that we were kind of talking last season. You've seen a bunch of content pieces at it, and there's no more asking that question because you had the full season, you had years to figure it out. So this one, it's going to be all or nothing when you're positioning yourself as Wheels and Batman Booga. Once again, the very, very similar game plan. Loot up, get as many mats and resources as possible. You see them with 2 eliminations each, so the Storm Surge very, very early on, so that way the rest of the game, they can do exactly what they want when they want.
Taking a look here, though, just like Jacob was saying, is one of the most powerful IGLs, also known as in-game leaders in the West region. Wheels alongside Batman Booga. I mean, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing today, landing in a very congested, very contested drop spot, but they have a game plan. They know how to play it. You can even see them farming up full metal here before leaving. You have the option for the rotates. You have the option for the Storm Surge tags. I mean, you know they've studied, and they're going to make anything happen here if they want to get to that late game. But Epic Whale and Arkham, they are looking for some tags here. 0 eliminations. They have the materials. They have the loot. They have the mobility, but I don't think they have those tags, Jacob.
Yep. Once again, though, you can kind of see it. Everything that is going down. Not too many early game skirmishes. 92 total players still left alive, so we're going to have a massive hunt when it comes to that Storm Surge. So positioning yourself now is so important and impactful for the rest of your game, because you put yourself in a bad spot, using those resources early. And talk about a bad spot. Rex over peeking, taking a couple burst shots to the face. He's going to have to rethink that one and figure out, does he want to peek again? But at least that gives him another position, information of where more players are located.
I mean, the good thing about Rex and Reet here is they do have Greasy uncontested, so they have a lot of loot, right? You can see the chug splashes, the mini shields. They can recuperate this damage, which is being put back to them. But, I mean, it's how much, right? How much damage do you want to take for it to be worth it versus how many of those tags you can get without losing some HP like they're looking for here with a team that's trying to rotate in a vehicle here, but they're wasting a lot of materials because Rex and Reet, they want that damage.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, it is going to be wood. Something they can farm up pretty easily, but over on that side, I'm just trying to think how much wood is actually over there. Tons of brick, tons of metal, but when it comes to the actual wood, it might be a little thin, but I might be overstaying my welcome when it comes to that part of the game, as Reet and Rex sitting comfortably. I got to imagine Arkham and Epic are doing the same thing over on the other side of the map in Coney, as you see a lot of teams in your mini-map just boxed up, looking for those shots to make the rest of their game easier. As you see, they're already sitting pretty in towards the zone, and judging by, you know, last time we saw Camp Cuddle, this one did pull on this side of the map.
We can see that the second zone pulled, but it seems that Rex and Reet, they're still in it. But just like you said, the edge is at that northwest side. So for third zone, they might have to make a move. But the good thing is now they're in zone. They can kind of wait it out and let the other duos, which have to rotate into the zone, get in and then get those tags onto them. But Pars Rays, second place right now. You can even see it at the bottom left. They are feeling happy. 55 points, 2 shield kegs if they need to use one. But they already have an elimination, so I'm sure they're feeling good on damage. They're feeling good at loot, max materials. They just have to get into zone and get positioned in a place where they can still use their vehicle. Hopefully it doesn't get exploded or get shot at. You know, that's kind of the most dangerous thing that could happen to them here.
I like it. Just finding extra loot and weapons around. I wouldn't say it's a risky play by any means, but you definitely know as well as I do, timing is of the essence in certain situations. Getting to your spot, making sure it's not taken just yet. It's going to be so important. You see them marking exactly where they want to go. Landjock and Punisher not too far off, and taking those shots is going to make Pars and Rays take another route. Try to find another entry towards the zone or another spot to kind of box up at as you see them getting shot, becoming a focus of the lobby in that IO car, and that's where they're going to stop dead in their tracks, box it up, and be safe for now.
Switching up to Quinn and Defiable, though. Looks like they were in a box fight here, but they're not getting too risky, right? They're taking shots, looking for edits, but they're not going all in into their opponent's boxes. They just want to do the damage. They don't need the eliminations. They need the damage. So they're boxed up close to Slicks here and CZR, a Spanish-speaking duo. Slick playing for PSG TNA. So, I mean, they're feeling pretty good here, but you don't want to get into an engagement here and get eliminated, right? We're in second zone, still 44 duos alive, 88 players. So as long as you get damage and keep rotating, you should be good. But if you get into a very risky situation and end up getting eliminated, that is just not what you want to happen.
Quinn, Defiable. I would think they have a consistent game plan when it comes to playing. They don't go for those early game skirmishes. Quinn knows and he has it kind of down packed that they're going to naturally present itself as the game progresses. But 58 above the damage threshold. Arkham and Epic from the top Coney Crossroads. They haven't had too many people cross their paths, and now they're forced to move in. They're going to get themselves a spot, and that's when they are going to be on the hunt for that damage. As long as they don't position themselves, I want to say on the side of this mountain, because there's possibly a couple of teams, or at least one right above them.
Yeah, you got to be careful, but what they're trying to do here is just make sure that their vehicle doesn't get shot at, doesn't get destroyed, because that's what they're going to use to rotate. But the scary thing about this mountain is, I mean, you've got vision, but not as much vision of the map if you were in a higher elevated area, right? Like on top of that hill, or maybe even another hill a little bit more south. So they're going to look for tags and, I mean, hopefully get some, because they're only 21 above, but this might be a little risky.
Yeah, that's the only reason why. Obviously, you can position yourself there. Like you said, you see a lot. When it comes to getting the actual shots for the people that you're seeing, that's where they're going to find that difficulty. And already a half of the map is not going to be seen because of the mountain that is right on Arkham's right. But another team facing that damage threshold, the worry sitting 12 below, is going to be Coatsy and Notorious. As you see him getting shot with a shield keg, and wondering where his teammate is at right now. I was going to say he needs to take use of that shield keg because it's their only one.
The only one, and they're making good use of it, though. A lot of shield needs to be recuperated here, but my concern is the 85 below. The good thing is they have the shield popping, so if they want to take some trades now, take some peeks, look for some damage, I mean, it's the time to do so while that shield keg is supplying them, refreshing that shield, and that's exactly what Notorious is looking for here. Some damage, some tags, but he's just not able to find it.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive when it comes to looking for those shots while the keg is actually active, but it is going to be dying down. So that means that they're going to be a little bit more risky when it goes for going for those shots, but you got to risk it for the biscuit. 2 more, maybe 3 shots going to be landed. 75 plus damage already. That's going to bring out above the damage threshold, but they know the players in zone taking that HP damage. The shots are also lining up with other players in the lobby. Even if they don't get the actual elimination, it's getting them 1 step closer to first. That matters.
But Vanilla's and his duo here, they're 81 below. The other duo we saw managed to get that damage, but now 117 below, goes down to 81 below. They've got to make something happen using those chug splashes, recuperating the shield, but they're getting shots taken on their box. They're getting shots taken at them. They have to be very careful here, but also do damage quickly.
Yeah, and something we learned so many seasons ago when Storm Surge was actually first introduced. When it starts to activate and damage players, you can see the lobby begin to focus. They want to make sure that they cannot get aggressive. Forced to play on the defensive. Of Wale is going to go down, unable to continue living as Creep's going to clean that one up. Vanilla's now hopes and prayers is all he's left with as he's getting dropped down. 1 player needs to go down. You see the elimination feed, multiple players dropping left and right, but it's still not going to be enough.
Oh, I also saw there at the right side of the screen, Snacky actually got knocked down. Favs was able to pick him up, and he recuperated his shield, but I'm wondering what happened there. I think they're kind of fighting the surge right now. They're above, but not by too much. So if they don't have any heals now, Snacky might be stuck at low HP for some time, but if they're able to get a siphon, get a refresh. I mean, we saw from last game how confident they are mechanically in box fights, and even just getting refreshes in that late game that I'm sure they'll be able to get a bit of health back. But for now, we see teams going down. Slick gonna get knocked, Buzo gonna get elimination, and now all these duos, they're gonna have to be rotating into this 3rd zone, but there's still just so much more to come.
Yeah, and you can see the game plan. Favs and Snacky, much similar like last game. They didn't have very many eliminations early on. A lot of their eliminations came throughout the course of the mid, course of the late game, towards those moving zones, to where I always say it's just naturally going to come to you as long as you play your game. And you can see him already what he's thinking, getting that car ready for this next rotation, but it's going to sacrifice some damage from the storm. So I'm hoping Raze has something up his sleeve, but immediately the car is going to become a target. Pars and Raze have to abandon that play and think of a plan B.
They abandoned the car, but they made it into the zone just barely, as you can see. They're on the edge there. Gonna recuperate the shield they lost, but my concern is the next zone, Jacob. If that 4th zone pulls far and they have to make a rotate, they no longer have the vehicle. They have duos looking at them now, and that is just gonna be a difficult one to rotate. But Nate and LeBron here, they're feeling pretty happy, feeling pretty confident, actually trying to kind of find an angle onto Pars and Raze, but so far it's kind of waiting game until the next zone appears.
Yeah, right now they're at the edge, and they have the IO car for rotation as well. they know they just can't get greedy here. That's going to be the biggest thing. And with zone not too far off, this is where I ask you, what would be the play here? You have a car, you're Nate and LeBron, you're set up. What would Takada do?
The problem here is if you have a car, it's a little risky, right? If you end up getting focused and go too early and then your car gets exploded, you're gonna get focused, right? So if you're going with a car rotate, you have to go a little later, depending on how the situation is, right? Here, you could go in the corner zone, maybe try and get on the left side here. It really just depends on what your shields are, how much mats you have. If there's a duo in front of you, you can follow, maybe recycle some materials. In Ray's and Par's case, we saw that Nate and his duo partner were close. So if they end up rotating early, they could go behind them, reuse their materials, and not have to waste as much on this rotation. So it just really depends on what the players and their surroundings do.
How beneficial was Vanilla's right there? Just a chest left wide open, and it's a med kit that's going to get him back on up. But Arkham and Epic, they were able to survive the low numbers when it came to watching them early on in the Storm Surge damage, and that's exactly why I picked them. When it comes to consistency, these guys got what it takes, and if anybody believes they're going to have a very similar day number one like they did in last season's Grand Finals, you guys are crazy. These guys are built like Ford Tough.
Oh, even with that position that we were talking about, Arkham and Epic, they're looking healthy, Jacob. I mean, they were under that mountain, but they're full right now on effective HP. But, oof, I don't want to speak too soon. They are 145 below the Storm Surge, but quickly refreshing up to 90. They were able to get some quick tags here, but it's not going to be enough. They have to keep looking for damage, keep looking for tags, but luckily enough, we have some duos trying to rotate into Storm here, so this could be very good for not only Epic and Arkham, but also Fabs and Snacky, who are only 68 above.
Everybody's gonna have to be forced in. You see another shot's gonna be landed. That's gonna boost it on the Storm Surge, but nothing to call home about as Vanilla is sitting 297 below, quickly trying to get in a box and capture some players off guard. That's Wheels trying to get out. He's gonna land one shot, but it's not gonna be enough to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge, so Vanilla has to reload and go again, find another target here, but he has to be smart about it, not putting himself in the open and take shots from everybody else. He's going box to box, cover to cover, trying to chase down Wheels, and he's hot on his heels, trying to make the elimination happen, but Wheels is doing a good job of just staying alive.
That's what he has to do. He has to overcome the aggression from this opposing duo, but Vanilla's hitting an incredible sniper shot, 180 damage right onto his opponent, and that is incredibly helpful for a Storm Surge. Now, they don't have to get as much damage, but Raze and Pars, they're pretty close to the threshold as well. They're gonna have to look for something, but Vanilla's getting straight into a box here, going right into that engagement. Unfortunately, though, is gonna go down here. We have Wheels, though, close to LeBron and Nate, and I'm not sure if they know that he's a solo.
No, I don't think they do, because I feel like if they did know he was a solo, they would go right after him, try to get in the box, make quick work before everybody on the northern portion of the maps begins to move south. You see about maybe 4 duo teams currently in the circle. 23 still have some traveling to do before they can say they are 2 in the circle. LeBron and Nate's going to be one of them. B-Dog's going to have to do it as a solo while sitting 14 below the damage threshold. So not only does he have to find his way to the circle, he has to find some damage along the way.
D-Dog has a difficult rotate here, seeing that he also has to do damage, just like you were mentioning, but a duo that's feeling pretty good right now is Nate and LeBron. They are pretty close to the circle here, have the damage, but let's focus on B-Dog here, see what he's able to do. I mean, he's popping the med mist, he's getting everything done, but LeBron, Nate actually getting cracked here now with half HP. LeBron is feeling healthy, but he's gonna have to be the one that tarps here if they want to make it into this zone. The problem is there's so many duos close by. You have to pick the right path here. If you end up getting into a box of an opponent, that could just be it, as LeBron gets dropped down almost into a box, but manages to escape now with 61 effective HP. But be careful, there's more duos, there's more players raining down shots onto both of these players. They have to make something happen soon.
Yeah, and I like that quick move right there. They got in different boxes, and immediately LeBron reunites with Nate because they know all it takes is a second of separation to cost you your entire game up until this point. But sitting at 46 point, 4th place, right on that bubble, and here currently in game number 2, which is going to be important to hold on to your position. And Pars is going to have to hold on to 2nd place by himself. But that's something Pars and Raze are good at doing. We've seen it last season. We've seen a taste of it this season already, and we're seeing it again here in this game.
zone actually going to be closing. The 6th zone, the first moving zone, is going to be closing on Nate and LeBron's side here. So you can see all the opposing duos, Snacky, Favs, and the players around them are going to have to make a further rotate. So it's going to be a bit difficult, but you can see the launch pads coming through, the rotation, the mobility happening. And meanwhile, the duos, which are already on the side of the moving zone, they're going to be taking shots. They're going to be looking to see if they can knock down or maybe even get an elimination on these players that are rotating. But Landjock and Punisher, they have the high ground.
Yep, high ground here in 6th zone, and this is where we've seen so many players take it a little too early, not kind of hold on to as many resources as possible in single layer build, and it cost them it all. 157 below the threshold. Arkham and Epic still have to look for shots and put the pressure on a couple players. It even looks like they might be trying to chop down that high ground and make it theirs later on in the game, but for now it's all about the damage, making sure that they can alleviate the pressure of what's in front of them, and that's that storm surge, and they did just enough. They're living on a prayer, but no, they're teeter-tottering back and forth like a game of ping pong when it comes to the threshold.
Just a small taste of that damage is all they need. Landjock gonna go down to Snacky, but Landjock also gonna knock down a player here as Favs has been knocked down. Snacky left as a solo, but we have Epic Whale and Arkham battling against Rex and Reet, two of the most veteran Titan duos of the NA West region, going head-to-head, battling it out for this high ground. Jacob, this is just the 7th zone, and these engagements are already crazy.
Like you look up, you see, is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, it's 4 FNCS champions battling it out for the high ground, and Epic Well is trying to claim that top spot. Hot on Snacky's heels, not wanting to let him escape, but he turns. He still gets the burn though. Epic Well will survive, getting the siphon, still has the flopper, but Snacky drops down low for a moment. Even Reet there for a second. I thought his loot was going to go to shambles, and it does. It falls down low. Epic Well's not going to be able to make that his, but the high ground is still theirs to hold on to.
Be careful though, Lime hitting launchpad, trying to see if he can get an angle onto that high ground, but Arkham did an amazing job of going ahead early, claiming that high ground for the opposing duos that might have been looking for it, but now Rex left alone as a solo. We saw what happened to Reed. Rex is gonna have to clutch this up here, already has 2 eliminations, looking to make it 3 as he gets the shots, but it's not enough to get that elimination, and luckily enough, the Storm takes him down. Now 3 eliminations, and Rex is just getting started.
I was thinking there somebody might have snatched it away, but Rex is able to hold on, get the siphon, using the med mist, trying to get to zone before he continues using it to try to maximize as much as he's going to get out of it. Even has the splashes to get himself up to 200. But once again, former FNCS champions are back on top on the high ground, with Rex almost getting taken out. 9 HP in a dream. He has the heals to kind of get himself back up, but does he have the time and the space?
Rex might play zone here with the med mist. He can sit inside of it for a little bit of time, but not too long, as all these players, they're getting eliminated. They're looking for these solos that don't have too much HP to work with, but look at this. Rex gets a great angle onto Zio, takes down one, but isn't able to get the finish or another elimination. Epic Whale and Arkham still on the high ground. Now they want to get some elims. They're hungry. They have 4, but they want to rack that number up.
And you can see them just pressuring on to multiple players. They're not just thirsting for a single elimination. They know the game is theirs in the bag. As long as they continue to force players low. Slicknick now under siege. Epic Well is going to take him out. Another elimination under their belt, and that's going to bring them to a total of 5. And they might even be one of the only duos left alive, as Flux is trying to out-heal the Storm. He has the med mist to get his HP up, combined with a chug splash. That's going to get him to tip-top shape.
7 players alive, 5 duos. There's a lot of solos here. Vlux getting an elimination. Epic Whale trying to find the angles, trying to find the shots to rack up those elims. 3 points per elimination. They're so important, but just as they're looking for that, Boyo retakes the high ground now as a solo. So Epic Whale and Arkham, they got to make the choice. Do we go for the high ground? Do we keep eliminating the low? What is the game plan here?
Yeah, they were separated for just a second. Arkham took so much damage, dropping down to a sliver, and you can see Epic heard the call, tries to reunite with him, but Belthy, Zeno, their full HP, or as close to it as possible towards the low ground, trying to find those extra resources, maybe some extra mats and heals to use for the rest of this game here, as it does look like it's going to come down to the wire. The 2 duo teams are smashed together, with Poyo trying to recycle the high ground builds and hold on to the position.
Epic Whale and Arkham got to make a decision. Do they take the 2v1 on the high ground, or do they take the 2v2 on the low? I think the 2v1's a better decision, and they feel like that too, as Epic Whale's going to actually get knocked down by Boyo. Now Arkham, it's all up to him. Boyo gets eliminated. It's a 1 versus 2. Arkham versus Zeno and his duo here on the low ground.
Yep, it's going to be a tall task for Arkham if he wants to come out on top, depending on what is all around. You can see Zeno, Belty just making their way in towards the zone. 85 on the med miss when it comes to Arkham, so he could play around, dodging in and out of Storm. Jump pad in front of him, trying to formulate a plan here, as he doesn't have very many builds. He's getting chopped little by little. HP's going along with it, and he is fresh out of builds now. Med miss coming out, trying to hop around. He's going to get taken down. Zeno and Belty take game number 2.
Great play there from Zeno and Belty, claiming the low ground, letting all the action happen above, and just by playing it safe, they were able to have that man advantage, that 2 versus 1, and take home the victory royale of game 2.
Yeah, Belty and Zeno. I didn't even know for most of that end game that they were a fresh duo, looking good, holding on to the low ground. And you know as well as I do, if nobody knows you're down there, you're recycling mats, you're just traveling through, everybody getting eliminated above you, Luke is just raining on you from above. That is a recipe for success. But Arkham and Epic, they got to take that one in stride. Even though they got second, they got a good amount of eliminations, good amount of placement points to jump them up towards the leaderboard.
I mean, I want to give props to them from having a first game, which wasn't too great, to now making the comeback, getting a second place with a good amount of eliminations. I mean, they're feeling good now. We've still got games to go. This was just the second match, so all of these duos, they've got to adapt now. What's the change they're going to make? What are they doing correctly? What are they doing wrong? And how can they improve to, I mean, get a better placement, right? Get up on that leaderboard and qualify to the finals.
Yep, and with 2 games down, there's 4 games to go. You got to imagine the blueprint and the strategy has been laid down for a lot of these duos. What that blueprint is, well, there's too many duos for me to call it all out, but there's 3 people on the desk that can lay down all the action we saw in game number 2. Panda, Clay, Kelly, please make some sense of this.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takata. And I really want to speak on what Takata was talking about right now, that after game number 2, this is when the teams are really going to be looking towards what they can do to change up their play style to have a better performance. And we just saw that from Arkham and Epic Whale. What, they placed in the 30th, 40th place last game, and now getting second place, Panda.
Yeah, you know what? Look, the Jacob curse couldn't hold them back there from the second place spot. Surprisingly enough, so they're going to be able to hold on here in this game. But look, this is the normal Epic Will and Arkham we're used to seeing. And Arkham being left as a solo player, it was not concerning to me whatsoever. I had confidence that he was going to be able to clutch it up. Unfortunately, they did end in second place, but that was still enough clutch potential there to last, get those extra placement points, and get some eliminations like you see Epic Will get under Reed there, Clay.
I mean, it was just such a, I don't want to say textbook, but textbook performance from them. They waited till 7th, 8th zone. They took high ground. They dominated with it. Unfortunately, they did end up losing Epic Whale there. But still, overall, I mean, this is a phenomenal game for them. This is where we expect to see them, and this is where they want to be. As you see, Arkham almost is the one that ends up going down there. But Poyo made an amazing play to essentially deny them the victory royale right here, as he takes down Epic Whale with that. But still, 6 eliminations in a second place. We know that's going to be a lot of points, which is something they needed coming out of that first game.
Oh, without a doubt, an incredible performance from them. And then, of course, a great performance from Zeno and Belty there, sticking to the low ground, grabbing eliminations when players drop down, which seemed to be happening a lot. And one of those teams that we saw kind of have a rough endgame there was Snacky and Favs, although they were still able to make it to the endgame after grabbing the first VR of the day. Let's talk a little bit about that, Clay.
Yeah, as you see, they go for the 50-50 on the high ground, but then they lose Favs early. They just end up getting boxed up, and Snacky is there to try to make something happen, but just as quickly as they got that elimination, Snacky goes down. And when you're going for high ground, you really have to make sure that you can secure it, if not at least secure the build battle for it. But going to land on a player is always just that much more risky.
Well, let's talk a little bit about securing the end game there, because we saw Reet try to steal height as a solo player when there was 7 players left, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was definitely a risky play there on Reed's part, but Rex kind of playing a little bit differently, right? Went straight to the low ground as a solo player and just went for every elimination that he could get, which ended up leading to him walking away with some crucial elimination points, which is so important. But here is where the mistake was made, right? He had to use all of his heals to get back in the game, and he spent a little bit too much time in the zone hoping to pick up an elimination here, but it just wasn't enough. The Siphon was not able to come through quickly, and sure enough, that's why they were held back just a little bit. But man, What
Wow.
a change up here on the leaderboard, because now Zio and Polo are up top there with 73 points.
Well, they started it off in the low ground, and, you know, obviously it was Zeno and Belfi that were able to grab that VR, but to see them, Zio and Pollo, able to grab 8 eliminations after that, incredible. 73 points now, but Fabs and Snacky still on top, Clay, or still in second place.
They are, but I want to shout out 10th place there, Zeno and Belfi, who went from the literal last place on the leaderboard into 10th place with that game. That is a statement right there, right? You say, hey, we have not that but good of a first game. Let's go out and let's just win.
Wow, I honestly quite surprised to see Zio and Pollo able to jump up from around 8th place all the way up to 1st place right now, showing that placement and consistency is important, everyone. But how is that all going to play out in game number 3? Well, who better to talk about it than Jacob and Takada? So, gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you so much. Game number 3, Takada. And the key words I heard on that analyst desk is honestly coming from Kelly: consistency and placement. Snacky and Fabs, a big game number 1 victory, 9 eliminations, no longer in first place. That goes over to Pollo because he simply survived last game.
I mean, that's how it works, right? If you're able to stay consistent for all 6 matches, it's the best thing that could happen. But it's not just about those placement points. It's about staying consistent, but also racking up those elims. 3 points per elimination, that really counts up over time.
Now, it definitely does count up over time, but we don't have to count up the time it takes to start the game. Game number 3 starts right now.
Third match of the day. I mean, the battle bus is already getting weighed down as these matches go down one by one. 4 more to go. We've had Arkham and Epic making the comeback. Snacky Fabs in the first game dominating, and then Pollo and his duo just playing for that consistency. There's so many storylines, so many players, and so much that can still happen. I mean, it's anybody's game.
Sanctuary, another contested drop over here. You see Danny Fishy and Bonzer landing over here trying to loot up the instant floor loot, get as much as possible, start to get the resources, because they know with not only the teams that are landing actually at Sanctuary, but so many more of those teams that go around Sanctuary and travel through it. That's why they're just trying to get themselves up before they take any early exchanges. You mix that with the Mythic Boss that is right here with the Mythic Striker Burst AR, that is something that is definitely going to pack a punch, and we've seen so many players and teams use that to get to the end game.
Taking a look here, though, at Caleb and Solution, one of the most contested areas on the map. We saw some early game engagements here from Raze and Taurus, and I mean, it gets messy around this drop. You can see all the duos scattering around at the bottom right of the mini-map, and it's all up to what their game plan is, right? Are they playing this for a contestation where they have to get some eliminations in the early game, or are they playing it just to loot up, get your materials, and keep rotating? It really depends what you're trying to get, what you're trying to loot, and what you want to do in the late game.
Yeah, especially after 2 games, you know, depending on what actually happened off their initial drop, they got to account for that as well and make those proper adjustments, make sure they don't get, you know, the shot out of the sky very early on, which is what they were looking to try to do on a player if they even saw him in that moment. As Caleb and Solution are just trying to bypass a lot of this early action. You see the zone is immediately on their right side, so they're just going to be looking for those Storm Surge tags on their way to the circle as they're just going to continue on with their loop path.
Taking a look, though, at Epic Whale and Arkham, seems like they're still pretty secure here in the Coney Crossroads. Doesn't seem to be contested. So now that's 3 games down where they have not had to get into an early game engagement. But correct me if I'm wrong, Jacob, they've been kind of having a bit of trouble with the Storm Surge. Later in the mid game, we've been seeing them kind of struggling just on the borderline. Do they have enough damage? Do they not? So I wonder if they're going to take that into account and maybe loot up quicker, not loot as much as of their drop spot, and start looking for tags sooner, if they're just going to keep playing like how they're playing, because last game it went very well.
Yep, knocked Salty, landing over here towards Rocky Rails as well, doing that exact thing that you're talking about, going for those early surge tags as Nitrix and C's are going to have to, I think they're going to try to rotate out. I wouldn't see them being crazy enough to take this early Rocky Rails fight. Just grab the resources on your side of the POI, keep it moving, and get yourself a good spot in zone. And the spot you want to get in zone isn't going to be your final spot towards the end game. You're getting yourself a spot that you know a lot of players are going to be getting to rotate around, because that's where you're going to get your tags at.
Nitrix and his duo here, and that's exactly what they want to do. They've got their loot, they've got what they need, and they're moving out, getting into a better position in zone. And I mean, that's a great strategy. You don't have to take these engagements off spawn, but speaking of engagements, we have Slam here alongside Let's and Ton here, the duo, 23 points. They've got a bit of builds, they've got shield, but they're also in an engagement, but they might be trying to disengage here as Ton is trying to get out, not getting tagged, but down to 58 shield. This looks like it's gonna end up in a battle.
No, it definitely is, especially when you get that early damage. You want to make sure it doesn't go to waste and try to finish and execute it as soon as possible. And this is going to be the two duos that are here. There's another one slowly towards the outside. That might be Josh and Wukong just trying to get themselves a good spot in zone and not take part in any of this action. But there's a fourth team also in that same direction. So everybody here has to play their lives very carefully. Otherwise, they could be sent back to the lobby before you know it.
Oh, I mean, if this engagement takes too long, like you're saying, there's a lot of duos close by. A third party could come through. So Baka and Delta, they've got to make a decision. Do we end this fast? Do we start wall repressing just like they're doing now and trying to get into that action? Or do we just decide to disengage, keep rotating and farm up? But I mean, we know these players, they like playing aggressive. Great 150 pump. Another one taking his opponent down, and now it's just a 1 versus 1. Delta has to clean it up. Baka did a huge amount of damage. Now actually gives Delta the HP advantage here at almost 200 effective HP against his opponent who's down to 30 or 40 HP. Delta just has to clean it up, and that's exactly what he does.
You know, like a dog, though, that hears the car running by. You see that duo slowly but surely hearing the shots, and they're wanting to take part and get the information. Is it something that we can just fully try to attack and get the elimination points? Do we need to stay on the outskirts, try to third party? And it does look like they want to at least get a piece of that pie. Russo and his duo are going to try to bypass it and get themselves safe entry towards the zone to see shots flying their way. They know players are on the hunt, so for them, it's just about sticking to the plan, not stray far from it, because that could be disastrous.
That could be dangerous as Clone here trying to make an attack onto his opponents here. Doing a interesting strategy with the zipline here, but it turns to actually works out as they take down Delta. And now it's a 2 versus 1. They have the player advantage, but there's another duo coming in for the third party. I mean, speak about third parties, fourth parties, even fifth parties, Jacob. This is a dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, I know for sure. One of those duos is Josh and Wukong that are landing on the southern eastern portion of the map. Almost uncontested by itself if it was a POI, but it's not. So they're just gonna be fighting for this loot, but it does look like Josh might have gone down early, biting off more than he can chew. A siphon going on the back of Baka, and that's going to give him the confidence to keep this one going.
Baka feeling good now with those 3 eliminations, but the problem is going to be that reboot, right? If he can get out of this situation, there's still players close by. Baka trying to make an escape, but it's not going to happen. He's going to have to take this 1 versus 2, and he's going to have to come out on top as Yisuk gets straight into the box here, cracks down Baka, and now not only with the player advantage, now also the HP advantage. They're just looking to clean this up quickly.
Quickly indeed. I don't even know if they just got that elimination or not, because Clone gets back down, chopped. Only 10 HP and a dream, but Baka still keeping them hot on their heels, basically making a 1v2 possible, or at least potentially so, as he commanded enough damage on these 2 players to create some separation and get his shields back on up. But he knows the show's not over yet. A third party towards the side is definitely going to hurt, and that's Russo and his duo slowly but surely moving in. They realize this fight has taken longer than anybody has hoped, and this is now theirs for the taking.
I mean, I don't know if to call, I don't know if I should call this a third party or a 6th or 7th party. I mean, we've seen so many duos just coming into this engagement one after another. I don't even know what number we're on at this point, but what I know is this is a very dangerous location to be in, and it's not a place where you want to extend a fight.
At this point, it just looks like they're crashing the party because they didn't get an invite, but FNCS champions Favs and Snacky, another early game exchange, and honestly this has been their key to success, or at least in game number 1. They had the early game skirmishes, which gives them a bunch of surge to kind of pick and choose which spot they wanted, because like I said early on, if you don't have the surge, you can't go to the center of the zone right away as they're chasing them down. They want to make sure it's not only the elimination points, but the siphon and the resources that they're going to garner from this.
Snacky and Favs, I mean, we know them. They're so confident mechanically. They're going to want to take these engagements, especially if they have an advantage in them. Currently in the second place spot. You can see it here on the screen, but the question is, are they just going to farm up, or are they going to go for those elims, go for that engagement? There's 86 players alive, 46 duos. I mean, not too many people have been knocked down. So this match, Storm Surge is going to be just as strong as it's been the past 2 games.
And the duo that they're fighting right now, Favs and Snacky, Bocrows and his duo, 50th place, barely edging in to this qualifier 1, getting this opportunity. The series points are going to be massive for their game as well. To see Snacky just trying to get his HP on back up, because he knows right below him is that threat. But since they're in circle and they're so far in circle, they don't have to tunnel vision. They know that they can go ahead and drop down low, take the skirmish if they want in the blink of an eye, but they know just getting that high ground, the information, getting ready for next circle is so much more important.
They have so many options, right? And you can even see that the zone has just appeared. I believe it's second zone now, and they're not in it, so they are going to have to move. But look at this positioning from Rex and Reed. They are on the corner of the zone here, but they have so much vision around the map that they're going to be able to get an incredible amount of tags here. And for that third zone, they're going to be so healthy, they can focus on just going straight to the mid. Or, I mean, depending on how many duos are already boxed up, but they'll basically have a lot of time to choose the best rotate they can make.
Yeah, I think right now they're doing exactly that. They're trying to get the information of where all these other duos are rotating in, so when they finally make their move, they're ready. But they're simultaneously looking for Surge because they see they're on the edge zone, like you said. They know multiple players have the potential of passing on by, but Kika and his teammate here now under siege, forced to the low ground. Oh, looking like it was going to be offensive, but things in the blink of an eye turn to the worst. That's Remy and React that take him out, sitting in 29th place, and that's a boost of confidence that you need here in Game 3.
That's the pace you want to finish these engagements, Jacob. You want to end them quickly, so there's not even a chance for a team to get that third party. Remy did that so perfectly. We can even see a replay of this on how it was done. Just instantly full piecing their opponents. 150 bump shot onto one of the players with that striker pump, and then rapidly switching to that SMG, annihilating the other one. I mean, that's how it's got to be done, Jacob.
Yep, Theo and Poyo showing us how it's done as well. The shots are just landing from miles away, and with damage like that, and they have to go forward anyway, they're not going to get too greedy. They're going to take what they can get, realizing, hey, we did wonders last game as solos. Imagine what we can do with Storm Surge in our pockets and a full duo team, and possibilities are definitely going to be endless, but they still have to travel through Sanctuary, through all these hot POIs. We're seeing so many skirmishes go down just moments ago.
And you could even see on the minimap there when it was up, I mean, you can't even see the zone, so they're quite a ways away. They're gonna have to make that rotate, but Favs and Snacky, we'll see here when the zone or Storm Surge refreshes. They're 18 above, so they have to do some damage here. Luckily enough, there is some duos trying to rotate. They've managed to get 102 damage above, but I wouldn't feel safe there. I'd want to do a bit more.
I don't feel safe as well, but I gotta imagine these guys have definitely seen it all, waiting towards that edge of zone, forcing everybody up, but they know with the high ground that they possess, and you gotta imagine they still possibly know that team is directly below them, the one that we're fighting early on, so they know that it's just a matter of time. So close to zone, they're just gonna wait to the very last possible second before they move in, and that's where they're gonna start to try to rotate even further after that next zone, but for now, it's just looking for those shots.
Looking for those shots, looking for those connections, looking for that damage done. Speaking about damage done, Lime and Chip here, 554 above. They are feeling good here. Don't even have eliminations, and they have so much damage. That's all of their positioning, or maybe even their early game engagements, right? Making the right choices. But Flux here and his duo partner, 66 below, they're feeling a little bit more stressed out. They want to get those tags, they want to get those shots onto these duos that are rotating into zone maybe a little late.
Yeah, 66 below. And I know you feel that pressure to kind of just shoot at everybody under the sun, but 66, that's two well-placed shots. Two headshots with either one of these weapons. You're going to be sitting above the damage thresholds. You cannot tunnel vision. You cannot get antsy, too greedy to go for those shots. There you go. There's at least 52 right there, sitting only 14 below, so it's calm, cool, collected. That's going to be the strategy. You see on your right side, Reet and Rex, 10 above. They, too, are going to sit calm, cool, collected. And let's see how they continue to stay that calm, cool, collected I'm talking about as they fall below the threshold.
Calm, cool, collected, but for how long, Jacob? As they've fallen below, but luckily enough, looks like they got some trades there, but it's still one below. Even just blowing on their opponents here would be enough damage to get above the threshold, but they need to do a bit more than that. Storm Surge is now active. Players will start losing HP soon. I mean, Rex and Reed, they're looking for tags, they're looking for damage, but they might have to switch up their position here. I mean, they just need a few tags.
Yep, just a few, and they're just looking at the same two spots, hoping somebody over peaks, but now they're going to become a target here. People know they're taking that damage, and I would hope at least if this was me, I wouldn't peek in that direction and not give them the shots that they need to get above the threshold. They may not know it's Reet and Rex, but you want to make sure this duo goes out of the game. Oh no.
Reet and Rex now, they don't have shield anymore. They're using everything they have, but they're just not able to get this damage. Maybe build up, do anything they can to get a bit more angles onto these opponents now. Well, you can see they got 3 bigs, 4 minis, so it's not too bad. 7 players need to get eliminated for the Storm Surge threshold to get canceled out here, but 27 below again. I mean, they're just on constant rain from this Storm Surge, Jacob, and they need to do damage now.
And you can see just the lack of peeking coming out from everybody else in the lobby. They don't know who exactly that is, but they know exactly not to peek, especially if you got a couple of hundred above that damage threshold, but they're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop. They don't have a choice but to continue to put down those shots unless 2 other players fall. And you see the elimination feed begin to light up. Players are getting taken down, but 2 more are not out just yet.
Rongle here, 200, or is that even 351 below? Now might even be playing as a solo too, getting ticked, no more shields left. I mean, they're gonna need a miracle to come out on top, but you can see Rate has gone down, leaving Rex as a solo. They weren't able to get enough damage in time. I mean, you can see now Rex was above the Storm Surge threshold, but he lost Reed, so now he has to play it out alone. I mean, there's that chance to make a good comeback, but with a duo close by, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, interesting to see that he did not give over the big pots to try to keep Reet alive. That means they're conserving their resources. He's trusted Rex to do this one alone, and that possibility for a reboot, I'm definitely for it, but I do think that it's going to be a hard one to kind of get through, regardless if you find that open ground, because you're going to have him floating through the sky. Reet would definitely go down again, but Rex is doing such a good job finding that fire pit, getting the HP up. He does have a big pot if he wants to match the shields along with it, but they're Salty and Notch. They know he's a solo, and I want to see them get aggressive to try to pick up this elimination, but great shots firing back from Rex. Back-to-back shots going to be fired. Salty's going to go down, and that's a delicious siphon if he can get it.
Takes down 1, changing that 2 versus 1 into a 1 versus 1 from not having the advantage to having the HP advantage. He's going to be playing aggressive now. He's going to be the one pushing this duo here as Teed is down to 0 shield, only has 100 HP. Rex going to pop that big pot, going to get right back into that action.
Yeah, you know as well as I do. He smells this one like blood in the water. He's going to go try to attack and being proactive. Notch trying to go for the revive instead of shielding up, but great backfire, keeping Rex on his heels and even trying to get offensive to clean it up. 84 HP, forcing that big pot out, but it's Salty who is still down, trying to go ahead and reposition himself to make the revive easier for Notch, and it is going to be started. Can he finish is the big question. You see his covers getting taken one by one. Reed getting on the offensive, and he goes through and gets that one, but both of those kills to get him 6 points more.
6 more points for Rex, 2 more eliminations, and not only that, that's going to help with the damage. That's going to help with the Storm Surge and give that possibility as a solo clutch, but Snacky is already down, playing as a solo. Favs has been knocked. Snacky is still up and going, seeing if he can survive, but no, is going to get knocked down, eliminated, and now taking a look at Arkham and Epic. I mean, this is a good chance for them to jump up on that leaderboard as Favs and Snacky have been eliminated.
Yeah, you can kind of see that first game was a little bit of a warm-up game. Going out a little early. You see, I think it was Arkham, or it might have been Epic Well trying to box up, but he became a target of the lobby. Nobody wanted to let somebody that dangerous try to survive, and you see exactly why. Peeking through, joining with the rest of the lobby, trying to take down a team that is towards the edge, and look at them sitting almost towards the center, but what I like about them is they're not directly towards the center. If that zone pools are either at the bottom, the right, or at the top half of the map, they're going to be good to travel. The only spot they don't want it to go is the northwest portion of the map.
Got Slick Nick here and his duo Convict, 202 above the Storm Surge threshold. But look at Zeo, who has to make a dangerous rotate here. Not only that, 25 below, no spare shields to work with. But I mean, if you want to talk about something that they got, they do have a launch pad for mobility, but they're really not going to get the chance to use it if they don't get a refresh here. We've got Duo on the right taking some shots, trying to get that damage, trying to take out that solo, and that caused Duos from the front to also take shots. And now Zeo is just in the worst situation you could be in here. But will he be able to get out? That is the question. Manages to avoid some of the shots here. Still has a good amount of materials, but will he be able to base up?
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. He knew he couldn't stay in that spot because he's just wasting materials, holding on to his covers and staying alive. But he does have 2 med kits there, so he's gonna get his HP up if he just has a moment to stabilize and breathe here. But it doesn't look like multiple duos want to let that be a possibility. That's not only a big elimination point, but one less person to worry about in the lobby if they can make it come to fruition, as his builds are dwindling down, only down to wood. 300 at that, taking a big chunk towards the side. 32 HP and a dream. He needs a miracle to try to stay alive. He's even getting pushed back into the zone. Zeo, you gotta do something here. Pollo did it last game to bring you guys into first place, but you're just getting chunked out little by little. But honestly, Takada, there's very little options in a moment. Once he runs out of builds, that's going to be it. He gets taken down. Honestly, that's the most unfortunate thing we've seen today.
I mean, what more could he do, right? He used all his materials, but hold on a second here as we have Kidney on his duo. B-Dog actually gonna be securing some eliminations. And now you take a look at the bottom right, that 5th zone, that half and half, it's closing in a POI, and it's closing far away from these duos that are on the edge.
Yeah, it's going to be a risky revive as the zone continues to kind of move in and force those players as Rex by himself. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Can he stay alive? You've seen him do a 1v2 before. Tries to go back to back. Reed, back to back 2v1s. If they don't get a top spot, Reed is going to be mad.
Reed already picked up 4 eliminations as a solo. 130 builds, 2 splashes, 3 minis, med mist. I mean, all I'm seeing right now, Jacob, is the opportunity to clutch it up and rack up an incredible amount of points solo. He's already got 4 elims. That's 12 points. If he can rack up some placement and even a bit more, this is going to be one of the best solo clutches we've seen today.
Yeah, before this game started, they were in 8th place, and it almost comes down to that big battle last game against Arkham and Epic Whale for that high ground that really costed him all. But now Rex has to do it alone here, and I don't see him contesting for any high ground. He's going to stay as low as possible, conserve the mats, and try to take any eliminations that present himself. But you know he's not going to be aggressive for any eliminations unless he has to.
You can see the zone is pulled northeast, so it's actually the opposite side of where he's currently sat at. So either he recycles a launch pad, maybe has his own launch pad, or this is the first moving. So all these players, they're going to be using launch pads, a majority of them. So if you go on the low ground a little late, you might not get looked at. It really just depends on how Rex wants to play this out. But currently Lime in a great position here, has 170 above the Storm Surge threshold. This could be another solo that can make it count.
Yeah, uncontested when it comes to kind of matting up and regaining those resources. Players using and recycling jump pads. Ray's kind of taking a chunk of Storm Surge to make that one be a possibility, as Buzzo is going to have to do the same. A couple of ticks, but it's not going to be too much for him to worry about as he's trying to get as far into the zone as possible and even claim some high ground along the way. And that's where it's going to be big, but you already see first place being taken away already.
Oh, great rotate from Rex. Chose that low ground option, not recycling a launch pad, and it worked out so well. You can see how confident he is, not messing up a single edit to build with metal right into the zone. And now Rex is going to look back, see if he can maybe get some tags, get an elimination. But so far it is looking great. Punisher also taking down Paras, but Arkham took down Landjock. So I already see 3 solos in this match.
Got tied for second place here. Lime and Rex, both of them kind of doing it as a solo. It's like mirrored images, shots being fired down. Lime just trying to chunk out players and make their box harder, but he gets kind of aggressed on, but turns, burns, taking out Photo. Siphon is necessary, has only 1 splash and mini, so he can get himself back up to at least 50 shields, 100 in HP, and if he wants that big pop, that'll get him up to 200, but he's taking a lot of time in the zone. He's gonna have to use those floppers, so no more white HP other than the med mist.
Ooh, will Lime make it back, as Rex also is having a little bit of trouble there into the the zone. And it looks like these two solos just keep racking up more and more points. There's now only 14 duos in the match, 21 players, and Lime gonna look for a little rotate here. Has 130 builds still, so many materials. Meanwhile, Remy and his duo partner try to get the high ground, but it is not looking too good as Remy gets knocked down right now with 5 eliminations, dropping down, seeing if he can make a comeback from this high ground retake.
Yeah, after losing his duo, he's trying to make something happen here. Splash is going to be forced out to try to gain the HP, but high ground was taken away. He's getting shot from above, forced in low, layer by layer. With Splashes running out, he only can pop 1, but no, 8 HP. That's not enough to take the tick as high ground goes over. Rex trying to survive in the same spot. He almost goes down. 1 tick, it's all it's going to take. Players towards his backside, trying to fight it off and get the siphon. This one is going to be big. Can Rex survive as he's jumping back on up? A couple more placements to go to reclaim that 2nd place spot.
Already at 85 points, about to get that 10th place placement. Rex has done such a good job already, but it looks like he's not done. Looking for that elimination, and Itzo gets the crack, gets into the box, and might even secure their elimination, but no, so close. Still a great play from Rex there, great clutch, but Lime, he's still going now in the 7th place spot here, has 1 elimination, but trying to get another one, has the med mist, has the minis, but the pressure being applied from the high ground might just be too much.
Yep. He can get the shield back up to 50, but not enough to get the HP there. Nitrix takes out Raze, backside of zone. Lime trying to survive, get himself in so he doesn't take the storm damage, because that will be an elimination. Gets into the box, gets the siphon. That was big. 3 more points for Lime. 2nd elimination. Double med mist as well with some minis. He is definitely doing just enough to get those points, keeping a hold of 1st place, because that's going to be their first time at the top. It's Arkham and Epicwell still alive. One of the duos left as they spot a player in front of them. They're trying to make quick work. They want this game victory to boost themselves to the top of the leaderboard.
2 duos alive, 2 players alive. Looks like it's turned into a 2 versus 2 over here. Rexy and his duo partner on the high ground. And we have Arkham and Epic Whale on the low ground. Will they be able to make that comeback from the last match and change that 2nd place into a 1st place?
Very, very similar situation as last game. The duo is alive. They had a choice. Do you go top or bottom? Now the choice is simple. It's only up as the shots are being fired. No more resources to build. There goes the 2v1 as Arkham and Epic are looking like they're going to take game number 3 here. But it's all up to Rexy how he plays this, trying to create some separation. Epic Whale goes down. 1v1 with Arkham in the storm, but he does have the med mist, trying to drop down low. Rexy needs to get towards the storm, but Arkham knows he's there. Hot on his heels. The shots are going to fire off. Arkham and Epic bouncing around, and Arkham comes out on top to take game number 3.
From 2nd place in game 2 to now 1st place in game 3 with not 9, not 10, but 11 eliminations. That is gonna boost them up on the leaderboard, and not only on the leaderboard, now their confidence is just gonna be at a whole other level.
Like you said, 2nd place, 1st place, progressively getting better after each and every game. And for every competitor still in the lobby, you guys better be worried and be scared, because I don't know what can stop this freight train that is Arkham and Epic, but so many other duos also doing a fantastic job. Back-to-back 2v1s by Rex. That is just insane. And if I don't see that in his next montage, I don't know what to say.
We also had Lime there. Rex and Lime were really just playing it out as solos. Lime, I believe, got into the top 5 there, securing so much placement from his duo. But for the solo clutches from the Arkham and Epic Whale Victory Royale comeback, I want to see what the desk has to say. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Whew, you know, we have to talk about the whale in the room right now. Arkham and Epic Whale coming back. I love to see it getting 2nd place in game number 2 and now grabbing that coveted VR with 11 eliminations, Panda.
No, absolutely. But I got to let Clay take it away. This man is so hyped right now. We were talking about it before, but Clay, tell the people what's going on with Arkham and Epic Whale now.
I mean, everyone doubted them after the last 2 seasons. Everyone was like, is it over? Can they not come back from it? But just look, even in 5th zone, finding eliminations, just when you think, oh, they're not going to be able to do it. They had high ground for so long, picking up 4. Arkham picking up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eliminations throughout this game, just putting them on his back, and said, you know what, I may be 14 HP right here, I'm still going in, I'm still getting eliminations, still popping off. And this these are the champions that we know, right, Panda?
You're absolutely correct. I mean, watching the soul of these players just leave their outfits, it was just wild as elimination after elimination came through for Arkham and Epic Whale. And what a way to finish out the game. You saw there they had close to, if not 10 eliminations on top of that victory royale. I mean, look, I can sit here and doubt them on the prediction board, but man, what a game.
Well, you doubting them doesn't mean that you don't think they're going to do well. You just don't think that they're going to get first place. And, you know, game one, it kind of looked like maybe we're going to see a similar situation to the last season. But these last two games, Arkham and Epic Whale are back. And for the fact that it went down to a 1v2, incredible. And I think it really speaks on their ability to know game sense, where they took height at zone 6. And we were even talking about it in the green room, saying like, oh, it seems maybe like a little bit early. Height steals typically happen around zone 7, zone 8. And someone even stole height from them. But Arkham and Epic Whale are such pros that they knew exactly what to do. They didn't try and fight for height. They dropped down, grabbed all of the eliminations that were on the low ground there. So not only did they get placement points from the VR, but they also grabbed a bunch of eliminations that were the teams in the low ground. So excited to see how they're going to be doing in our top 10 leaderboard right now. But do have to talk a little bit obviously about Rexy and Dynamic, the team that was able to steal height away from Arkham and Epic Whale. And they had an okay performance earlier on, but right now obviously showcasing, Panda, how they're doing.
I mean, look, this is the performance they needed, right? These are two players that infamously do well on NA West, and they needed this to be in a top 5 situation, which is why they came out on top, or almost came out on top, I should say, against Arkham Epic Whale. It came down to the battle, the last 1v1 situation in this moment, and it was huge, right? Rexy potentially could have played it a little bit differently, but with Arkham down there doing the most, it would have been tough regardless. And that's why now we see Arkham Epic Whale up at the top with 111 points. But listen, Rex and Reen aren't far behind. They're in a top 5 situation as well because of that huge clutch up from Rex. So listen, it was just an incredible game to watch.
Yeah, look at the numbers there. Jumping up from 24th place all the way to 3rd. Big shout outs to Rexy and Ranky right there. But obviously Arkham and Epic Whale with 111 points, 1 VR, 17 eliminations. They're pretty much beating out the rest of the teams from everything that we can see, except for Lime and Chip. 70 points for placement points right there. Yes, elims are great, but if you're able to make it to the end game like this team is right here, that is going to solidify your spot into the finals. And remember, everyone, you can see the line between 5th and 6th place. That's what we're looking for. The top 5 teams get to go all the way to the finals automatically. But Clay, look how close 6th and 7th are.
It's 1 point. That line is gonna move, right? It'll stay in 5th, but those points, they're gonna shift a lot. As you can see, it's all well within a victory royale still for a lot of these players. Again, it gives 32 points for that victory royale, but right now it's still a lot of players' games. But we got to talk about momentum, right? We see momentum coming out of Arkham and Epic Whale, who we know once they get a victory royale, it's very, very hard to stop them. So yes, they only have an 11-point lead, it seems, on the leaderboard, but I expect them to just take that lead and run with it. I am looking for Caleb and Solution, though. They've had some pretty decent games. I mean, 38 placement points, 11 eliminations, right? Like, they're there. I just want to see them more in the end game.
You know, I was looking for Defiable and Quinn's name, and maybe I'm mistaken or couldn't see them, but they were in 1st place after game number 2, and now to not even see them in the top 10. That is just showcasing how volatile these games are, everyone. And we are reaching the halfway point right now, which means game number 4 is ready to go. So Jacob and Takata, take it away.
Great breakdown from Kelly, Panda, and Clay. I always love what they come up with on the desk, but Jacob, I mean, I don't even know what to say. From Lime's solo clutch getting to the top 5, from Rex having 2 1v2s, also securing a good amount of placement points, to Epic Whale and Arkham. From first game getting eliminated early, to second game getting 2nd place, the 3rd game winning the match, getting the victory royale with 11 eliminations. I mean, we've just had 3 games played out. There's 3 more to go, and I'm losing my mind.
No, I'm definitely losing my mind as well. There's not much for me to say, and thankfully the bus is ready. I don't have to say much at all. Let's get right into game number 4 because I'm itching for the action.
3 games down, 3 more to go. These players are feeling warmed up now. They're feeling ready for the last half of this tournament. Will the drop spots stay the same? What are players going to change up? How are they going to adapt from the previous mistakes on these 3 matches that we've already seen? I mean, it's all up to them, all up to what they want to do, but this is just getting started.
Yep, one of those teams, Pars and Rays here. They were sharing first place at one point as well. So many teams had a taste of that first place, second place, and third place after that last game. But this is that drop. Pars and Rays versus Caleb and Solution. Pars goes down early. Rays trying to survive. He gets the striker. 1v2 is going to be in the books, but it's actually 2 different players. No, he only gets down on Caleb. Solution saves the day.
Solution gonna save Caleb, his duo partner here, which was kind of in a sticky situation, but Caleb did a great job standing up for himself there, taking down 1 and almost taking down 2 actually, but that's what it's all about, the teamwork, right? Solution and Caleb doing a great job here, but this is just the beginning. You can see how many duos are still up and running in this cavern, so I'm kind of curious to see how they make this comeback, right? They have to loot up, they gotta get their shield up, health up, even mats up, and there's still so many duos close by. It's scary.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be dangerous as you see our previous game winners doing exactly what they do best right here. Landing at Coney Crossroads, uncontested. It even looks like Arkham has taken a detour towards the southern portion of Coney Crossroads, not even looting up the actual POI. It even looks like he's just going for what I think might be the little mushrooms to get the shield on up, so that way he doesn't have to waste minis, he doesn't have to waste big pods, he doesn't have to waste anything, and it's for use later on in the game.
Epic Whale here does already have the Med Mist, has the 3 bigs, and I just want to talk a bit about how powerful the Med Mist has been this season, right? You can use it to stay in Storm longer in these last moving zones and kind of pick and choose how your path is going to be, maybe even find some eliminations from people who are already in the Storm. I mean, having a Med Mist is crucial in these late games.
It definitely is. You've seen so many players kind of utilize that to perfection, but Baka learning from his mistakes of the past. You have to finish these fights rather quickly if you're on this side of the map, because there's so many threats. You may not see them in your mini-map, but you know as well as I do, they are really close by. They're going to hear the shots. They're going to try to move in quickly if they don't see those eliminations in the feed get picked up.
Baka here though, and Delta, I mean, you remember what happened in the last game from the 3rd party, 4th, 5th, and even like 7th party. This duo was not having a fun time here in Jonesy's, so good thing is they picked up those 2 eliminations quickly, and hopefully they don't have to run into that again. But Buzo here and his duo partner are not in the best situation. They have a good amount of points with 86, but now left as a solo, this is going to be a tough one to come back from.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough one, and the thing that makes it just a little bit more tough is they're right there in the zone. They don't have to move. They can camp the card if they want, and that's why you see Saul Goodman just trying to get out, just trying to make his position unknown, so that way he can hopefully go back later in the game and collect that card. Batman, Booga, and Wheels, though, having a good start to this game. Wheels already having 2 eliminations. You see great resources on both Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They just need to be able to survive. We know what they can do once they reach that end game. They're some of the most mechanically gifted players that we have. It's just today, it's getting to that end game seems to be the problem, but I have a feeling. Let me cross my fingers. I have a feeling game number 4 is going to be the one.
We'll both be crossing our fingers here, seeing what they can do, but we got Diego, 3 eliminations, but Wheels and Batman, Booga, I mean, they're hunting for their prey here, trying to see if they can find him. And oh my gosh, Jacob, he's not going to take a shot. He might have just done it. He might have just hit it in the perfect location here to make a comeback in this match.
Just want to see him kind of hunt for the card. It does look like he's going to try to get out for now. He may already have it. You see Wheels and Booga. That's the same position we saw him in game number 1. They try to claim as much of the high ground as possible, get as much surge as possible, so that way when it comes to mid and end game, it's all rotations. They can pick and choose because they're not forced with the backup against the wall, Sword Surge being active, to have to go for these shots. And this is a great game plan. Like I said, it's just making it towards the end game seems to be the struggle for them today. But like I said, let's just keep our fingers crossed throughout this one.
Keep our fingers crossed, keep our high hopes up, because there's still 3 games to go. We're just halfway there. We saw the comeback that Epic and Arkham made. So Wheels and Batman Booga, I mean, they can do just that in these next 3 games if they play it correctly. And starting off with 2 eliminations already, not having to worry about Storm Surge too much and just worrying on that rotate, I mean, I have high hopes for them.
High hopes indeed. And for another duo that so many fans have high hopes of, Snacky and Fabs. Playing a very, very solid game up until this point, but after that great start, it's kind of hard to match that win with so many talented teams in the lobby, currently sitting in 10th place, but that's been the thing about this squad. They won the championship, but during their qualification process, it was everything but easy. It took them a full 5 games, and it took them a victory royale just to make it to that finals.
We got Kidden here and B-Dog trying to hunt down a squid here. Not in the ocean, though, on some grass. And let's see if they can do it. They have the player advantage. They have the effective HP advantage. And they're going to do just that as Squid gets taken down here. 51 points for B-Dog and his duo. And now, just like Wheels and Batman Booga, they have the elims. They have the damage for the Storm Surge in these first few zones. And they can just focus on the rotate.
Say focusing on that rotate indeed. A team that cannot focus on that rotate over towards the Sanctuary, not too far off from the Joneses, the fight that we saw early on, and this time it's just more deadly though. 2 teams directly in this altercation, 1 team towards the north moving in, another team towards the south. They're here in the party and they're ready to dance.
Ready to get some dancing going. Slick and CZ are some of my favorite Spanish-speaking players here on the West Coast. Might be getting into another engagement here as they already have 2 eliminations. So if they take this engagement, it's just for the points as they've already done a good amount of damage. But take a look. There's some more players here. It's Fabs, it's Snacky, and they wanted a piece of the pie here as Fabs taking down one of his opponents there now in a 2 versus 1. But Slick is going to get annihilated there, getting knocked down. I mean, this is a 3 duo engagement, Jacob.
This looks like an over-the-top rope battle royal with nobody but 1 team able to survive as Caesar doing what he can. He's trying to get in the box, but he knows he needs the heals as well, as this one is looking like it's going to be a prolonged fight. Hopefully he has Slick's card because there's so many teams moving in. His only option here is to run away, keep things going, and get those placement points because it cannot all end here. You see so many teams really trying to take a piece of it and so many trying to get out, but I don't know if Fabs and Snacky are going to let that be a possibility because you see them hot on the heels of the only solo player in the bunch.
I mean, I'm wondering why I'm not getting invited to these parties, right? And last game in Jonesy's, we had the same thing happening where duo after duo just kept showing up to this party that I, for some reason, wasn't invited to. And now it's happening in Sanctuary as well. I mean, something's going on here, Jacob.
Yeah, the only thing I see going on is we need to make better friends with these people. That's all we need to do right now, because I need to get invited to these parties, because it's usually me. I'm usually that first duo team that starts the party, and I'm stuck in the lobby watching the rest of it. I want to get invited at the end of the day, but this is a duo right here. I'm interested to see the rest of their tournament performance. I was doing the math. I was kind of chatting it up with chat during the analyst segment. I know for a fact Rex got at least 12 elimination points in those 1v2s he was able to clutch up. You add that with placement points, he possibly got 20 plus points as a solo to boost Reet and himself up into 4th place.
And I just know if Rex ends up going down early or mid for any reason, I know Reet, he's gonna feel something, right? Rex just made that clutch as a solo, and Reet's gonna be like, it's my turn, it's my time to shine, right? But let's hope that doesn't happen, and they can play it out as a duo, just like Fabs and Snacky are doing here, already with 1 elimination from that previous engagement close to Slick that we saw. Still wandering around here in the Sanctuary, kind of seeing what they want to do, right? 132 builds, almost at max materials, has a shield keg, 2 big pots. I mean, looks like the ammunition is good. I think it's really just on the rotate now.
Yeah, and you can see they're going a little bit towards the right to make it their spot that much better towards the end. But Replay back into this whole chaotic fight that we saw. Fabs dropping into the box, taking short work of Psyrazor, and immediately helping Snacky as well. As you see, he's under siege. SMG in the box takes out Slick, and that's something that you saw. He didn't even see that one coming because there were so many players in that one fight.
What a shot from that striker pump onto Slick. I mean, he was kind of lost there. I'm not gonna lie, got annihilated. But the good thing is that his duo partner is still up and going, and you can get a reboot onto Slick, and they can make a comeback. I mean, we saw in the last game they made it into top 3 or top 4, so they're feeling good. They're doing a good job right now, and just has to maintain that consistency as Remy here and his duo partner might get into a surprise engagement. No, they know that the opposing duo is inside the building, and they want to make that action happen.
Goodman, Buzzo making some adjustments as well. Everybody in this game, this is game number 4. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have different adjustments to be made from everybody else in the lobby. If you're at the bottom, you need to get more aggressive, match those elimination points with the placements. If you're at the top, you got to tread lightly. Going down early could be the end of your run, but Goodman and Buzzo doing a good job of at least holding off this altercation. Not taking damage just yet, but with only 2 builds, there's only so much they can do.
Only so much they can do, so much they can conquer here, as I believe on the mini-map there's a duo there driving by. Might not get into the third party, but Buzo gonna get knocked down here. Now 2 versus 1. Remy has the player advantage here. All they have to do is play this right, play this like a 2 versus 1 and not take 2 1v1 engagements, as Remy trying to find an angle, trying to get a shot onto his opponent here. They've already done so much, 702 damage above, 2 eliminations, looking to make it 4.
Yeah, and I like this. They know they don't have to go after this one because of the damage threshold, and they're so far above. But they know so many teams are nowhere to be found. Maybe 1, 2 on the outskirts. So they have a moment, and the moment is now if they want to clean up this elimination and get those extra 3 points for their game. But Saul Goodman is doing a good job here, staying alive. But Wall is out no more. The pre-edit is in, and back to the lobby you go.
Great way. Played it slow, right? They know they have, well, they knew they had that player advantage. Might have even had the HP advantage. So they just kind of waited for the right moment to strike, right? When it was a 2 versus 1, both going at the same time. And it would have been very difficult to pull off what Rex did last game, getting 2 1 versus 2s. But we'll see what they can do now in game 4. We still have a few games to be played out as Ranky here and Rexy. They have a vehicle. They have Storm Surge damage, that loot. Epic assault rifle, epic striker pump. I mean, they're feeling good.
Yeah, they can go and peek for shots if they want, but they also know that they don't have to. They have 600, like you said, above the threshold. They have a car. Right now, I actually think it would be a negative play to start peeking for these shots, because not only can they take shots on you, they can start to destroy your vehicle, which is a huge key to success in terms of rotating towards the late game. But Zio and Pollo, they know exactly what needs to be done, but working together right now is not necessarily their strong suit in terms of how it's been going. But I do believe this is going to be the chance as they shield back up with the shield keg. They're in zone. They spot 1 duo just not too far on the outside. And as soon as they land the shots and the damage, they're going to go. But for now, it's just all about the rotation.
That's the problem I'm seeing, though. 200 below and only 1 duo close by. Like, do you make the choice to get some damage on that duo, or you're going to rotate like you were saying and then later on go for the damage? Because I mean, Storm Surge is going to be ticking soon, and it's going to be ticking heavy here. As you can see, it's already activated. Zio and Pollo might even have to take this engagement close by, as we have Cry Pass also only 6 above the threshold here. So these duos, they got to make something happen.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to try to out-heal it with the shield keg and a couple of minis. That's a great combination to keep yourself with maximum amount of shields while taking the Storm Surge damage. But you also need to match that with going for these shots. Is simply how healing it is not going to be enough, as 5 players still need to go down, and they set their eyes on a duo that's on the outskirts. They hoping they're by themselves because they're ready to get aggressive and get the damage they need.
They're looking for that angle, looking for that early shot, right? Crack their opponent, give them the advantage on the feed. We see Arkham and Epic also just got 2 eliminations, so they're feeling pretty happy. But now Zio and Pollo, they want to get those 2 eliminations. Zio doing a nice little flank here as Pollo's going directly into the engagement. So hopefully they make something happen soon, because Zio's already down to 2 big pots. Once he pops that one, I'm not sure how much shield Pollo has, but they've got to take this engagement quickly, Jacob.
Yep, another shot's going to be landed, but it's not going to be enough. Storm Surge continuing to do a thing, plus fall damage. This is not looking good for Zio. As Surge continues to tick and take him down, 34. They need a couple of shots here, 89 HP, and it's only just living on a prayer here. And honestly, the time it takes to pop the big pot, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive, but that's neither here nor there. Shots right now in the distance. He's going to get dropped down low as Pollo goes down as well. They're both out and back to the lobby, having to rethink their strategy for game 5.
That's why you got to make those decisions quickly, right, Jacob? Do you go to zone or do you take that engagement, right? And you just got to go straight to it. You don't have a lot of time when Storm Surge is ticking, and Favs and Snacky know exactly that, as they already have an elimination. They already have a good amount of damage done. But will it be enough, right? They're pretty close to the mid zone here. They're looking all right. Arc and Epic, I mean, you can see it with the blue beam coming from their players here. They're in the first place spot. They're feeling good, 118 points. And not only that, I mean, they almost have a perfect loadout, right? You've got the ammunition, you've got the shields, chug splashes, mobility with the launch pad. I mean, if they're in a good zone position right now, there's not much more you could ask for.
It's like Reet and Rex here. They have a portion of the high ground towards Daily Bugle. But it's almost like guaranteed, unless they get that pull towards the north, that they're going to have to try to move forward here in a moment's time. But they know that they have so much time here in terms of being able to push forward. Even after the storm moves, it's not going to be a worry. But Evo and On1 find that elimination on Leo, and that's going to be a big 3 points here, as Shades and Clucks also putting that damage, and that was a fight that we saw early on. That's what took Poyo down.
Took him down from afar. I mean, that's why you gotta cover up your open spots, right? You gotta make sure nobody has an angle on you, but it can be difficult, especially if you're going for Storm Surge. You don't have a lot of time. You gotta pop the big. You didn't build, and if you stop popping the big, Storm Surge eliminates you. I mean, you've really gotta stay calm, collected, and focused in these, I mean, stressful situations, you could say. But Mekton and Chicken here, they're feeling pretty good. 5th place on the leaderboard currently, have a decent position. I think they're a little more edge zone though, and yeah, you can even see at the bottom right on the minimap, they've got to rotate as the zone closes closer to the Daily Bugle. So curious to see how they're gonna do that.
Yeah, even though they're sitting in the center of center zone, Ranky and Rexies, they don't have much to worry about. They have 5 big pots, 3 minis on 1 player. They have the IO car, so no matter where this one pulls, up, down, left, or right, they're going to have a great rotation. They just can't go too early. That's something that you taught me. Once you have that car, you need to go and rotate while everybody else is also forced to rotate. That way, nobody's really shooting at you. You have a safe travel towards the zone or wherever you need to go next.
Caleb and Solution, both crouched. I'm wondering if this is not their, I don't think this is their box, Jacob. Trying to see if they can get a sneaky little play onto their opponents, but little they know their opponents are going to be Arkham and Epic Whale that are already rotating into the zone. So they might actually be able to recycle the tarp that Arc and Epic has made. So it actually could turn out pretty well from them. They might not even have to use too many builds here, and they can make it in pretty safely, hopefully.
Yep. 1 splash for Caleb. And I like the way he's conserving it. He can easily have used that and picked up the med kit to try to keep things going, get himself to about 190, but he's waiting for Solution to take some damage as well, so that way they both get use out of it. But Arkham and Epic, in a spot that we haven't seen them too often, 135 below the damage threshold, even with 2 eliminations. That goes to show how active this entire lobby is. You see them looking left, right, center, trying to get the damage that they need so they don't have to worry about the pressure of Storm Surge.
Convict here with his duo Slick Nick 13 below, but not as below as Arkham and Epic are right now, even with those eliminations. I mean, just like you're saying, they've got to do something more here as Reet takes down an opponent. That's an elimination for Reet, even another elimination for Notch there. So these players, I mean, they know they have to do damage, and a good way to do that is get those eliminations, put yourself into that risky situation. That's exactly what Convict just did. Now over 100 above Storm Surge, but it's up to Epic Whale and Arkham now to see what they can do. They're getting ticked, they're losing shield here. They have the chug splashes to tank it, but will they have enough?
Last time we saw 135, 65 more damage below the threshold, and now it's being activated with the backs up against the wall. This is something similar to them that happened in game number 1. Forced to make a play. The decision is no longer theirs because they honestly don't have enough resources and heals to out-heal it, but they found a player. They get the damage, they get the siphon, everything that they need, but it's actually going to be Slick Nick that's trying to stay alive. Forced to leave Convict down and out of the game, and he's now left as a solo, but the damage is in. Epic Whale and Arpic did just enough to get them above the damage threshold, but it's only 155. That's not much at all.
Although 4 players, 3 now have to be eliminated, and Storm Surge won't be active anymore. So if just one more duo goes down, these players who are getting picked will have a bit of that miracle coming into place as just one more player has to get eliminated. Favs and Snacky, though, they're not worried about Storm Surge 413 above. Now we've reached 50 players alive, so Storm Surge is no longer active, but at what cost? How many duos have just been eliminated trying to get that damage? Snacky Favs, though, I believe they might not even fully be in zone here. If they are, they're just on the edge, so they've got to be careful.
Got to be careful indeed, as so many teams just building above them, taking away the option to go up to where they have no other choice to go forward on that same layer, drop down a few here, and where the next one pulls is going to be important, because look at where it is at now. It's towards Daily Bugle on the mountain. That could pull down across into the actual Daily Bugle, through buildings. It could pull down or even north, not only through Daily Bugle, back up the mountain. They're going to go on a roller coaster ride like never before.
I cannot wait to see what happens here, Jacob. I was talking about the ground rotates on first moving in the previous match, but trying to do a ground rotate here through the Daily Bugle, I mean, that is going to be incredibly difficult. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of launch pads being used, a lot of launch pads being recycled for the players who don't currently have one in their loadout, and this is just going to be very chaotic.
See, I was thinking the same thing, and if our resident NA West Pro players thinking the same thing, our championship caliber players are thinking the same thing. With a zone like this, no other choice but to launch pad your way in. And honestly, that was a delicious play from Arkham and Epic, because now they get front side of zone, and theirs is now for the taking. With so many players also recycling those jump pads, they just could try to get above the threshold. But Favs goes down. Snacky Cito is going to have to do it all by himself.
87 points, coming back to see if he can do another solo clutch. We've seen so many today, and we might just be able to see one more here as Snacky cracks his opponent, not having to worry about Surge, but hungry for those eliminations. That 3-point per elim, as Rex is still alive here with Reet, his duo partner. They're looking good, they're looking healthy, and Wheels and Batman Booga, they have the high ground, but right as they take it, Arc and Epic, they come from the back of Storm, and they take down Batman Booga. They want to secure the high ground for this match.
That's like the third time in 4 games that they go for a high ground play towards 7 circle. But Defiable and Quinn, we haven't seen them in a long time, but this is their chance on the 4th game to get the points. And what a better duo to get those points on than the first place team. And they've done just enough. They're forcing Arkham and Epic down. The high ground goes to Quinn and Defiable. But look at their resources. They don't have a ton of light ammo on Defiable, not a ton of light ammo on Quinn, so they can only put a finite amount of pressure.
Snacky going down here. I believe we still have Reet down on the low ground. Lime once again playing it out as a solo. Is he going to be able to do just as much as he did in the last match? As Arkham gets an elimination here. Rexy also taking down some players. High ground now being controlled still by the opposing duo. Rex, though, 3 eliminations. Reet has 2, 117 points, and they're both alive.
Somehow Wheels, even though Booga did go down, he's figuring out a way to survive and create some distance between Quinn and Defiable, so he doesn't go down. But Lime not having that same luck. He gets dropped. Cripe is doing what he can. Bro Crows as well. Epic well back to lobby. Arkham goes down as well. Their luck has definitely run out. And how long can they run out of first place here, as there's still 10 duos remaining?
Rex is alive right now. I know Panda's smiling watching this. 122 points in the 2nd place spot. Will Rex be able to clutch it up again? Will be able to get enough points to take that #1 spot? But Quinn and Defiable, although they didn't have the materials, they've been able to hold height long enough. Looks like Zone might have even pulled kind of towards their side, so they don't have to use too many materials here. Mectin, 2 eliminations, also looking to see if they can pick up some more. There's so many possibilities, so much action, and Rex is looking for some of it.
Oh, we've seen some big plays last game, looking to replicate those here, sitting in 2nd place. 5 elims as a team, plenty of heals and resources to go, except for those masks. That's the thing that's looking a little thin, or at least thinner than he would hope, but you know how dangerous he can be. Gets the box, gets the piece on B-Dog's heels, and even trying to go underneath. Angles are his to claim, and even an armor wall getting thrown down to alleviate that pressure. Reload the gums, get the HP and shield back on up, so he has another chance at this.
Already in a 6th place spot. He's racking up placements and eliminations. Look at that too. The zone pulls back towards Rex, and he drops down an opponent in his box, but he's not able to do enough damage to get that elimination. B-Dog barely coming out on top. Defiable though, and Quinn, they're out of materials, but they're both standing here. Will they be able to get the refresh needed? Defiable getting cracked here. They're in this engagement. It's looking messy. It's looking scary, but Quinn takes down Baka. Now they have that player advantage, but there's a whole other duo on the low ground.
Yeah, but that was an absolutely needed refresh, because the biggest thing wasn't only the Siphon and the mats, but he gets the light ammo as well, so he can switch from the Striker shotgun into the combat, and there goes that Lima ammo being put to use. They get a knock onto one player. Quinn loses his teammate, but he gets flanked towards the side, coming down to a 1v1. Delta versus Zooks for the game right here, and this is going to boost them up the leaderboard. 20th or 13th place, absolutely needed, but the builds go to the high ground. He's creating the necessary separation to prolong this game. Does he have the ammunition to put down the pressure? It doesn't look like so, as he only has the Striker out, but he actually has so much combat ammo, he can continue to put that pressure, but he's dropping down low with the shotgun, making sure to use it wisely and end the game here, followed up by the pressure of the combat. It's definitely Zooks for the taking, dropping down low to equal level. The final blow is in. Delta goes down. Zook rises up. Victory Royale for game 4.
Zooks taking the high ground at the perfect time there. Quinn and Defiable just didn't have the materials to hold it, and with that high ground retake, managed to secure that victory royale, not just for him but also for his duo with a good amount of elims. I mean, that's what you got to do to start a comeback, Jacob.
Yep, we saw 1st place go down, we saw 2nd place go down, we saw 3rd place go down with about 15 to 18 duos left in the game. So you got to imagine what that is going to do to the leaderboards overall, as you see Quinn and Defiable really rise to the occasion here and claim the high ground, even though they didn't claim the victory.
I mean, we saw that match happen live, and I'm not even sure it went down. Arkham and Epic had height at one point. Quinn had height. I think even Rex and Ree were thinking about battling it there. I mean, so much happened. I'm going to need to throw it to the desk. Kelly, Panda, Clay, please tell me what we just saw.
I mean, Takata, Jacob, thank you guys so much once again. And I think we're going to have to look at the highlights, because I completely agree with you guys. There was a moment where 3, maybe even 4 teams were fighting for height, and it was so pivotal to the rest of the game that we got to see right there. Speaking of which, congratulations to Zooks. I love it when it comes down to a 1v1. And with it being 2 kind of relatively unknown teams right there, Zooks versus Delta. But of course, Zooks' team with Bacon coming out on top, Panda.
Yeah, coming out on top indeed. Zooks did a really good job here of playing with his teammate as long as they could, staying alive here through these crucial moments, and then inevitably taking high ground. Despite all these other players wanting it, being able to hold it is crucial, and that's what Zooks was able to do in these final moments, Clay.
Yeah, and it seems like ultimately when you get into one of these zones that's moving off of a high ground position, right, off of that elevated incline, everyone forgets about who's on high ground, and that's the perfect opportunity for that solo to take it. And Zooks was aware of that, which was a beautiful play by their part, because you saw nobody worried about them. They were all trying to fight their own battles, and that's the best possible outcome for someone on high ground that's a solo.
Well, with that being said, teams taking height, we have to talk about Quinn and Defiable, because there was a moment where Batman, Booga, and Wheels had height. Arkram and Whale tried to steal it, and then Defiable came up with Quinn to steal it as well, which we're watching right here, Clay.
Yeah, and I was worried. I didn't think they had enough materials to really make this. Or you see Quinn on 1 here, but there's a lot of players fighting nearby because it was such a high ground that they were able to get a lot of different refreshes through and to make it into this final zone.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the mistakes were made here in those final moments on the low ground, not necessarily having the awareness to understand that there was a player right there to the left and that you were out of build. You saw Quinn attempt to build the wall there to defend himself, but just didn't realize he had none left. So unfortunately, he ends up going down there. But regardless, still a great game from them. This is what we want to see from these knowledgeable players. But they're going to need some more of that action if they want to continue to climb that leaderboard, which Kelly, I believe, is almost ready.
Yeah, let's see how well they performed and if that's going to put them into our top 10 leaderboard right now. And it looks like I'm looking for Zooks' name and I don't see it, unfortunately. But what I do see is Arkram and Epic Whale on top with 151 points, 25 eliminations, 7 more than the next leading team, which is Rexy and Ranky. But Rex and Reet, Panda, second place.
Right there behind. Hey, listen, that just speaks to our ability to pick teams, right? First and second place, I'll take it.
Yeah,
right?
give us the shout out, not the players.
No, honestly, though, these players have been showing up and doing a really, really good job. Despite Arkham Epic Will having a tough start on the day, being able to get huge elimination games has been vital to their game plan, Clay.
Yeah, and I want to take a look at team number 6 right now. We've got Krypos and Thoric, who moved up 7 places with that game into contention for the top 5. 93 points, so it's well within their grasp. Again, there's a lot of shifts to happen here. A victory route with 10 elims, 62 points. So that's definitely something a lot of these players can achieve. We've seen it. So that's where we'll start to look as we get into the latter half of these games.
I love that you point that out because Krypos and Thoric, we had a shorter show open. We have 15, 20 minutes to talk about them. And this was one of the underdog teams that I wanted to talk about because they didn't look like underdogs in round 3. They got second place out of round 3 right there. So to see them come up into 6th place right now, that is a big deal. But one more thing that I do want to mention is that separation between 5th and 6th place is starting to get larger right now. NA West has always been notoriously a very top-heavy competition, and we're kind of seeing that now after game number 4. So game number 5 and 6, 2 more games for these teams to have an opportunity because, reminder chat, top 5 teams automatically move on to the finals. They don't have to go through qualifier 2. They don't have to fight next week in qualifier 3. And more importantly, they don't have to go through the gauntlet that is the 3-day semifinals competition, everyone. It is brutal. It is exhausting. So a lot of these teams right now are hoping to make it into the top 5. But which teams will it be? Well, game number 5 might give us an answer because we only have 2 more games to go for NA West. Everyone, it's FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2, and we still have Jacob and Takata calling all of the action. So let's head over to them.
Thank you so much. You guys heard the best desk in the West lay down the action and everything that is on the line here. Only 2 games left, and depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you're really going to have to make it all count. And for the top 5 right now, you're going to have to hold on to your spot. And for the team that's really trying to separate from the rest of the pack, Arkham and Epic Well, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys are ending the curse today.
I mean, 2 games to go. Anything can happen, right, Jacob? You can get a comeback like Arkham and Epic did with an 11 elimination victory royale, which just shoots you up the leaderboard. You can even get some back-to-back decent games. So it's really up to what these players do, how they learn from the mistakes in these previous matches, and how they make the best of their abilities, right? Their rotates, their decision-making. So I'm really excited to see which duos are going to excel here in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and as this one comes down, even if you don't find yourself getting that auto qualification spot to the finals, you need to remember where you place gives you series points, and those series points are going to be what gets you into the semifinals. And on here to game number 5 for more of these teams to collect those series points.
Heading into game 5, just 2 more games to go. This is your chance to kind of make a switch up, right? If you're not playing too hot right now and you want to get into that top 5, go straight to the finals, it's time to make something happen. Do you change your rotates? Do you change your drop spot? Do you just play the same and try and do something else in the late game? It's all these questions that these players are asking themselves. What do we do to qualify?
Be a big question, and this is going to be a rough start for some of these guys. Pars and Raze, that 50-50 here against Caleb and Solution is really telling about where you're at, and you can see sitting in 7th and 10th, whoever wins this spot ends up having a good game overall. Caleb, they get the slurp truck, taking down Pars because of it, and that's going to leave Raze by himself, trying to figure out a plan here, and he gets just a little bit of those shields from the barrels. It's not going to be a ton here to fight this 2v1, so he's going to have a trick up his sleeve, and there goes the trick. Down goes Solution, down goes Raze, though. Back to the lobby as Caleb and Solution stand tall and bump themselves into 6th place.
That was just back and forth from Caleb, almost getting eliminated from that drum shotgun to hitting the 1 pump with the striker pump shotgun to then going over to Pars, who had the disadvantage, takes down Solution, having less HP, but then Caleb coming in, saving the day. I mean, I had no idea who was going to take the And I mean, the early game fight, right? So it's been back and forth. It's just so difficult to come out on top consistently. But so far, it's going very well for Caleb and his duo partner, though. Kika here in the Daily Bugle have 6 points, so they're gonna have to make something happen here, right? Play for that consistency in these next 2 matches, rack up as many series points as they can, hopefully even get a reboot on his duo partner here, but it looks like he might have to get some eliminations before doing so.
And that's Quinn and Defiable, who just came off of a good game, boosting themselves up the leaderboards, not as high as they wanted here, but definitely going to be a boost of confidence coming into the last 2 games as Kika just trying to go for the reboot. With Quinn and Defiable hot on his heels, he's going to have no choice but to try to back up. But with the damage being dealt, it makes me wonder, are they going to try to chase down this elimination? Because they're one of those teams who have to have a good number of eliminations mixed in with a good placing game as well.
Quinn and Defiable, you can see that they want it, Jacob. They want that elimination. They have the player advantage, and they have the effective HP advantage after hitting that shot. So now it's all about finishing it quickly, right? Can you find the angle? Can you connect the shots as Quinn using that Stinger SMG to get a good amount of damage done? Now with the drum shotgun to finish it off, and there it is. 2 eliminations for Quinn, 6 points added to the 75 they now have, but be careful as a third party might be coming in.
I'm getting that feeling of deja vu here, because even though it wasn't with Defiable, it was literally last season in qualifier number 1. Quinn changed up his strategy, I think it was with Cool, overall from a passive game to getting a little bit more aggressive, and that made it to where he was able to qualify through placing in the top placements, skipping through the semifinals, going directly into the actual finals, looking to take notes and replicate that. As Solution and Caleb's job are not done just yet. They realize where they sit on the leaderboard, 2 eliminations already, and they're looking for more because they want to try to boost themselves as high up on the leaderboard going into game number 6 as possible.
Trying to see where their opponents are, where is safe to go, where has a bit of danger, as Caleb's actually split up with Solutions, but quickly moving over to some engagement here on the corner of the map. We have Monkey and Clone, 23 points here. Looking to see if they can rack up some more, as they already have 1 elimination, make that 2 possibly if they can get this elim on the 1 versus 2, but it's not going to be easy as their opponent has the high ground.
Yeah, it's Josh just trying to stay alive, losing his teammate, like you said. Ooh. Shots are there, goes on a full-on 50-50 spray battle. But he doesn't have a teammate there to alleviate the pressure and allow him to heal, so he's gonna have to do something here, and he gets taken down. Nothing's gonna be garnered. Josh goes back to the lobby, and honestly, he is going to be tested coming into this last and final game number 6. He's gonna have the choice. Do I try to get the points, claim that top 5 spot, or do I simply play to get as many series points under my belt as possible?
Play for that consistency or play for that victory, right? I mean, you can do both, but it's going to be a decision they have to make here. As Solution and Caleb just got some eliminations here. Let's see how they did it.
Still over towards command. Oh, easy. that one looked easy. It looked like he was going against me there for a moment.
I mean, I love to see it, right? Quick little elim on the knockdown opponent, but be careful from going from such a peaceful place, securing the elimination, to 2 opponents trying to get into your box with SMG's. Solution got a little scared there, I'm sure, but now has gotten out of the box, gonna use those chug splashes to heal up, and I think I might have got more scared than Solution there.
All I can do is think about that meme of, well, that escalated quickly. He almost gets taken down. For him to be able to survive there, he's got to be thanking not God, but his teammate to kind of alleviate that pressure and keep him in it. And this is where Caleb and Solution, this is where the loadout comes into question. When we talked about it in a content video, what is your preferred loadout? And it looks like they're going to get aggressive to try to hold on to the spot. The CQC with the Striker and the Stinger, but they also have that Striker burst to get the surge from far away.
I mean, an interesting thing I would also bring up is that your preferred loadout can change over time, right? In the early game, you're going to be getting into more engagements, right? You're going to be battling off spawn, so you can go for the more aggressive loadout. But when you've already got those elims and you're going to start rotating, it might be a good idea to drop that SMG and maybe pick up some floppers like Reed did here, having the 6 chug splashes and the 4 floppers. So your loadouts don't have to be the same for the whole game. You can change it up depending on what zone it is, what your plans are for the future rotates, and it's really just situational. But I like there that Reed looked for some tags, decided it wouldn't be a good engagement, and just kept rotating. But Kid in here and B-Dog, they're going against the #1 team here, Arc and Epic. I mean, maybe they don't want to battle it out, but they might want to just get some tags because that Storm Surge has been very strong these past matches.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing. Arkham and Epic, we've seen them in this position at least 2, maybe even 3 games so far. They take as much of the high ground as possible, a good mountain, so that way they can get the surge. And if a team is below them, they're not really worried about them because their plan isn't to fight. It's to get surge to play later on in the game. And the team below them has to be taking what they can get. They realize they're not going to try to have an early game battle for the high ground, so they too are just following suit, going for surge. And they'll worry about that rotation later because right now they got a good spot in zone.
Good spot in zone, but the vehicle isn't looking too good. I mean, I see sparks coming out of it. I mean, might have even seen a flame down there, Jacob. I don't know if I'd feel too safe having one of those close to my wood builds, but Snacky Favs, they know what they're doing. They're feeling happy, feeling confident, seeing what they can do in these last 2 games. They still have a chance to get into that top 5 and get into that qualifying threshold, currently in the 8th place spot. So if they can get a big game here, that would be huge.
Another team that's just kind of going for those surge tags. Reet and Rex, they got a good spot boxed up, going for recycle on the mats, leaving them there on over for Reeks. And you see him shooting into the bush, just making sure nobody is hiding. But oh my gosh, Rex just got a beamer right there, looking like a laser, the way he's just taking out players from afar. Now, man, I got to put on my glasses because I didn't even see him.
Yeah, I looked like he was, I mean, shooting it at the door or something. I mean, I don't know what happened, but he got a good amount of tags from it. So, I mean, great job there. As Mekton, though, here on a hill by the Shifty Shafts alongside Chicken, they're doing great right now. 3rd place spot, getting an incredible knockdown onto an opponent, and that knock just might be enough for them to want to get a bit aggressive here as they close in that gap on their opponents. Going to use the zip line and see if they can even cancel this revive.
And you got to imagine with the high ground that they had, they must feel confident in the information that no duos are there or not too many teams are around in close proximity to be able to interrupt this fight. But the revive is going to go on regardless. They have to know that one was going to come through, but they're playing on the fact that they know he's going to get revived with very little HP and shield. Mekton with a big shot, 114. Armor wall is going to be laid down to alleviate that pressure, but it doesn't mean it's going to stop him from getting aggressive because he continues on, allowing Chicken to move forward and claim that ground as he's hunting down this target because they not want one, they want both of those eliminations.
Both of those elims, and now it's all up to Squid here, who has no shield, trying to pop as many minis as he can before Chicken gets close by, but Chicken connecting a nice 100 damage shot, just has to blow on him now to get that elim, and that's exactly what he does. 3 eliminations for Chicken, goes up to 4 with that final elim for a total now of 12 points just off the early game. Epic Whale and Arc, though, looks like they want a bit of those elims too.
Yeah, you can see it as soon as the zone pulls them off of the hill and there's no more just sitting at the top to get the surge, they're immediately being proactive, whether they're just trying to intimidate the team and not make them peek as they rotate on out and get their eyes onto that next spot. But Mekton and Chicken close by. This could be a heated exchange between 1st and 2nd place.
We do have Rexy and his duo here, though, on a nice position, and Tilted Towers has a high ground, so they're going to be able to get the tags, right? They can get the damage done from afar without putting themselves in too much of a risky situation. But 4th place here. Oh no. Okay, got a little scared there, Jacob. I definitely got a bit scared, but they're feeling good, right? 119 points, have a vehicle to make the rotate, have the shield kegs, and in the top 5, I mean 4th place, they really just have to play consistent, right? Get to the late game, get a few elims here and there, and just get a decent placement these last 2 games, and they'll be getting that golden ticket to the finals.
Yeah, I'm pleased. I pray, please, everybody take note of what they just did. Instead of using the blimp to kind of travel that way and risking getting shot out of the sky, they immediately drop down low. They know exactly where their IO was, and if they didn't, there's another IO car waiting there, and they're using this to rotate because they're not sitting ducks flying through the sky. Easy targets. So please, if you guys are at home trying to up your game, ready for the next FNCS, take note of things like that.
Great calls there, Jacob. I'm liking that analogy. I mean, you're right. It's very dangerous to do some rotates here. Even sometimes a launch pad can be too dangerous if you're launch padding into a full mountain of duos that are already boxed up. So you really got to think about what you're going to do before making a rotate like that. But taking a look here at Buzo, even B-Dog here and Kidden, they're playing aggressive. They're looking for that aggression. They want those eliminations as they're 73 below the Storm Surge threshold.
B-Dog just playing with those covers, and just a big shot's gonna be landed on him. Rethinking it. Luckily for him, he does have the shields to get back up, but it's the white heals that worries me a little bit. Sitting on 69 HP, and you can already see Buzzo and Solgaman, they're just separated. That could be just enough for B-Dog and Kitten to go, but Buzzo, him landing that good shot, alleviated that pressure, knowing that they had to heal. That was his moment to get out alive, and that was a moment he took and ran, but B-Dog and his teammate making that same mistake. Getting separated here could be the cause for destruction, but Kitten is hot on his heels, not wanting his teammate to go and fight this one alone.
Ooh, still 38 below, but he gets a huge striker pump shot onto his opponent there, getting straight into the box, straight into the action. But be careful, there's more duos looking at you, B-Dog. There's more players that are hunting for those eliminations as the third party comes in from Sweet and his duo partner, who just cleaned up those two players, but they might even look for more.
I'm just kind of looking, where is Rex at through all of this? Because it wasn't them who got both. Rex landed a burst AR shot and somehow stolen away that elimination, stealing away 3 points, and he's sitting in second. It's them versus Arkham and Epic, the battle for first and second place, but I do believe now there might be another team fighting and trying to interrupt that calm, cool, collected water. Yeah, that's Becton and Chicken sitting close by in third place as well.
I mean, so many of these top teams, they're close by. Just one early game engagement, one versus the other could be the end of it. But so far, they know they want to play for that consistency. If you're already in that top 5 spot, it's all about just staying alive, getting to that end game, getting those placements, and getting eliminations when you can. Wow, look at that, Jacob. You asked for it, and you got it. That's how Rex and Reed ended up securing those 3 extra points. I want to know how many meters that was away, right? They are incredibly far. They still picked up that Elim.
I know I made a joke about glasses before when they were shooting that long range, but I need to up my prescription. I need to get the Rex prescription to see how he's seeing these players from long range distances. And it's not even in just little moments. Those are big moments to get eliminations, big moments to get damage, to alleviate the pressure of Storm Surge. He knows exactly what to do at every turn of the game, just like Caleb in Solution, still here towards Command Cavern, trying to get even more eliminations. They're sitting on 6 so far, sitting in 6th place as well. Just a huge combination, and they're looking to add to that.
Caleb here trying to see if he can find an angle onto that opponent. Already have 6 eliminations, and we're just getting started in game 5. But Caleb quickly going to decide, maybe we shouldn't take this engagement, right? We have mobility, we have shields, we have materials, ammunition, we have everything we really need to play this out. So maybe going for that extra elimination might not be worth it. But take a look at Epic Whale on the right side of the screen here alongside Arkham. They're getting some shots fired onto them. They've got to be careful, because going down now would be one of the worst things that could happen.
Yep, great usage of the armored wall. Just one angle they don't have to worry about, as Evo and On1 are just hot on their heels. That's the targets. They were separated early on, but I do believe they also did get an early elimination. But for Epic and Arkham, gotta imagine, what does their surge look like? They're sitting at the edge of zone, so not many rotations are going to be needed unless they just simply want a better spot in the zone. Clux and Shade sit in 37th place, simply just trying to get themselves a spot in the zone. Everybody right now, I do feel like Storm Surge isn't necessarily that worry. It's about getting themselves a great spot.
Renki here and Rexy looking for those tags. They're in a pretty good spot here, and now it's all about that aim, right? Can they land those crucial shots to not have to worry about the Storm Surge? Meanwhile, you have other duos that instead of going from shots from afar, they're going for those elims, going for those engagements close by, as Epic Whale gets the wall, looking for the ramp, looking to get into the box of his opponent here. But be careful, there's another duo close by. This engagement can get messy very quickly. Needs to recuperate a bit of those materials. You can see there's only 22 builds onto Epic Whale. I mean, their corner of zone, this is just a very scary situation.
Yeah, they're gonna be forced in. Not too much to go, especially with Floppers there. He's gonna drop his long-range weapon, knowing he's not going to need it for too much longer here as the zone closes. Everybody's going to be having that CQC, the close quarters exchanges, as Chicken is going to take down Tan. The high ground is not going to get away as they find that elimination yet again. That's going to go in way of Arkham, and that Siphon that we were talking about. Look at their mats now.
That is such a huge refresh for this duo. I mean, you know they're smiling now. The problem is if you saw the zone at the bottom right, Jacob, they've got to make a rotate, and there's a lot of duos who are looking at them. They just picked up that Elim, and they know that they have to make a rotate. So it's going to be difficult, but you know Arkham Epic Whale, they have the experience. They know how it should be done, so pretty confident that they'll be able to make it. Favs and Snacky, though, here do have an elimination already inside of the zone, I'm pretty sure, at least at the edge of it. So now they're just going to look for some damage as these duos rotate in.
Yeah, every single person that has to go past them is going to become a potential target of their fire here. And Chicken and Mekton, they got themselves a good spot towards the edge of zone as well. A little bit of height, but not too much, as multiple teams are around and above them, as you see them picking and choosing which shots they're trying to take. As Arkham and Epic, no shields to their name, getting pressured back down outside of zone with some travel that they need to do, but it's all about surviving here. Almost even boxes his teammate in. Arkham has to get the heals, but him and Epic will go down. Everybody else in the lobby is going to rejoice because this is their chance to get to the top.
I mean, that's what I was saying. That rotate just looked so difficult, and that's exactly what ended up happening. There was duos waiting. There was duos taking shots from afar, and it was just very difficult to get into the zone. But now, 1,476 above Storm Surge. Chicken with 5 eliminations alongside Mekton here. They're feeling very good on the damage done this match.
Definitely do 1,500 above, only peeking because they want to, knowing it's not because they have to. Look at the backside of zone. They see all the chaos that's still going down. Fresh builds being laid as they know multiple players have a chance to go down. Even if they don't pick up the eliminations, it's just making everybody's lives as hard as possible. We see about 3, maybe even 4 duos in that direction.
Rexy here down below. We have Nate, who made it into the zone after getting Arkham and Epic Whale there eliminated. We have Rexy, though. Looks like he's trying to make a move, trying to find an angle onto some of these opponents that are close by, and this could be it. Nate getting knocked down. LeBron now has to make it into zone as a solo, while Rexy and these other players just rain from the sides, from above, from every angle possible, and there it is. That's one quick elimination for Rexy. Gonna recuperate some materials, or recuperate some shields, and they're just gonna keep it going.
Yeah, they're at the edge of zone, so they can really recycle all of this, drop all their mats, drop all their resources, put it in a box, go back for more, and really give themselves the best chance to take this game, just like Caleb and Solution are doing. You see them splitting the loot, making sure that one person has all the medium ammo, the other player has all the light ammo, and then sharing the shotgun ammo that they do have right down the middle to have a good sound game. Sitting in 6th place, still on the bubble. Need to continue to have a big game number 5 and follow it up a big game number 6 as well if they want to advance directly to the finals.
6 eliminations still, so they did decide to take it a bit slow after coming out of the command cavern there. Didn't want to get into any more engagements, but they're going to be landing right onto Snacky and Fav's box. I mean, not a box I would be wanting to land on top of, but maybe they don't want to play too aggressive. We are in the 5th zone, half and half, so taking engagements here can be very dangerous. Caleb, though, and Solutions, they're in a great position here. Might even be able to pick up some eliminations on the duos that are going to be rotating in.
I see Defiable and Quinn making an appearance as well. A big elimination, aggressive start to their game. They got the Storm Surge, so they're not focused on that. They're just trying to make it to the end game. Quinn IGL Mind is now in play and being tested as Solution finds elimination. Zooks goes down. Zora as well as Crypos trying to put the shots down and letting Thor clean those up as Monkey does look like he's going to be a target as he does fall. There goes another elimination in the books, or at least looks like could be the first as long as they can pick it up, which right now he's still just down.
46 players alive, 24 duos now. There is players that have given their all to get that damage to be alive right now, and they are going to see if they can make it count here as Crypass actually going to get a nice little bit of loot there, but at what cost as he almost gets cracked there, losing some shield. I mean, you can see all these duos positioned. Going to have to rotate south, as you can see on the bottom right in the mini-map, and it's all about how they're going to do it, right? Fav Snacky switching up a launch pad, most likely going to use it to rotate here. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, everybody getting that max pull, at least the majority of the lobby, spotting out that first launch pad. looking to kind of make it use of their own. 441 above the damage threshold for them. It's just get the front side of zone. Hold on to that front side of zone as long as possible. Snacky gets into the box with his teammate. Now looking back, Clone is there. He lost his teammate early on, forcing out the armored wall to alleviate that pressure. And you see everybody trying to get and recycle those jump pads to get to the front side of zone. But it's Fabs and Snacky. They're trying to put the pressure on the high ground players.
Look at the high ground, though. We have Rexy, we have Ranky, and then even Wheels down below. Looks like there's multiple players here which won it, but currently Rexy and his duo in the 4th place spot. They have the high ground. They're feeling good, but they're actually below Storm Surge, so they're gonna have to do some damage. But be careful as a player landing right into Ranky's box, taking him down to 4 HP. This is very dangerous. One shot, and he's gonna get knocked down.
Yeah, it looked like a homing missile the way he targeted him as Ranky's with those splashes, with the med miss, trying to get those shields and HP back up. They're gonna find just enough time to stabilize and rebuild what they've lost a few moments ago as Fabs and Snacky now hold on to the high ground pretty convincingly as well in 7th moving zone. This is the perfect time to take it. If you have the resources to hold on to it, this is a recipe for success.
This could be it. This could be Snacky and Fabs take it to the finals. 2 games left, and they have the high ground currently in 8th place. They just need that top 5 as Mekton here on the low ground has Chicken with his 6 eliminations. Mekton with 1, that's 7 elims already, but now playing as a solo has to clutch it up, has to get through this maze to get into the zone. Will he have enough time as he has Etzel in front of him? Just one shot to take him down. Will he be able to connect it? No. Gets stuck on the wall here, has to get out of the box. Will he be able to survive? Bobs the med miss at just the last moment, but it is not enough.
Not going to be enough. And you see Mekton going down as well. Fabs and Snacky still holding on to that high ground. Caleb, too, has to do it as a solo, but they picked up a few more eliminations. 8 total to their name. That's a total of 24 points off straight eliminations alone. You got to imagine what he can do, picking up more placements as Quinn goes down. That's another elimination, another 3 points in the book. But look at the high ground. Calm, cool, collected. Not much to worry about. Fabs and Snacky. Vanished Leo, Reed, and Rex, though, hold on to that first place. They're in the mid ground, but they're staying in front of the Storm, which is absolutely perfect for them.
They are feeling good. They've taken that #1 spot, but Snacky Fabs, they want to take that top 5. They want to be in that qualifying range, and with the high ground, they have the chance to do so. You can see, though, Caleb, Rexy, they're playing here at the low ground by the mid ground, trying to find any placement, any elimination points they can get. Defiable also seems to be playing as a solo. There's so many opportunities, so many chances for these solos, for these duos, but Caleb getting tagged, getting shot, has no more chug splashes left, but he makes it to zone.
Yeah, you can see 5th through 8th place, or 5th through 10th place even, going back and forth. Everybody's sharing a piece. Lime trying to out-heal towards backside of zone. Caleb goes down. That gives Lime a convincing share of that first place, but Reed and Rex hold on to the front side of zone. First place convincingly, and you gotta imagine if they have the resources and they're dodging all of this chaos, they could be one of the last teams standing.
Cry pass, though, here, trying to find an angle to zone. You see Landjock, too, on the side, but Rex and Reed, they're just holding that first place spot, getting Elim after Elim. I know Panda's feeling happy about this one. 166 points, already at 6 eliminations here. They just want to get more. Top 6 right now in the duos. Not sure how many players. 9 players alive. Snacky Fabs are still in it, too. There's so many Titans alive right now.
He looks Snacky. He knows Landjock's weak. He's hot on his heels. Has some help from Fabs. They're going to clean up that elimination as well. 7th place, 122 points, but still more to go with Reed and Rex still alive as well. I do believe there's only 1 solo player. The rest are going to be duos, and that 1 solo player is going to be Ranky.
Ranky, 2 eliminations, 155 points, has a med miss, but with only 1 taking it. 2 minis. Will he be able to stay alive longer than these duos? The duos are battling out. It's Rex and Reed versus Fabs and Snacky. The battle of Titans. Who's going to be able to come out on top here? As Snacky tries to find an angle, but he runs out of materials, getting knocked down to fall damage. Now it's all up to Fabs playing as a solo, but Rex is going to take him out. Now Rex and Reed, they have that player advantage. They're both in it, but actually Remy and his duo are here too. It's the high ground versus low ground, 2 versus 2 that we love to see.
And this is a chance to really build them that cushion for first place, more than enough ammo of all the varieties to continue putting that pressure on from above. But the only thing that they lack is resources, but that's neither here nor there, as they're slowly but surely dropping down layer by layer, taking piece by piece, even forcing players who are trying to go for the shots. The battle is going to start outside of zone. 2 floppers on Reed's back, so he could out-heal it, and he gets the victory royale. No heal, straight eliminations, as they claim that top spot for sure.
I loved that. From winning the high ground against Favs and Snacky to playing together as a duo, hunting down that solo, trying to heal off in Storm like it was their prey, securing that elimination, and with that securing the victory royale, putting them in the first place spot. I mean, you know, Rex and Reet, they're feeling good.
This is almost the battle of champions, because you gotta imagine, we've done 5 games. 3 of them are won by former FNCS champions, and they all want to get that first place at the end of the day. And we know Reet and Rex, with a big game like that, they have their share of that first place, but it only makes me wonder, where are else of the rest of the top competitors at?
That's what I'm saying, Jacob. Arkham and Epic Whale, they were first place going into that match. Favs and Snacky, they almost secured a victory around that game. That's going to bump them up. Rex and Reet, we know they're first place, but I mean, how's that top 5 looking? There's only 3 people that can let us know. It's Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Take it away.
You know, at this point in the show is when I would talk and do some kind of intro and talk about the end of the game. But you know what, Panda? I'm just going to let you take that.
All right, listen, I came into this pretty confident in this team. They told me in 4 games they were going to qualify. They had a great amount of points in 4 games, but they showed up in game number 5 and just blew it out of the water. Close to 10 eliminations, victory royale. I mean, literally everything you could ask for in a powerhouse game, and it was presented to you by Rex and Reet. Honestly, shout out to them. Incredible performance. But Clay, man, this has been just an eye-opening experience for this team. They came prepared. This is not what we saw in Chapter 3 Season 1 by any means, Clay.
No, not at all. You could just tell. Look at that. They're tactical sprinting into zone. Something that we don't see in Fortnite. You don't go into zone in the last moments unless you're by yourself, right? To try to heal off. You maybe send one player. You don't both go into the zone. That's just not advisable. Yet they both did it, giving themselves that opportunity of losing. But they wanted that elim. They wanted that victory out, and they wanted it with convincing fashion. So I gotta say, congrats to them on that win. It should put them pretty high up. I mean, we know they're first, but that lead's gotta be big.
I have to agree with you right there. We never see the tactical sprint in such an aggressive way like what we saw from Rex and Reet right there. But where does that put them in our leaderboard right now? Well, it'll put them in first place. Oh no, by so many points. Oh my God, 33 points above the rest of the competition. And of course, Arkham and Epic Whale in second place right now. They have more elims, but Rex and Reet are going for the placement points right now. Just below Arkham and Epic Whale, we have Rexy and Ranky. They had a great performance in that last game right there. Actually tied for Arkham and Epic Whale in second place. Chicken and Mechton also doing a great job with those placement points, and Elims getting that 4th place spot. Lime and Chip, of course, you know it. The placement is where they are going for with 138 points. But Panda, what I'm looking at right now is that 1 point separation between 5th and 6th place.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. Caleb's solution just on the tails of Lime and Chip. So it all comes down to this final game. This final game of the day is going to define who, obviously, who qualifies on. But not only that, it's going to be a close one. Not only is it that close matchup between predictions, it's so close from 4th to 7th. These teams really need a solid game and a solid performance if they want to qualify on, especially a team like Snacky and Favs, who had a great start to the day, but they're just not picking up that same momentum here going into the end.
I would say even beyond that, beyond 7th place, Krypus, a team that got 2nd place out of round 3. We saw them in the end game in that last game right there, just below 6th place as well. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of possibilities going into this next game, the final game of Qualifier 1. Now, chat, the top 5 teams from our leaderboard are going to automatically qualify into the finals in 3 weeks. Now, you might be saying, well, that's not my favorite team. I want them to make it. Well, they're going to have another opportunity in 2 days. That's this Sunday for Qualifier 2. And then we've added another qualifier in 1 week. So we're going to have 3 qualifiers, 3 chances for these teams to automatically make it into the finals. But if your favorite team still hasn't qualified after round 3 or after Qualifier 3, don't worry, because then we're going to have the semifinals. The best teams through placement points, elimination points, are going to be able to fight once again in our semifinals for that chance, that coveted spot in our finals competition, everyone. And speaking of the finals, this is the final game, everyone. The final opportunity for Qualifier 1 for our top 5 teams to claim their spot at the top. Who's it going to be? Well, Jacob and Takata are going to find that out for us.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay. Great breakdown from the desk as always. But Jacob, just like Kelly was saying, we're on to game 6. We're on to the last match of the day. I mean, it all comes down to this. From the solo clutches we've seen, Snacky and Favs taking home the first victory royale, from Epic Whale and Arca making the comeback, to now Reet and Rex being in that #1 spot coming into this last game. I mean, there's so much that has happened and so much that could happen in this last match. It's really just who plays their best Fortnite.
Yeah, and it's really proving to show that anything is actually possible when it comes to Fortnite. All the way down to 9th place is up for grabs in a realistic manner. Everybody else hoping for a miracle, playing for those series points. But honestly, if you look at Reet and Rex, you gotta believe anything is possible yet again, just like game number 6 being possible, that it's going to start right now.
The Battle Bus has had a long day, from Europe to NA East to now NA West in the last match here. There's been so many players, so many people competing here, trying to get into that final qualifier, or just get as many series points as they can